ABC Sports coverage of the cricket, live from Hagley Oval in Christchurch. New Zealand versus Australia in the second test.
Keeper still up, Labuschagne on 90. Southie to him now, outside the off-stump, it's cut away, it's gone. What a catch! Diving effort from Phillips in the gully. Latham, who punches on the back foot. That's a beautifully struck shot. Latham raises a half century, a year to the day since his last 50 in Test cricket.
This is your home of cricket. New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Welcome to Day 3 coverage from Hagley Oval in beautiful Christchurch. There is barely a cloud in the sky. The sun is shining on our way to 25 degrees. And New Zealand lead the Test match by 40 runs. They are 2 down in their second innings with Latham 65 not out, Ravindra on 11. Gee, it's all in front of us today. Is this going to be the chance for New Zealand to set up the Test match in what could be one of the great games of Test cricket after trailing on the first innings? Or could it all come to an abrupt end if the Aussie quicks can get on top early on the third day? My name's Corbin Middlemas, Jim Maxwell, Geoff Lemon, Brian Waddle, Craig MacMillan, Frankie McKay, all to join us throughout the day. But off the very top, 3-format spinner for the Australians, Xavier Doherty. Good morning, X.
Good morning, Corbin. How exciting is this? You know, we've come to New Zealand with some really high expectations of a great contest between two very proud cricketing nations, and it seems like, 7 days, 8 days into this series, we've finally got it. New Zealand effectively 2 for 40. We've got a very good batting wicket. We've heard around the ground today that there might just be a little bit of a reverse swing starting to enter the game, so it feels as though we're going to get a great contest here today.
It is currently 15 degrees, a top of 25 is the maximum, so it has been a little chilly late in the day. 19 kilometres an hour northeasterlies is the winds, with gusts up to 22 kilometres an hour, which isn't as strong as it has been previously. The humidity is also at 81%, and there's no chance of rain, so mid-20s today and tomorrow is the expected tops. I read all the match reports out of last night across the different networks, and the great part of it was there were so many good talking points, whether it was Phillips' catch and where that ranks in terms of the best catches that we've seen this calendar year and throughout the Southern Hemisphere summer. Marnus Labuschagne and his revival in his Test career after he really experienced his first genuine form slump. And Matt Henry, I saw Alex Malcolm's article on Crick Info where he spoke about the 10-centimetre titanium cable and the 2 screws that are in his back after really career-saving surgery back in 2012 to make sure that he could still play cricket. And the headline was Man of Steel, and really carrying the team on his artificially enhanced back. And I thought, how appropriate for a guy that has 15 wickets now for the series, took 7 for yesterday. Only Richard Hadley has taken more in a single innings against the Australians. And what a heroic effort, and even more so enhanced by an incredible backstory.
Well, I didn't know that. I'm going to have to scroll through and find that story. He's been absolutely sensational, Matt Henry. The Australians have been very good, and we've heaped praise on Stark, Cummins and Hazlewood throughout this series and throughout this summer, but Matt Henry has been sensational for New Zealand, and I honestly didn't know that he had that backstory. Yeah. I know all fast bowlers at some stage throughout their career, do suffer some sort of injury and, long-term layoffs and that sort of thing, but yeah, I cannot speak highly enough of how well he bowled yesterday, and, he's really keeping New Zealand in the fight here.
He'd played 3 tests against Australia previously. His figures, this is before this series started, 4 for 440 in his previous 3 test matches against the Aussies, including the last time the Aussies played here in Christchurch. He went none for 134 with the ball. So the Aussies would have thought, we know what this guy's about. We've seen him play previously, and he's absolutely brained them throughout the series so far. So 7 wickets here in Christchurch in the first innings to finish with 7 for 67. The other great story closer to home for us is Marnus Labuschagne. So he made 90 when no one else in the Australian innings made 30. It was an amazing effort with the bat, and it took an absolute blinder from Glenn Phillips to deny him his first 100 since Manchester.
Yeah, it was great signs for Australian cricket, that. Obviously, those who are following Australian cricket would know the little run of outs that Marnus has gone through in the last sort of 3 or 4 months. It hasn't been that long that he churned out a couple of half centuries against Pakistan earlier in the summer, but, of late hasn't been the Marnus that we've come to know in his I guess it's quite a brief Test career so far, but Yeah, it was great to see him get some runs, but just the way he went about it was completely different to what we saw in Wellington. Wellington was at 27 balls for his one run, and he didn't play a shot, not a shot. There were balls he could have hit. There were long half volleys that he just sort of. He was having a net session. So the way he went about it yesterday from the very first ball, looking to score, that's what the game's about. It's about scoring runs. It's not about surviving as long as you can and see what happens. So it was great to see that the mindset change was there, and that catch. How good was it? Awesome. Like, I've seen quite a bit of live cricket, and I don't think I've seen anything quite as athletic and as spectacular as that Glenn Phillips catch. So it came at a big time for New Zealand as well. It was right on the stroke of lunch, and Marnus was getting himself set. So absolutely outstanding, and yeah, just another highlight in what's been it's been a great series, really.
I feel like everybody has a clubhouse leader in their mind in terms of that's the best catch I've ever seen. Is there one that comes to mind historically, whether you were in person or whatever? People talk about McGrath's catch, obviously the running outfield catch at Adelaide. Is there one in particular that stands out?
Cool, we've spent 2 hours here this morning. You did not give me one heads up about we were going to go down this. That would have to be the best I have seen live. I'm trying to think off the top of my head something else that matches it, and I guess just the circumstances around it. It's such a big time in the game. It's a big test match. There are a lot of people here watching it. It feels like it's a bit of a landmark moment. New Zealand are trying to fight their way back into a series that they've been pretty poor at, if we're going to be honest, so far. So I think the circumstances around it and just how athletic, he was a mile in the air. Like it was fantastic to watch. But I'll come back to you on that call. But
that's fair. There's a great quote from a former baseball figure where he basically said, "Look, the best catches are like the last one you ever saw. Like it's always, look, I saw that one most recently. That's the one that sticks in my memory." But
I'm sure there's a few in the mind. But we've got.
And particularly now with white ball cricket, the likes of Paul Collingwood and Jonty Rhodes and these amazing catches out at point, sort of leaping overhead. And I mean, Jake Fraser-McGurk, who, his name feels like it's in my mouth a lot, I know, currently with the young rooster on the rise. But his outfield catch in the Big Bash a couple of years ago where he's leaping in the air, basically saves 6 and then lands in the field of play. For a ball that was struck that hard and flat, that was as good a catch I've seen.
Well, Jordan Silk is putting a nice little collection together as well, isn't he? That one at the Gabba, which sort of, we'd sort of started to hear about Jordan Silk, but that one at the Gabba where he was diving full stretch to his left, and I think at the time Punter had started to rave about how good this guy was in the field, and that was the first time we'd really seen it. And I think since then Silky's sort of done the same thing. He's saved a lot of sixes and been able to throw it back up to himself. So Silky'd be up there as well, but I think there'd have to be a few more in the list. But give me a bit of time.
Jim Maxwell's on air in about 6 or 7 minutes, so I know Jim's mind's ticking over. He's seen a whole lot of cricket. He's forgotten more cricket than either of us know. So he'll give us his best catches in just a moment as well. Marnus Labuschagne's innings. I mentioned this when he walked out to bat, that it felt like he had a stick, a blade or a bat that he was using that had a whole lot of cherries on it, that it was so well used. And Andrew Ramsey wrote on the cricket.com.au website about the bat that Labuschagne went back to. So,
oh really?
He has.
So you were spot on.
He has reverted to an old bat.
Okay.
It was a bat that he used throughout the ODI World Cup. So it does have a lot of cherries on it, like red cricket balls. But he also used it at the 50-over World Cup recently and had success with it. We know how Marnus is and how particular he is with all these things, particularly when it comes to his batting. He names his bats, as a lot of players do nowadays. So this bat is named Ian.
Okay.
I-A-I-N. And he basically went at the end of the World Cup to the Performance Lab in Moorabbin, which is this new technology that talks about bat weights and what's the best distribution of weight in your bat and everything else. So he decided to move away from some of the bats that he was using. He found himself in a form slump, so what do players do? They go right back to the last successful moment that they had, which was clearly the World Cup and the innings he played in the final. He's brought that bat back into play here in the second test in Christchurch, and he peels off 90 yesterday, having failed to score 100 in the home summer. So it's amazing cricketers. They managed to find a bit of gear or something that works for them, and Marnus Labuschagne goes back to a trusty old stick and peels off 90.
Well, the one question I've got is why Ian? Do we need to dig a little deeper on that? That's the question out of all that information is why Ian. But the good thing,
think Ian's not a good name for a bat?
There's nothing wrong with the name Ian, but is that just something he plucked out? And how did you spell it? I-A-I-N.
Yeah, that's
which is not the conventional way, is it? So
no.
There's obviously a story behind that. But anyway, that's how.
Bess McKay used to name his bats after horses.
Racehorses, yeah. So no, and then there's a bit of a quirkiness to that, but Ian, I'm not sure. I'd like to know where that came from. But speaking about quirkiness, that was another thing that was back yesterday. You know, the jumping around the crease and the talking to the umpires and all that sort of thing. You know, making his own umpiring decisions and all the replayed shots and all that sort of stuff. So it was good to see that Marnus was back in force yesterday, and he batted beautifully. And yeah, like you say, thank goodness for Australia that he did.
77 innings he's had now at number 3. Batting for Australia, so 3,671 runs at 52 when he bats at first drop, 1100s and 15 50s. The article goes on to note the only players that have batted more for Australia in that position. So Ricky Ponting, 196, fellow Tasmanian David Boone, 111, Ian Chappell, 91, and Neil Harvey, 79. And out of those 4 players that have batted more at number 3 than Marnus Labuschagne, only Ricky Ponting has a better average at this stage, so it just goes to show where he sits historically, despite the lean run that he's had in more recent times. We were out in the middle a short time ago, took us through the pitch. Traditionally, the locals say that day 3 is the best time for it to bat. What did you say?
It looks a very good batting wicket. You know, it's well grassed. You know, we've got a warm day ahead of us here today. There's not a scratch on it. You know, I spoke to Frankie McKay out there. She's a local here. She seems to think that you could play a 10-day test match on this wicket and it won't change. The interesting thing about the day is apparently Australia had the ball reversing. We're not in a great position to be able to pick that up. But apparently in the last few overs, Australia did start to get the ball going. You know, Pat Cummins was hiding the ball in his run-up. So if that is the case, that'll play a huge role in how today unfolds. You know, New Zealand have made a pretty solid start, 2 for 134, a lead of 40. But should Australia be able to get that ball moving, it's now 50 overs old. So straight after lunch, they'll get a crack again with a new ball. So they'll sort of have 2 cracks at it if this old ball is moving.
Cricket elsewhere, James Anderson picked up his 700th Test wicket last night. He joins the great SK Warne and Matai Marithalan as the only other 2 players to have reached the 700 mark. They lost by an innings and 64 runs inside 3 days. Joe Root making 84 in the last innings of the match, but the day belonged to R. Ashwin, 5 for 77 in his 100th Test. England all out for 195 and a 4-1 series victory for the hosts, having dropped the first Test. And for the Bazballers, that's now 7 losses in their last 12 Tests. So a little bit of a rough patch at the moment for England. But good on James Anderson. After being stuck in the 690s for several months, he gets to 700. Xavier Doherty is going to kick us off. Jim Maxwell's on his way in to call the first ball with New Zealand to resume at 2 for 134. A lead of 40 in the Test. Latham is 65 not out, and having been dropped late last night by Alex Carey on 59, and Ravindra is on 11. Set it up for us, Xavier Doherty, and then the next voice you hear will be Jim Maxwell.
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. Yeah, that Test match in India was not the only game of cricket going on last night. I know Jim's very keen to talk about the Zimbabwean T20 final, which also happened overnight. But ahead of us, we've got a great day of Test cricket. You know, there's something inside me that tells me New Zealand are going to dig in here. They've got a very good batting wicket. They've got Tom Latham, who's at the crease. He's faced 154 balls so far. Rachin Ravindra is with him. He played a couple of loose shots last night, but I get the feeling he's slowly starting to learn his lessons. So with Australia now have a 50-over-old ball, right now is a great time to be batting. Welcome, Jim.
Mr. X, how are you?
I'm well. Thank you, very well.
Now, what you've got to do is not only watch the game, because it's awkward to see what the ball's doing from where we are at fine leg, long off, whatever. We're very sort of oblique to the strip. So just have a look at the screen next to me every now and then and see if you can see the ball doing a bit.
We got some intel, didn't we?
Yeah.
That the ball was starting to go the other way.
We've got the big Hoff going to, he's going to run in from the Moreira Erasmus end, our broadcast box, and the Port Hills end of the ground. It's bright, it's sunny. Hazelwood's got the pill, and he's running in now to bowl a ball which will be straight, and it's pushed away by Ravindra on the onside. Looked pretty straight to me anyway as he got across and pushed it away. So this is interesting that he's going around the wicket. Does that tell you that he may be doing a bit more with it than normal? Because you reckon just bowling over the wicket to the left-hander would be enough to entice an edge. But this is a method that we see more and more ever since, I think, Glenn McGrath started doing it to Brian Lara. And that was a no ball, wasn't it?
It was.
It was clearly a no ball on the replay. Hazelwood again, and Ravindra's forward. He's driving nicely down to mid-off. They go for a quick single, and they scurry and make it as the throw comes in, and it's deflected away to the onside, and they go for overthrows. They hit the stumps. So...
Oh, he is going to have a look at it, though, Murray Erasmus.
Yeah, the throw from down at mid-off, Mitch Marsh, I think, is down there, and he hurled it in, and he was close. Yeah, he was well in, I think. But anyway, they're going upstairs as umpires do, particularly when they struggle to get to the spot where they can actually see that. He's well and truly in. And then it's deflected and they've taken an overthrow. But Murray Erasmus really didn't have time to move from where he was behind the stumps to side on, and Michael Goff's already off his bed upstairs, and he's involved in a quick not out is confirmed. Now around the wicket again, Hazelwood bowls the ball just outside the off stump, and it's allowed to slide through. So a little bit of excitement there as the stumps were thrown down and the ball ricocheted for another run.
It was, yeah. I think Ravindra just caught Mitch Marsh napping there at mid-off. It was a risky single for so early on in the day, but Ravindra happy to get his tally underway this morning.
Yes, well, it was certainly risky if he hesitated, because Marsh was only about 10 yards from the stumps when he picked the ball up, and he pinged them down. 2 slips in the gully, away goes Hazelwood, and forward he comes and plays just inside the line of that, I think, as it went past, and maybe moved after passing to the keeper, as the ball tends to do in these conditions where you've got a wide open ground and a little bit of breeze. But Australia working very, very hard to get wickets in their second innings on a pitch that's clearly a lot more comfortable for batting on. Easy pace, a little bit of movement, but not a lot. So the skill of the bowler is really expressed here. If Hazelwood can do it, he bowls pitching up and he's edging away into the slip cordon there in front of Steve Smith as he played soft, and the ball died in front of Smith at second slip.
Yeah, nice bowling there from Hazelwood. I think that was the one that went away. He'd been bringing the first 4 deliveries back into Ravindra, and that was the one that he just sort of straightened down the line. It was a genuine edge. But, yeah, the life in this wicket is sort of all but gone now, and bounced well short of Steve Smith at second slip.
It's a bit like a cricket season in Australia. It's fading fast. Here comes Hazelwood. He's round the wicket and he bowls, and Ravindra leaves the ball alone outside the off stump, as all our stadiums get overtaken by Australian rules football.
Oh, geez, it's early, Jim. 3 minutes it took you.
Well, it's the story of life. I mean, you know,
It is.
talk about the child eating the parent. I mean, it was Aussie rules that came about largely because they wanted to keep the cricketers fit in the off-season. And now, over 100 years later, yeah, okay, we know it's not about the food, it's about the money. 2 for 137. Around the wicket, he bowls to him and he whips it away on the onside off pad or bat. There was a bit of a squawk from behind the stumps as they scurried off, and a very elegant indication of the leg by from Murray Erasmus, who does it was almost like the David Shepherd signal there, where he touched his leg and wiggled his leg and they got the leg by. So 3 runs from the first over, or 4 runs from the first over of the day, I think, because it was a no ball anyway. It's 2 for 138. Ravindra's 13 and Latham 65.
Yeah, nice start. Josh Hazelwood, managed to find the edge. It was not a big appeal from Australia. There was some interest from those in front of the wicket. Alex Carey was very quick to say that one was sliding down the leg side, but very good again from Josh Hazelwood. He looked like he could have taken a wicket any ball in the session last night, and he's continued that on again this morning.
Postman Pat's going to come in from the Botanical Gardens end in the bright Sunday morning sunshine, and he's going to be bowling with a couple of slips and a gully behind Ravindra. He runs in now around the wicket, and on the back foot he's back, and he plays the ball away into the covers. Now, we must just relate a little bit of local hospitality last night. I went out with Wads for dinner with Lee Robinson, who's a very well-known figure here in Christchurch, with the creation of this ground and all the things that have gone on to give some momentum to this place after the earthquake and Lancaster Park was no longer. So Wads had the address, of course, and the car arrived, and we cheerfully, confidently headed off with a couple of bots under the arm as Cummins runs in, and he flashes at this, and he gets it over the slips. A couple of bounces away down to the boundary for 4. Sorry about that. The cricket interrupted the story, but
keep going.
He got a good piece of that, didn't he? There was never going to hand, and he moves to 17. So he arrived at the destination and knocked on the door, and this rather surprised person came to the door, a lady, and said, "Yes." "Oh, no, they don't live here anymore." They'd lived there for years.
Oh.
Anyway, Wads said, "He's given me the wrong information. Why didn't he tell me this?" So we had a bit of noise. Here comes Cummins, pushing away goes Ravinder. He wants a run. He's full of positive intent at the moment. He gets a single. He's 18. And New Zealand, a busy start here, 2 for 143. So one thing leads to another. We're ringing up the bloke who's having the party, and he's telling Wads off because he'd already given him the information. "No, you haven't," and so it goes on. And so while all this is going on and we're thinking about our next move, this guy comes out of the house and says, "Don't worry about it, I'll give you a lift." "What?" His name was Craig. He said, "It's all right. Look, I'm just quietly getting into a 1 or 2, and I haven't gone far, so this is a good time." So we leapt into his chariot outside and sped off. Here comes Cummins. He's bowling, and Latham nudges away on the onside. More runs here to backward square. Just a single down there as Hazelwood came in off the line. 2 for 144. It was a few Ks away, and by this time Wads had managed to get the address from the chap who was running the party. And there it was. What an extraordinary act of generosity. How many times has that happened in your life?
Never.
When you've turned up at the wrong place and the people who live in the house have offered to give you a lift to the joint you're supposed to be at for the party. It was a first.
Sums up the New Zealand people, doesn't it?
It sure does. Very, very generous. Here comes Cummins, and it's left alone by Ravinder outside the off stump. So then we got there, and there are all sorts of cricket-type people there, or on the fringe of the game and the rest of it. And we socialised for an hour or two, and had a nice little snag in the bun, and a couple of glasses of red stuff. And there was one interesting bloke there we ran into. He was the former Governor General of New Zealand.
Right. Some royalty.
What's his name? Anand Setidan. Right. Yes. Sri Lankan by extraction, and as around the wicket Cummins bowls and is pushed away on the offside. And there are a lot of other people who've been in the game or in aspects of life that were interesting to talk to them about. So we dwelt there for a while. What I did find out, and I've got an email here to the story, is that they ring a bell here now, like they do at Lord's.
Oh, right. Okay. I haven't noticed that.
Well, we haven't heard it.
Doing it every
really.
day. Okay.
It's sort of died in the din of the day.
Okay.
We have not heard it at all. But
and they sort of get all sorts of personalities or local sort of celebrities to do that as well?
Well, Sir Richard Hadley.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Who else did it? What? Dale Hadley. Jana Wadsworth. Ken Wadsworth's daughter.
Okay.
Yeah. And today, who was doing it today? She did it today, right. Okay, so now I've got an email here about the history of this bell, an Antarctic bell. I mean, it's a big thing at Lord's, and it will be here, of course, when people get their head around it. But it's a century-old Antarctic bell that was used on Robert Falcon Scott's first expedition. Now, over the wicket, Hazelwood's bowling, and it's pushed away here by Latham, who was on clickety-click. So, yes, this is inspired by that tradition at Lord's that I mentioned. And the bell came from his expedition to the Antarctic in the 1900s. What else can we tell you about it? Anyway, the Canterbury Museum and the Canterbury Cricket Trust are involved in all of this. So
was this brought over from Lancaster Park as well, or is this new to this ground? Yeah, it's new to this ground.
Yeah, it's a newbie.
Okay.
It's a newbie. Here comes Hazelwood. He bowls and Latham's forward, pushing the ball away down there on the onside. So we learned about that, about the bell. It came from the SY Morning steam yacht, which was used as a relief vessel on Scott's British National Antarctic Expedition 1901-1904. Formerly used for whaling in the North Polar region, the ship was built in 1871. It made 2 relief voyages to Antarctica, carrying a cargo of food and equipment for them down there, as he's bowling again and he's pushing forward and knocking it down the pitch. Okay, so it goes on here a bit about the history of it. Traditionally, it was a timekeeping device used to mark the segments and duration of the 8-hour watch duty. 1 strike of the bell marks the half hour, 2 strikes marks an hour. The term 8 bells, all's well, refers to the completion of an 8-hour watch. The bell would be sounded in a pattern of 2 strikes and a pause repeated 4 times. So that's the history of it, which was struck again today for the 3rd time in this match. Here's Hazelwood bowling a bouncing ball. So it's worth going out. You know, I know there's a lot of stuff to enjoy by staying in the hotel, in your private room, watching the pigskin go round in Australia.
I feel like you're heading somewhere here, Jim. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you need to get more into
out.
some of the culture,
Well,
and I know you
we
have
did a little bit
on the gondola and looking at the Earthquake Museum down the road. So you've done your bit, and Corby's been doing 15-mile runs every day to Lancaster Park.
Very busy
to tread the turf down there.
Yeah.
Yes. You've all done your bit. Here comes Hazelwood. He bowls and he's tucked away by Latham again. 2 for 144. So what's been your little exercise apart from exercise going to and from the ground?
Yeah, well, that's it. That is my exercise at the moment, Jim. I've been walking to and from the ground. Just it's a far more interesting walk home, as I found last night, with the locals who have sampling the local ale. It's quite a bit.
Did you get some advice from them?
I got a little bit of advice. Yeah, I'm not sure if they were Aussies or Kiwis, but
they probably didn't know themselves at that time of the day. A couple of slips behind Latham. He waits. Hazelwood bowls a ball that's punched away through mid-wicket to the boundary for 4. Oh, left-handers love that, and that shows not only the quality of Latham's batting, but the pace. The easy pace of the pitch. He played just through the line. The ball didn't do anything to worry him because it hit the middle of his bat and it flew between mid-on and shortish mid-wicket out to the boundary. 2 for 148. We've had 3 overs and we've had 14 runs scored.
We have, Jim. It's been a nice start from New Zealand. A lovely shot there from Latham, as you mentioned, just leant on it. Mitch Marsh was the man at mid-wicket. He did not move, so some beautiful timing from the New Zealand opener. Ravindra has also started well. He looks as though he just wants to feel bat on ball, and it'll be a test of patience for him just at the moment, because he's not going to get a lot of loose stuff, particularly from Pat Cummins.
So here he comes. Around the wicket, Cummins bowls the ball that's pushed away on the onside. Maybe more of a thin middle than a thick edge, but it's a run to backward square. And Ravindra moves along to 19, 2 for 149. So have you seen the wobbling ball yet? Has it been reversing?
No, it's been pretty straight so far, Jim. And Pat Cummins, the fast bowlers these days, they put their left hand over the ball to sort of hide it from the batsman. They're not doing much of that either, so it probably tells me that just at the moment there are not too many tricks out there.
Banging it on the cross seam, he bowls now and he's tucking up Latham in behind and plays it down the pitch. Well, in terms of the longevity and competitiveness of the contest, this is a good sign, because most of us like to see test matches that go most of the duration and end up in a nail-biting finish, or a close one anyway, and perhaps we could get that if New Zealand are able to build a score. And they're looking pretty efficient at the moment on this, as I say, very bright sunny morning and a firm, even bouncing pitch. He bowls wide of the off stump now to Latham, and he lets it go.
Well, Corbin, it's been 13 out of 13 completed test matches. Is that what we're up to now? Have all been results this year? Was it This is the 13th, so we've had 12 completed, given that India won last night.
So did they win?
There hasn't been a draw in any of the completed test matches just yet. So, and given that it's only the start of day 3, you're assuming that New Zealand will be looking to build something, maybe even up around 300, given it's this wicket is not going to deteriorate too much over the coming days.
Cummins runs into Latham. Latham's forward, and he's playing it firmly. And a very important innings this is for Latham from a personal viewpoint, and for his team, of course. It's always about the team, isn't it? But this is a game of some sort of a quiet selfishness at times, because it's important for individuals to do well. Otherwise, they lose their place in the side. But Latham, he's been going without runs for a while, and he's now on his home patch and enjoying the opportunity. He's 70 not out. Cummins bowls to him, and he's leaving the ball outside the line of the off stump. Now, that other big game you wanted to tell me about in Zimbabwe.
Oh, yeah. Before I go, I'm about to jump out. So there was a domestic T20 final played at the Harare Sports Club, is that right?
Yeah, Harare Sports Club, yeah.
So Durham were playing...
Who?
Durham. That's one of the domestic teams in Zimbabwe. Were playing Mashonaland Eagles.
Right.
Durham batted first and made 6 for 229, which is a pretty good T20 score.
Excellent score.
In wherever you're playing. So they would have gone into the break feeling pretty good about themselves.
Around the wicket, here's Cummins. He's bowling to Latham, and Latham's forward and playing it firmly down towards mid-off, where there's a tumbling save that prevents some runs with Mitch Marsh across the turf.
So Mashonaland in their chase.
Yes.
Made 16, Jim.
16
in the domestic Zimbabwean T20 final. So the scorecard read duck, 1, duck, 4, duck, 1, 2, 2, duck, 4 not out.
Was this an anticipated result, do you think?
I haven't dug too deep. I'm looking for a report, but not the sort of chase that Mashonaland Eagles were after.
There has to be some kind of record. 16 in a T20 final. A final. Well, it's all right for batting here. Better than at Harare from the sound of it. These two are looking pretty good so far. They've added 15 from the overnight position. And again, Hazelwood runs in, and Ravindra leans forward and plays it away into the covers. Good morning, Craig MacMillan's joined me. How are you today?
Morning, Jim. Oh, I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, you're smiling. You think maybe a couple of runs today for New Zealand?
Well, day 2 was a good day for New Zealand.
Wasn't, yeah.
And they need another good day here on day 3. And if they can do that, then all of a sudden they might have their noses in front, perhaps, which wasn't looking likely after day 1.
Yes, I'm not sure how it's all going to happen for the bowlers here today. We're looking for reverse. We can't see any evidence at the moment. Hazelwood's around the wicket, and he's drawing him forward, and he's tapping it away on the offside. I mean, that shot Latham played in the previous Hazelwood over that went for 4 gave you a pretty good idea of the quality of the surface for batting.
Absolutely. Day 3 is historically the best day to bat here at Hagley. I think day 4 will be pretty good too, whoever's batting on day 4, but New Zealand have to make the most of the good batting conditions today. They've got 30 overs before the second new ball, so this session is effectively going to be with an older ball, a softer ball, and they have to score runs and play well during this session.
Here's Hazelwood again around the wicket. Ravindra's driving confidently down towards mid-off, and he has started confidently. That quick single down to mid-off, just as well he scurried, because Marsh was only about 10 strides from the stumps.
And it was a direct hit too, wasn't it? So it was a little bit risky, but both players look good. Latham's there for the long haul. He's going to be the player that New Zealand bat around. Ravindra's a little bit looser, looks to play his shots and will score. So they're a good combination as two left-handers together, and they've made a good start.
So Hazelwood aiming at that area around the off stump or just outside. He bowls again, and he's driven attractively past Labuschagne at cover. It's going out towards the boundary, and it will be, with the old slithering save, stopped short of the extra cover boundary, and they pick up a couple on another attractive stroke. Right. He hit that well.
I think it was a misfield by Labuschagne at cover, Jim.
It was. It went through his paws, didn't it? He had the bounce. I thought he had it covered.
Bowler will not be impressed with that. 3 bonus runs for New Zealand, but they are the sort of shots that we're going to see throughout the day from Ravindra, where he's prepared to play the drive and go on the attack.
Well, he can be sure of the surface and the bounce, and Latham now eases the ball through the onside, wide of mid-on. Cummins has got the chase back towards the boundary, and he slides and stops and saves the ball. They get another 3. Batting at the moment looks very comfortable out there. There's not much nipping off the seam at the moment, so it seems, so to speak. 2 for 155, Latham 73 and Ravindra 22.
It's another nice shot from Tom Latham. He's looked very good off his pads this innings, which is a good sign that his balance is in order. But there's certainly no real movement this morning, and Australia will have to get through this session, get through to that new ball, and then the game changes again. So New Zealand have made a really good start here.
Hazelwood goes in, Ravindra forward, watching. And when you get to the point where you're confident of going through the line, even if it's not a half volley, you know there's not a lot going off the surface. Wads is going to come in, 2 for 155 after Craig MacMillan.
Thanks, Jim. Well, it's been a really good start by New Zealand. There's been no terrors in the surface. 14 wickets fell on day 1, 8 on day 2. And I would expect if New Zealand do things right and play well with the bat, that there'll be even less on day 3. It's nice conditions, sun's out, there's a nor'easter, which is a bit of a cool breeze coming across the ground. But when you were out looking at the surface this morning, you certainly felt like if you got in and you were batting at the right time where the ball was old and didn't have a lot of shine on it, then runs could be scored. So good start, Brian Waddle from New Zealand.
Yes, Macca, and it's one of those situations where you look up or you look down. Well, if you look up and see these sorts of conditions, and as you say, the ball is older, you've got to make most of it, don't you? And
you do.
New Zealand need that. If nothing else, they need the batsmen to stand up, these batsmen, and the next 2 to come. 61's their lead, 155 for 2. Here's Cummins bowling to Latham, who's caught down the leg side. Peel for the catch. There must have been a noise. Nitin is not convinced. Neither is Pat Cummins. The keeper is convinced that he's going to go for the DRS. Must have been a noise.
I think it did Latham on the inside, so is there an inside edge or is it off the back leg?
TV umpire to director. We have a review for caught behind. On-field decision.
I certainly heard a deflection of some kind, some noise, and that's what prompted them to go. But it wasn't convincing down the far end. It was behind the stumps that it was convincing. And if I could see into the sun.
Back leg.
Okay, there appears to be a gap between the bat and the ball.
Latham will get away with this.
Please.
Of course he should get away with it. It's not out. Oh, is it?
Oh.
Okay, just take it back, please. One for him.
Oh, I've gone a bit early.
Yeah, take it.
He won't get away with it.
And just freeze it there. Okay,
Oh, wow.
No gap between the bat and the ball. I've got a spike on ultra edge. So Nitin, please reverse your decision from not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Wow.
He's on screen now, and he didn't get away with it. He was caught behind.
Oh, that's disappointment for Tom Latham and New Zealand. It's a fine innings of 73 that comes to an end, but there looked like a gap between bat and ball and then hitting the back leg, but there was just a feather of a nick that only DRS could show, and it did, and Latham's on his way.
The interesting thing was that when the first replay was, before the first replay, Latham was just a little bit nervous in his crease, after the appeal when they were discussing, and I thought perhaps he must have hit it, he knew he'd hit it, and in the end result it has been confirmed. So a howler overturned. And Daryl Mitchell comes out to bat for New Zealand, 155 for 3, just as we were saying that those two players needed to get New Zealand back into the game.
They did. They're such a key. I mean, Tom Latham was going to be the rock that New Zealand were going to bat around, but nice piece of bowling from Pat Cummins. Again, just a little bit of movement into the left-hander. There's always something happening, Wads. There's always something happening. Let's have a look. It's just nipped back a touch, and it's hard to see on the naked eye that there's an inside edge there. It actually looks like it misses the inside edge. But DRS said there's just the finest of tickles, and it did continue on to his back thigh before being caught. And there's no doubt that there is an edge on that.
Yeah, well, and that is a difficult one for an umpire.
It is.
You know, there's so much going on around there. Gloves, pads, bats, thigh pads, the whole work. And if he didn't hear it himself, then
Absolutely.
it's very hard to give that decision. And I think then that's the importance of getting it right. You know, it wasn't a wasted review. There have been a lot of frivolous reviews through this series, but that was a fair review. They weren't convinced either, were they? Cummins back over the wicket, bowls to Mitchell. First delivery, guides into the offside. A little tentatively, he plays out to Lyon, fielding at cover point.
Well, they all would have probably seen it hitting the back leg of Tom Latham, but it's whether there was a noise, and you mentioned a noise, Wads, whether there was a noise before that maybe made them think that there was an inside edge. He went up straight away, Pat Cummins. He was, did go up straight away. It was only a feather. It really was.
But it took a while to convince the committee.
So there was a little bit of surprise. They weren't 100% sure, were they?
Exactly. That's the way it goes. 155 for 3. Here's the next delivery to Mitchell. Tucked away into the offside. There'll be a single. It was pushed into the gap and got the scoreboard ticking over from Mitchell's point of view as Nathan Lyon came in from point to do the fielding. But those are the little things now that New Zealand have to do in terms of ticking over the strike. Left-hand, right-hand combinations. We talked about it yesterday. Their ability to keep the scoreboard ticking over, force the bowlers to adjust their line, go round or over the wicket.
Well, you still got that left and right hand combination, which is always a bonus, and two players at the crease that like scoring. Their natural instinct is to score first. Daryl Mitchell, important innings for him. Missed out in the first innings. Hasn't quite been at his best in recent times.
I see him as one player who can bat time. He's shown that with his technique and his ability to occupy the crease. I just wonder whether he's another victim of not having the right sort of cricket over a period of a couple of months. Here's the next one to Ravindra, played into the offside. He had that injury break, didn't he, where he couldn't play because he had a heel injury. Was he then not able to do the things that he should be doing to prepare for test matches? I don't know. I mean, I know he's a very, very hard trainer, but, those sorts of things just can get in your way, can't you? You might only put 10 minutes in where you put a quarter of an hour, or, that sort of thing. And we know that Mitchell is a good player. I mean, he's got the record to prove it. But you're right, he needs to show something here for New Zealand. Australia's starting to get back into it. That little hop in the run-up from Cummins bowls to Ravindra. Drives on the up through the cover region out towards the deep area. And he plays that shot sweetly, doesn't he, Ravindra?
He does.
And he looks at the moment as though... No, I'm not going to say he's getting in the groove. I'm not going to say that. No.
It's one of my bugbears, Wads, and it's the modern day in terms of managing players and workloads and all that. But from a batting point of view, it does concern me when batters get rested, because when you're playing well and you're in rhythm, for me, you just want to keep batting. You don't want to rest. You could take days off training. If you needed a bit of a break or a mental adjustment, have 2 days off training where you don't do any training. But I need you playing. They have that rest, and it sometimes takes them a while to get back into the swing of things.
Cummins to Mitchell, beaten down the offside, just withdrew the bat, and it's through to Carey to end the over, 157 for 3. Well, I mean, that is the point too with Devon Conway. He has been struggling to get back into his best form. He played one very good innings in the T20s, and to my mind, I didn't believe, my personal view was that he shouldn't be playing the T20s. And keeping wicket so that he can break a thumb and put him out of a test match which was a week later, that's my personal view. Other people have a different view. You may see it differently. You've played at that level, and so you've had to prepare for test matches, and you've had to mix and match what you were playing, T20s or ODIs. But with a test match coming up against Australia, I always think your batsmen need to be playing test match style and preparing test match style on the first class front.
Unfortunately, the schedule doesn't really allow it in this day and age. I think during that period of time, it was the Ford Trophy being played, so the 50-over competition in New Zealand was being played at the same time. There wasn't Plunkett Shield that they could go back and play and prepare.
Here's Hazelwood in bowling to Ravindra, who edges along the ground to third slip. and sort of very straight gully, and there's no run.
But Devon Conway, that's a good point. He's another one that had a little bit of a break.
Yep.
Played a lot of cricket in recent times, and some of it franchise.
Various forms, yep.
Chasing around the world, but came back. And sometimes you play a 2 test match series, it can take you 2 games to get back into your tempo and your rhythm and your flow of batting. The series is over. It's gone. You've only got 4 innings, and it's taking you 2 or 3 just to feel comfortable at the crease again. That's the issue I have with resting batters when they're in nick.
And New Zealand only playing 4 tests a summer. Here's Hazelwood bowling to Ravindra. Hits down on it. He's hit it pretty well down towards long leg. Good timing. It'll be fielded down there by Stark, and they get 1 and 1 only. But he's starting to look to play his strokes now, Ravindra, and with a little bit more confidence. He moves on to 24. It's 158 to 3. I'm sure the Australians have the same issue. But they're test players, and they have a program that allows their test players to play test cricket. I don't know whether they have first-class cricket going on at the same time as the test program, but I always see that what you explain as an excuse. I would have thought if you've got Australia coming to New Zealand, we love having Australia in New Zealand. That's the New Zealand attitude. They are the benchmark. We set ourselves by how they perform and how we perform against them. You've got to give them the good sort of preparation, and I don't think New Zealand have had that for this series. Australia in the field at the moment with Hazelwood bowling to Mitchell, and Mitchell works it into the onside confidently out towards square legs. Not going to go to the boundary. It's being chased out towards that boundary and will be picked up inside the boundary by Head, and they come back for 3. Goodness me, that's excellent running by Ravindra. Completed 3. Perhaps they picked out the fieldsman in the throw coming in from the deep.
There's a lot of 3s run on this ground, Wads. It is, I think, New Zealand's biggest cricket ground in terms of boundaries.
Would you and I run 3s?
No, 2s. Probably. There'll be a lot of 2s for us.
Or a quick 1.
The average number of 3s over a test match here at Hagley is 24. We've already had 17 so far in this test match. So it just shows that, yes, some grounds you can get away with not running too much that we would probably prefer, but this ground there is a lot of running to be done.
Hazelwood goes in bowling to Ravindra, who's guiding it into the gully, down towards third man. More runs for him. He'll get 2 as it's picked up out in the deep.
It's in terms of talking about the adjustment that players have to make, it really is the modern way, Wads, because you go on to quite often before you started a test series, if you toured Australia, there'd be a warm-up game. There'd be a couple of first-class games. That was the preparation you used to have when you toured. Now, tours are so tight, so condensed that it's straight into the international, straight in and out of countries. You don't get that extra match practice.
Hazelwood goes round the wicket to Ravindra, leaves the delivery down the offside, 163 for 3. Well, that was highlighted to me when New Zealand went to Australia for that pink ball test match in Perth. With no warm-up, players were there a week in advance, and somebody, a well-known Australian who I won't say in terms of identifying them, said you've got to have a couple of weeks in Australia before you are prepared to play. And I agreed with that, and New Zealand fell over in that match.
It used to be one of the discussions as a coaching group we would have was, I'm all for warm-up matches, but being first-class matches.
Hazelwood bowls to Ravindra, who ducks underneath it as it goes through to the keeper. The end of the over, 163 for 3.
And I believe that rather than just warm-ups, well, you looked at, there was a warm-up game for South Africa before their 2 test match series against New Zealand. One of the players batted 3 times over the 2 days.
Yep.
And didn't do very well over those 3 knocks. So he headed into that test with not a lot of confidence. But to me, you make them meaningful, you make them proper first-class matches, so there's consequence. If you get out, you're out. You don't get to go and have another bat in the game as match practice, and you put the onus on your bowlers. So then that hardens you up for a tough series coming up, as opposed to a flimsy warm-up where it's at 80%. You mix and match who bats and who bowls, make them proper first-class matches. But
it happens the world over now, though, doesn't it?
It does, and I wasn't preaching to the
15 men aside, everyone
needs a bat.
Yeah, and you bowl your front-line bowlers. Here's the new over being bowled by Cummins over the wicket to Mitchell. One hand taken off the bat as he flicks it away into the onside, out towards the deep backward square leg. Nathan Lyon is there to do the fielding, and he'll get a couple of runs for it. Moves to 4, 165 for 3.
If you hit those first-class matches, quite often it was 2, and the final one before the start of the first test, you were playing your test 11. Especially your batting lineup. You had your top 6 or 7 there, right, do your preparation, get the time in the middle for your confidence to feel like you're match ready, do what you need to do for that first test match.
Well, it was like New Zealand sides and Australian sides going to England.
Correct.
In the 50s, 60s and 70s. You played just about half the counties before you had a test match. Here's Mitchell turning the ball away into the onside to square leg, fielded there by Lyon.
So players don't get that, so they have to make a real mental adjustment now, because they're shifting from T20 to Test cricket, which I think is the hardest move. It's a little bit easier going from Test cricket to T20, but going from a T20 series, as both these sides have done, into Test cricket is the hardest mental adjustment in terms of tightening up your game and making those adjustments between the formats.
Yeah, I can imagine that. And it was one of the points that I made earlier, that we're often picking players in T20 and ODI to prepare them for tests rather than tests and first-class cricket to prepare them for T20s later on. Cummins bowls to Mitchell on the front foot out towards cover. Fielded, and Ravindra was backing up, and he got a reminder very quickly to turn round. Loud call of no coming there from Daryl Mitchell.
Came down a little bit farther, Ravindra.
Yeah, well, he's got that energy, hasn't he? You know that he's one of those players, if there's a run on, he'll take an extra step away from the crease. And that one was a reminder from the field. Who was that fielding out there? Is that Labuschagne who's out there? Or?
Either him or Lyon at points, isn't it? One of those two tend to be in that region.
Cummins bowls to Mitchell. Glides this one into the gully region where it's fielded, and again there's no run. 165 for 3. New Zealand's lead is 71. They've lost the wicket of Latham this morning, out for 73.
One of the things I used to do as New Zealand batting coach was, when we had played a T20 series and we're going into a test match, is the first training session afterwards would be basically a non-judgmental session. Get everything that you need to out of your system, your loose shots, your T20 shots, get them out of the system. There'll be no judgmental here. But from that point on, the next session, right, I want to see that disciplined test match batting approach that we want to see in the game. But I always gave them one session just to get it out of the system.
Yeah, well, whatever works is basically, and if you get the kind of results that you were able to get, then that's a fine way of going about it. 165 for 3. Cummins bowling to Mitchell, and Mitchell leaving down the offside. Get a little bit of movement as the ball goes past the off stump, but then it's taken down the leg side by Carey. There is a little bit of something there, but it's not alarming in terms of seam movement. If there's a bit of swing, that's fine. I mean, that's still the skills of Test cricket, isn't it?
Right, and the skills of the bowler, Pat Cummins, just getting just a little bit of nibble back in, just enough. It was still a good leave by Daryl Mitchell, but it would be boring if nothing was happening. And this has been the great thing about these two test matches. The game's been advanced. There's always something happening. You feel like there's always going to be something that's going to happen quickly.
Cummins bowls to Mitchell, whose defensive ball fairly full of length, plays it past the bowler and is followed through, but not past the fieldsman backing up behind from the onside. The end of the over, 165 for 3. Mitchell is 6, Ravindra is 26. Cummins 2 for 32 now from 15 overs. He's in the lead by 71.
It looks like a couple of Australian reserves are just running out helmets. I wonder if Nathan Lyon's not too far away from coming into the attack. Seems to be a couple of helmets and
58 overs, yeah.
No, looks like there's some shin pads as well, but he's looking like he wants to give them to Travis Head. Travis Head doesn't want them. And the helmets are now going off.
Yeah, I'm just placing the field for you, Skip.
Maybe that came from the Australian coach, Andrew McDonald.
Yeah.
Take those helmets.
Give them a message.
Yes, we want Nathan Lyon on. It's going to be Mitchell Stark instead.
Well, he won't need a helmet, but the batsmen certainly need a helmet for him coming into the bowling crease. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 59, his figures. And just a continuation of the relentless fast-medium bowling, accurate fast-medium bowling. Yes, your judgment is called in to play quite often in terms of the leave. And there's a fine line between a good leave and out, isn't there?
Well, there's only two sorts of leaves, Wads.
Yeah.
A good one and a bad one. And if you have a bad one, you know what's happened.
Exactly. Well, helicopter overhead, probably the rescue helicopter.
I think so, yeah.
Near the hospital, not too far. Walking distance. Well, walking distance from me. There are people who might like to take a ride.
Yeah.
Just down the road. Here's Stark going in, bowling to Ravindra. First ball of his new spell. Comes forward to drive. No contact made as he goes through to Carey.
So that's one of the things. It's the first ball of a new spell. You haven't seen Mitchell start, what he's doing with the ball, how it's going to come out, and look at this expansive cover drive that's just not there to drive. Goes through to Carey, there's no edge. It's lucky, but that is the looseness that Rachin Ravindra is going to have to work on in his game if he's going to become a world-class number 4 over the years.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of that in Wellington, that he was able to discipline himself in that innings that he played. I think it was the second innings, wasn't it? And, yeah, we've talked about the learning experience for new players. Stark bowls to him and is defending better, firmly, into the offside where the bowler does his own fielding.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Look, he's very new to Test cricket. He's still working out his game. He's only 24 years of age, so he's still young in nature. So you'd rather have a player that's looking to play shots and be positive, so you can work with that. But yeah, that is a loose shot, and we saw it in the first innings, didn't we, just before the lunch break? It was a similar sort of shot that he nicked.
Yeah, well, but that's the transition he has to learn, doesn't he?
He does have to learn and make some adjustment.
Yeah, it's not, well, I suppose it is natural in some people. It might be Kane Williamson. Here's the next delivery to him, which he defends. The ball runs away to green in the gully.
Well, if you're playing 50-over cricket or T20 cricket, you wouldn't even be saying that. But this is a different format that requires a different skill set and so a different batting game plan. So it's something that he's going to have to work on. I know he's probably continually, Luke Ronke, the New Zealand batting coach.
I was going to say, is it the batting coach's
of
responsibility
course.
to work with him?
Absolutely it is. And to have those discussions around the shots that are played, the options that you've got, what did the team need right at this moment? And you're having those all the time with players.
It's not a skill problem, it's a head problem, isn't it? Working on the thought processes and the disciplines that go through your mind in a test match. Stark up from the Port Hills end to Ravindra, drives back down the ground, handsome stroke, it's going to run away to the boundary for 4, slowing up, but Mitchell Marsh will just collect a nice stroke, and again playing with a very good straight bat. And that's a better example of what you were talking about. The boundary to Ravindra takes him to 30, 169 for 3.
Well, it's fuller and it's straighter, so the option is to drive. There's no doubt about that. And he's played that straight drive beautifully. He's got a nice high right elbow, but it's fuller and straighter, Wad, so it's just lean into the shot and hit it down the ground. The other one's wider and shorter, so there's more risk attached to it, but that is a fine shot.
Glove punch from the players to celebrate. The lead goes to 75 for New Zealand. Still a lot of work to be done though. Stark bowls to Ravindra, defends the ball running away into the offside, out towards the cover sweeper Travis Head, and there's one more for him, 31, 170 for the loss of 3.
Interesting that Australia have that man out on the boundary at deep point for Ravindra, which gives him that easy single through that region. I'd be tempted to leave the man up and force him to try and hit through or over.
Well, that's a difference, I suppose, in philosophies about what you're trying to achieve with specific players. I mean, there are players you have set fielding plans to almost, don't you?
Yes.
Because you know the way they play. It's an area where Ravindra has also been quite lucrative, but he does hit the ball in the air sometimes on the drive, not quite to the delivery. Stark bowls to Mitchell, who's turning towards mid-wicket and getting no run as it's fielded. The over is at an end. 59 overs the innings have been completed, 170 for 3. The batsman out today has been Latham for 73, and New Zealand lead by 76 runs. Mitchell 6, Ravindra 31. More from you, Craig MacMillan, and then Corbin Middlemas with you.
Thanks, Wads. Well, it's been a good start. You have to say by New Zealand they have lost Tom Latham, which is a big loss because of his ability to bat long periods of time. But Rachin Ravindra's looked good. He's moved along to 31, so he's going to score and score quickly. And this is a key partnership. There is no doubt. These next 4 batters for New Zealand have to do a bulk of the scoring. So Ravindra, Mitchell, Tom Blundell next, and then Glenn Phillips. The other four that have to do the heavy lifting for New Zealand over a good part of this day. And if they can do that, then it will be another good day for New Zealand, and this test will be interestingly poised. Morning, Corbin.
Morning, Macca. Nice to see you again at Hagley Oval in your city, beautiful Christchurch. The sun's out today, mid-20s, a forecast top. And Pat Cummins rumbles in from the Botanic Gardens end of the ground, digs one in short, and Ravindra ducks underneath it. I'm keen to get a little bit more from you on these two guys at the crease at the moment. So Ratchan Ravindra, we learnt a lot about him during the World Cup. It's his breakout tournament there. I know he's got a big 100 against South Africa recently, but for a lot of Australian audiences, they would know that his name's a combination of Rahul and Sachin after his parents big cricket fans. But apart from that, what should we know about him?
Well, he's been in the eyes of New Zealand cricket for some time. He's gone through all the grades, under 19 levels and that, so he's been a star from an early age.
Cummins pushing across Ravindra. It's short. He's hooking down towards the boundary. Finds the gap. Bounces away for 4. Moves to 35. New Zealand 3 for 174. The lead's up to 80.
Wasn't in control of the shot, but got it fine enough that stayed away from fine leg. It was nice height from Pat Cummins. He's done really well with his bounces throughout this innings. He's got the height just right where it's really hard to control. And Ravindra started out his career as an opening batter, first-class level for Wellington. He was an opening batter. And I wouldn't say a dour opening batter, but one that wasn't overly expansive. And I think in the last 18 months, he's really expanded his game.
Cummins to Ravindra, and he's in behind it defending the cover.
I think he grew up and his dad threw a lot of balls at him, was on bowling machines. So he's had a lot of balls from being a youngster. And I think you can see the benefit of that. Kids that hit a lot of balls tend to have a nice solid technique and tend to be further advanced than perhaps other kids that don't get that volume over the years. But really, the interesting thing was, I don't think he was going to be part of New Zealand's squad for that 50-over World Cup. Michael Bracewell did his Achilles, and that meant a slot became available.
Cummins to Ravindra, same shot, defends off the back foot to cover.
Because previous to that tournament, he'd been in and out. They'd just been testing him, they knew that he was going to be part over the coming years, and so he had the odd game here or there without really nailing it. Then Michael Bracewell did his Achilles when he was playing county cricket or T20 cricket in England. And then basically it was a like for like. Spinners, lower order players. And so he got put in that lower order slot, which was a little bit different. And then in the end, he ended up batting at the top, and the rest is history. He had a terrific tournament.
Cummins on his way in again, bowls to Ravindra. It's wide of off stump. He lets it go. So 3 down New Zealand. The lead is 80. Ravindra 35, Mitchell 6. And a lot really rests on this partnership now before the keeper's in next. That's interesting though, isn't it? To think a guy that was, as you said, not so much a dour opener, but a technically correct sort of accumulator. Whereas nowadays, I think Australian audiences would have tuned in this series and think this guy's a stroke player. That's what he does in the middle order.
And he has, and I think he's got a bit stronger as well, which has helped with that power, the ability to hit the ball, because he came in and played for New Zealand at that number 6 or 7 slot, which is a power position in T20 cricket.
Cummins to Ravindra. He's forward and driving. It's a nice shot, but picks out Marsh at mid-off.
So he has the advantage of being an opener 174 for 3. Of having the technique of an opener over his younger days, playing through the age groups and then starting first-class cricket, which has surprised me a little bit with how loose he is outside off stump. And I know the chat has been around the New Zealand team is, while he's done a lot of first-class cricket opening, he is too loose to bat in those top 2 or 3 positions. So, but at 4, you generally want a stroke maker who can put pressure back on the bowling attack, will play his shots. And I think he's certainly more suited to that role than perhaps at the top of the order.
I was about to ask that as a follow-up as to what would be the weaknesses in his game, but that's well outlined, and we saw that in Wellington, didn't we? And even in the first innings here, right before lunch, where it was a bad time for him to flush at one outside the off stump and right on the stroke of the break. But such a young cricketer, he's got so much road ahead of him, 24 years of age, the left-hander, and already a Test 100, and a big one at that, with his 240 in the mount, as the Kiwis will say, Mount Maunganui, but earlier in that series against South Africa, the first of 2 tests there.
Well, number 4's such a pivotal position in any test lineup, isn't it? Quite often 3 is as well when you look around the sides, but 4 to me has always been generally where your best batter has been positioned.
Short leg and a first slip around Mitchell. Nathan Lyons on as he whips that ball away. Mitchell to mid-wicket rather, and Labuschagne collects.
He could be in for a wee 10-over spell here, Nathan Lyon. 20 overs to the second new ball. He can tie up an end. And it's no surprise he's bowling from the Port Hills end. That's into the breeze. The easterly is coming over his right shoulder, so he might get some drift away from the right-hander.
Mitchell on strike. He's reverse sweeping. He does that so well as he picks out the player at deep backward, really regulation point. And a single taken down to Mitchell Stark, who has it back into the keeper. So Mitchell to 7, 3 for 175 New Zealand. The lead's 81. And Alex Carey will be pretty happy to see the back of Tom Latham. He dropped him last night on 59, 15 minutes before stumps. He took a catch this morning to send him on his way for 73 off Pat Cummins bowling. Not a whole lot of people went up originally. Steve Smith was dead keen on it, went to the video, and I heard you on comms at the time, Macca, and absolutely spot on. Didn't look like, if you saw the pictures, that he laid any bat on it at all. And yet the controversial Snicko technology, there was a sound wave and a spike as the ball passed the bat, and as a result, Latham had to go for 73, and gee, looked good up to that point. So Lyon gets a chance to take the ball away from the lefty. He jumps on the back foot and punches it back down the ground, a long off for 1.
Interested in the field here Nathan Lyon had for Ratchin Ravindra before that single, because they had success in Wellington bringing deep cover point up into sort of a catching position where Ravindra couldn't get on top of the bounce and just spooned it to point. They've started with him back, which is interesting because his footwork's good. That's an area he looks to hit the ball through.
Mitchell back on strike. He's back in the crease, and Risterley whips it away to Labuschagne at mid-wicket. 3 down, lead 82 for New Zealand. Gee, it's a fascinating stage of the test match, isn't it? The morning of day 3, New Zealand bat out the day, set the task of the Australians in the 4th innings of the match to try and run it down after leading on first innings. As Lyon bowls to Mitchell, trying to reverse sweep. Well stopped, Smith. He was awake to it, jumped out from first slip and knocks it down. Saves a single, whereas if Australia can pitch a couple more before lunch,
absolutely,
there's half a chance we could be done today.
Well, that's the precarious state of the match, isn't it? It sort of could tip one way or another very quickly.
Line around the wicket again. Mitchell picks up the length early and just pulls it away out into the deep and collected in the outfield by Cam Green. A single taken, end of the Nathan Lyon over. Mitchell to 8. Ravindra 36, New Zealand 3 for 177, thanks to Craig MacMillan. And we'll hear more from Macca throughout the day, and nice insight onto Ratchin Ravindra, 24-year-old batting prodigy out of New Zealand, 36 not out. And Daryl Mitchell, who moved to New Zealand in his early 20s. He's really a New Zealand sporting blue blood, as the son of John Mitchell, former All Blacks coach. Coached the Western Force domestically in Super Rugby and stints over in South Africa and in the UK. Darryl played high-level cricket in the West with first-grade premierships with Scarborough, won a couple of those, played second 11 cricket for WA, was almost miscast at one stage as a bowling all-rounder, and now we see him in the test lineup as the test number 5, and what a career he's put together. Once upon a time was playing his cricket up in Hamilton, where the family's from, but now calls Christchurch home, the 32-year-old with 5 test hundreds to his name. Geoff Lemon sits down for the first time today, cricket writer and broadcaster for many years with us now on the ABC. G'day, Geoff.
Good morning. Yeah, it's interesting. Australian grade cricket will claim any player it can around the world.
Here comes Stark on his way in again as he bowls wide of the off stump and let pass by Mitchell. He's surely a bit of a different story, though. He went to school in Perth. His dad was there coaching the Force and had great success as part of that amazing dynasty for Scarborough. But his cricket took off when he was sort of struggling to break into the WA setup and thought, you know what, I'm going to go back to New Zealand. His grandparents lived in Hamilton still and up on the top of the North Island, and he's made a pretty good fist of it, hasn't he, as an international cricketer since then.
It's interesting. So you're saying his initial plan was to try to qualify as an Australian player?
Yes. Yeah, he spent his key years in high school in WA as Stark outside the off stump. Great shot, Mitchell. Cracks it away through cover for 4. Just hopped all over that as Stark slightly overpitched. Mitchell to 12, 3 for 181. The lead is 87. So
Full-blooded. Yeah.
Played second 11 cricket, went through school there, and then basically got to the stage where it was like, right, am I staying here and trying to force my way in and what it's going to look like, or am I going to New Zealand? And he decided to go back to NZ, play first-class cricket here, work his way up through the system, and as they like to say, the rest is history.
So he would have qualified for New Zealand by lineage already.
Yep. He's 12 not out. Awaits Stark on his way in again and lets it pass outside the off stump.
It's interesting. I wonder whether you'd have a situation where a player was trying to play Shield cricket and then also play internationally for a country that wasn't Australia, or whether, had he got a break in Shield cricket, whether he would have used that to try to qualify as an Australian international rather than a New Zealand one. We haven't had a lot of players for other countries featuring in the Shield. There was a little period in the 60s or so when it happened a bit, Garfield Sobers and so on.
We have those great days too with Sean Irvine. It was towards the back of his career though, didn't he? He came out and played, and we had a few of the Zimbabwean guys.
Murray Goodwin.
That's right. Yep. Murray before that, and Andy Flower, I think, was playing out here at one stage as well, as Mitchell lets a ball pass wide at the off stump from Stark. So lead 87, New Zealand 3 down.
Vic Marks, the England off spinner, played a few seasons for WA, and Flat Jack, as he was known, off spinning all rounder from England, played a lot with Tasmania. Flat Jack Simmons, if my memory serves correctly. Did Wes Hall play a Shield season, Jim? Yeah, played one for Queensland. The great West Indian quick.
Tony Locke.
Yes.
Englishman, played WA for a number of years.
Locke and Laker.
Here comes Stark again, pushing across the right-handed Mitchell, who drives, and now there's a cover in as Marnus Labuschagne skips across to retrieve it. The helicopter's just taking off from the hospital next door, so that is the noise you can hear, not just in our effects mic, but also in the stump mic. So that is well heard by everybody at the ground here at Hagley Oval, and I hope all is okay on that front.
But yes, not a lot of it, and it would have been particularly unusual to have, say, a regular Shield player appearing over multiple seasons while also going off to play for another country that wasn't Australia. It could have happened with Daryl Mitchell had things gone a bit differently in the West.
He's 12 not out. Ravindra on 36. Stark on his way in. Bowls a full ball, and Mitchell pushes it out through to point and picked up by Green. Coming up from the gully. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 3 for 181 as we're just about done in the first hour here on day 3. Just recapping the wicket before Tom Latham caught by handy use of the technology from the Australians. Geoff, we were chatting about this about the same time yesterday. Caught nicking through to Carey. Carey didn't go up. Steve Smith was dead keen on it. In the end, he convinced Pat Cummins, the bowler, and Latham was out for 73. Latham was pretty confident when Australia decided to use a review. He was given not out on field, said, yep, didn't hit that, I'll be fine. And the sound wave registered a spike as it passed the bat, and that is the trigger for the TV umpire, Michael Golf, and Latham was sent on his bike. He was out for 73.
It's quite amusing. You will still have former players to this day on commentary who will swear blind. They will say, you always know when you've hit the ball, where clearly the technology shows that you don't. Clearly the technology shows that if you didn't feel the fact that you hit the ball, then you will swear that you didn't. You just didn't have anything to prove otherwise previously.
Line around the wicket, starts a new over on leg stump. Ravindra tucks it off his pads. Out to deep backward square leg, and will pick up a single, so he moves to 37. 3 for 182, New Zealand.
So it's the ultimate confirmation bias thing. The times when you know you've hit it, you know that you've hit it. And the times when you think you didn't, you think you didn't. But as it turns out, there are times when you think you didn't, but you did. It'd be interesting to run the DRS over a bunch of those from the 70s or 80s and see what came up. Some of those contentious decisions from times past, if we could somehow get the time machine out.
Mitchell back on strike, so to the right-hander here is always down, trying to play with, I think, initially a sweep shot, and then in the end just tried to block it with a horizontal bat. Popped up, Carey and Smith said, how's that? But not a great deal of an appeal, maybe a bump ball straight into the ground before it bobbled up to the keeper Carey. A very unusual position for Mitchell to get himself in, who he is a big sweeper of the ball. He used his footwork here, lifts it over mid-off, down towards the boundary. And I think that's gone all the way. Those in the front row are signalling, and that is 6. Mitchell saw it nice and early, came dancing down the track and lifts it over the long off rope. for 6 runs.
Well, there was no turn really on offer there for Lyon. We did see Phillips turn the ball substantially yesterday when he got Alex Carey out, but Lyon hasn't been getting much purchase from this pitch so far, and well, Daryl Mitchell's just such a strong player. He's uncomplicated. He likes to hit straight, long off and long on. His preferred method for the big shots, and that's where he goes this time, over long off.
It's dumped straight into the padding on the rope. So that should be 6. We'll have a few more looks at it before we get a confirmation. Right on 12 noon local time, so play underway for an hour. Forecast top of 25 today. And 1 man out, Latham for 73, having added 8 to his overnight score.
Still seeing replays of this. I'm not sure why. You can clearly see the cushion bending from the top down.
If you are watching on television, by the way, that's our box up behind it. So there's the grass bank, there's a few people sitting in front of us, and the big sea container behind us is where we are situated. Finally, 6 signalled. Mitchell moves to 18. Lyons on his way in as he bowls to Mitchell, who's reverse sweeping. Smith diving out at first slip, got a hand to it, knocks it down. Mitchell is a big sweeper of the ball, and it's something he does extremely well, plays them in both the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep.
That's a magnificent bit of fielding from Smith, a full dive to his right.
Mitchell's back and just pushes it back to the bowler. Lyon fields on his follow-through. Just while I'm on that era of WA grade cricket too. So Daryl Mitchell goes on to play for New Zealand. There was a guy named Dean Brownlee, who you would know, of course.
In New Zealand.
Played Test cricket, scored a Test 100. He was a very good first-grade cricketer for Mount Lawley for many years, as Lyons on his way in, outside the off stump, and Mitchell defends out on the offside. End of the over. 3 for 188. The lead is 94, having trailed by 94 in the first innings. So New Zealand effectively 3 for 94 at drinks on day 3. And of course, Luke Ronke, who played for many years first-class cricket and, for Western Australia, and then decided later in his career that he was going to go back to his native New Zealand, and ends up playing in a World Cup final and everything else for the Black Caps.
He played a couple of games for Australia too.
He did.
Early on, yes. And then sat out the qualification period and managed to get going for New Zealand later.
He's got 100 for Australia right here. Yeah, right. There you go. So he's on the list of the dual international cricketers.
Yes.
But it's Luke Ronke, and he's batting coach for the Black Caps. So we've seen him throughout the series as well. It's great to be able to catch up with the former WA keeper. Ravindra's 38 not out. Mitchell's on 18. The lead's 94 for New Zealand, 3 for 188. We might just reset here at drinks on day 3. Change of comms is coming up as well. Jim Maxwell is about to make his way in to join Geoff Lemon. Hour into play on day 3. New Zealand 3 for 188. The lead's 94 with drinks on the field.
Happy rugby league.
Bludging on the blind side.
There's somehow a stink erupt in respect round. Yes. Which is bound to happen, obviously, because it's rugby league. But that's right. Yeah, I know. What's wrong with that?
Roy and HG are back.
Sydney University is no stranger to taking money from corporations. No, I know. Anyway, there's an image here of the research centre, HG. It just appears to be a VIP room at your local pub.
Bludging on the blind side. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the red cricket button.
Here's Cummins bowling to Latham, who's caught down the leg side. Peel for the catch. There must have been a noise. Keeper is convinced that he's going to go for the DRS.
Just freeze it now.
Oh, wow.
Between the bat and the ball, I've got a spike on ultra edge. So Nitin, please reverse your decision from not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Wow. That's disappointment for Tom Latham and New Zealand. It's a fine innings of 73 that comes to an end, but there looked like a gap between bat and ball and then hitting the back leg, but there was just a feather of a nick that only DRS could show, and it did, and Latham's on his way.
Yes, that 1 wicket in the first hour, and gives Australia some encouragement on a pitch that looks fairly bland and comfortable for batting. And Ravindra's played very well so far to make 37 and New Zealand up to 3 for 188. So we've had a pause for refreshment. We've seen Daryl Mitchell lift the ball over long off for 6 and indulge in a few reverse sweeps, which doesn't seem to me to be the percentage shot, but it's not about percentages anymore, is it? So it seems.
It's about having a good time, Jim.
It is, yes. There's a lot of that element of T20 in this as Ravindra plays the first ball from Stark after drinks back down the pitch, 3 for 188. Yes, you don't think about it as old batsmen like Jeffrey Boycott and Barrington would, in a situation like this, take all risk out of the game.
Well, I can tell you who I'd rather watch batting.
I agree with that. But sometimes I think you got to bat to the circumstances a bit and take care with your ball selection. Stark charges up and bowls, and Ravindra plays it away down there on the onside. Yes, the spectacle's important. We like people taking risks. The risk rewards become paramount in the game, perhaps out of the influence of T20, which has been a powerful and important influence in the look of the game.
Well, and I think something like 50-over cricket as well, when you look at what Daryl Mitchell's done in that format, he's been a player who's been able to take innings by the scruff of the neck. We saw him do that a couple of times during the World Cup. He bats long in that 50-over format. He makes hundreds. He hangs around for long periods of time in hot and difficult conditions.
Stark charges up and bowls again. Ravindra is edging along the turf straight to Cameron Green, who's down there in the gully.
And that 50-over style is that mix of defence and attack. You've got to know when to take on the bowlers. You're not going as wildly as you would in a T20 game. There are more elements of both the long and the short form, and he's been able to do that. I don't mind him coming out and saying, well, it's a beautiful sunny day. It's the best batting conditions of the Test match. Maybe the way for me to succeed here is to take something of that sort of approach, have that proactiveness as well as having a sound defence when necessary. Lions not turning the ball much. There's a gap there. Why not try to access it?
Stark comes in and bowls to him, and he's playing and missing outside the off-stump. Stark every now and then bowls that wicket-taking ball. That's why he's a great strike bowler. And fancy went fairly close to Ravindra's edge as he pushed at that and then posthumously withdrew.
And I think that's the other factor here, is that the quality of the Australian bowling attack means that chances will come no matter how you're playing. So if you're proceeding more defensively, you're not getting runs on the board, you're not increasing that lead. If you increase that lead, you start to put Australia under more pressure. They're 94 up, they push that past 100. Australia start thinking about what they can chase.
Stark goes up, Ravindra's forward and plays the ball back down the pitch here. So Stark's doing good things here, and he's threatening every now and then. Yes, he might overpitch or underpitch. That's the way it goes out of his hand sometimes. But in between, he's up to, what's he up to now? 358 Test wickets.
Yes.
One more in this innings. Getting young early on. And it's fascinating to watch him. There's a lot of talk about bowlers, of course, when they get into their mid-30s, 34 in Stark's case. How much longer have they got in the game? Stark bowls, Ravindra's driving and sending it straight up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by a staggering, almost collapsing Mitch Marsh. He lost his balance, but stopped the ball. 3 for 188 at the end of the over. Mitchell's 18 and Ravindra's 37.
And it gives you some sense of the magnitude of what James Anderson achieved yesterday that we're talking about. Mitchell Stark with 350 Test wickets, and Anderson has literally twice as many as that, going to 700. Yesterday, that vast career, it was the sort of silly period of maybe even 10 years ago where people would get stuck into him for being not as good a bowler as people made out, and that he only took wickets in home conditions and so on, which simply isn't the case. But 700 wickets at an average of 26. I think his home average is 24 and his away is just on 30, which is still pretty good.
Now, line over the wicket, he's bowling at Mitchell, who pushes him away down towards mid-off. So we've gone the 6-3 field again. 5-4. There's the bloke down there at deep backward reverse sweep position. with a slip at cover and a mid-off. Line bowling. Back he goes and defends well on the offside. So we've got a backward square short leg mid-wicket, a deepish mid-wicket and a long on. The obligatory long on for Nathan Lyon. Not much in the surface for him to exploit here. He's just got to be wily as ever. He goes up and he bowls it, and it's pushed away firmly towards mid-on, but not past mid-wicket where Labuschagne is on the leaping chase and stop to prevent the easy single down the ground. So Lyon just working with various changes of flight and spin, and he's pitching up, and it's pushed again by Mitchell down the pitch. So it's the more temptation for Mitchell to play that reverse when he's bowling around the wicket than over. I wonder. Anyway, we're watching. He's over the wicket. He's bowling to Mitchell, and Mitchell does play the reverse. There you go. It was just on line. As soon as he sees it from the hand, he goes for the shot. See, is that a percentage shot? He gets one run to deep backward point. And he could be top edging it to Smith at slip. It could go anywhere if he doesn't get it right.
Yeah, I wonder when the sweeper's back about playing that shot. They've got that deep backward point there to keep it to one.
Ravindra facing Lyon around the wicket, and he leans on it and punches it up the offside to complete the over. 3 for 189. Yes, if there is certainty in the shot you're playing, and probably on this surface there's more certainty than there would have been at the Basin Reserve.
But there are conventional ways to play and conventional ways to get out that don't draw the same sort of criticism. If you try to drive that ball to mid-off and you get the timing wrong and chip one back to the bowler, people say, oh, well, unlucky, because you're playing a conventional shot. You don't come in for the same sort of criticism. Is it more risky than trying to find a run in front of square into a gap? I don't know.
It's the look of how you get out sometimes.
Yeah.
Right?
Optics. Cricket is about the optics at times.
And then, that's the discussion with Carey's sweeps and reverse sweeps, because he scored a lot of very good runs playing that shot. But then he gets out like he did yesterday, given the situation of the game, and you think, well, that was stupid. Stark charges up and bowls it, and it's wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to go through to the keeper. Our dear friend Barry Sanderson's written a very nice piece about the whys and wherefores of the plus and minuses of the Carey sweep.
Right. Well, you think back to Wellington, and he got out playing 2 cover drives. Twice.
Yeah.
So does that mean the cover drive's a terrible shot and you should never play it? Probably not. It just means you should play it better.
Yeah.
You shouldn't hit it in the air to the man at short cover.
It's the execution.
Yes.
Is what we were talking about here, yes.
So is it not also the execution of the sweep shot?
It is a Stark who charges up and he bowls it, and it's driven back, and he stops it in his follow through. And another example of that was Pope early on in that series that's just been completed in India, playing the sweep all the time and making a brilliant century that ended up winning the game.
Yes, from an almost impossible position, made 194, was it?
Yep.
And took them on and then barely made a run for the rest of the trip. So sometimes you use up all your fortune in one innings.
2 men deep on the onside here. Mitchell's facing and Mitchell's turning, and he's getting a run off something. Just trickles away behind square, and umpire Menon, yes, he's touching his leg, so it's a leg by. 3 for 190. Mitchell on 19. And it's Latham, the man out for, what did he get, 73?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mitchell versus Mitchell at the moment. Harking back to previous iterations of the Australian team where every second player was Mitchell for a while.
Oh, how many did we get to? 3, 4?
We had Mitchell Marsh, Mitchell Stark, Mitchell. We had
Mitch Beer once.
Johnson. Yes.
In game, 40 goes, he pushes away down the offside and misses. That's the name of an actual racing trainer from Albury. Is Mitch Beer. It was Michael Beer, wasn't it? How many other Mitches have we had?
Well, we had Johnson, Stark, and Marsh in the team all at once.
That's right.
In 2015.
Yeah. So we've got an Alex and an Usman, a Steve and a Cameron.
Yep.
Yeah. A Nathan.
Quite a few Camerons kicking around domestic cricket at the moment.
Not many Marnuses.
Not a lot of Marnuses. There might be more being born.
Stark in. Away goes Ravindra down the leg side. He tried to turn, missed it. May have glanced the pad. Taken low down by Carey.
Might be a few enthusiasts out there looking at their newborn offspring and thinking, Marnus, that's a nice name.
I'll tell you, it is a lovely name, Marcus.
Marcus.
It's a Marcus Waddle. Did you know that?
Is that?
Wads has just had his second grandchild 2 days ago.
Congratulations.
Marcus Alexander Peter Waddle.
Map
Waddle.
You'll know where he's going.
Stark charges in again, and it's short, and he pulls it down and away through mid-wicket past Cummins. It's running away towards the boundary. Cummins pursuing, and he cannot get to it, or can he? Yes. Just inside the rope down at the far end of the ground, the Botanical Gardens end, and they came back to make 3 on that pull stroke. Stark testing the surface, and it came up nice and friendly, quiet for Ravindra to go to 40 at the end of the over. It's 3 for 193.
Well, that was loopy off the bat of Ravindra. He didn't get a full piece of that. It was top edgy near the toe, but it lobbed away nicely into the gap and then rolled slowly towards the rope. So the ball pulled up. Cummins didn't actually have to tap it back. He was just able to walk up near the rope and collect it. Makes it easy for you sometimes. Like that one in Wellington where Matt Henry went careering over the rope because the ball had stopped and he couldn't dive after it because he might have knocked it on. So he just had to throw himself out of the field of play and try to avoid the ball, which was...
Did he headbutt the fence?
He went into the fence with his arms and shoulders, I think.
Now Lyons bowling on the back for giving himself room. Ravindra punches out into the covers but doesn't get a run. So got Lyon bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, trying to find something in this surface which looks pretty docile at the moment. He goes back again, gives himself room, being able to easily predict and be sure of the bounce off the back foot to cover.
Lyon will be interested here. That first one was bang on target, heading towards middle stump. He just got the bat in the way, Ravindra.
Ravindra goes in again, and he's forward, pushing down on the onside. Yes, it's that the straight honour that can do some damage if he gets it right. And hitting the pads or even the stumps if the batsman misjudges the length and the pace of it. Lyon tries once more down the pitch. He has a swat, and that's gone over wide mid-on, and away one bounce over the fence, over the rope, into the crowd in front of us for 4. That was a good larrup from Ravindra. He picked the right one to go after, and it was a sure shot, convincingly whacked away to the boundary.
Well, it looked like that brought up a divot as well. I saw something go flying over the fence just in front of our commentary position down here, where at the Port Hills end of the ground. Looked like it took a chunk of something. Maybe it was a peg from the ropes.
Lyon again, Ravindra back, and watches the ball carefully away to the onside. Well, he's picking his moment at this stage, just waiting for the right ball, and his judgment has been pretty good. He's 44 not out. This very attractive left-handed batsman. Line bowls to Ravindra forward, watching the length delivery, and umpire Erasmus says over. 3 for 197. Mitchell 19, Ravindra 44 at the end of that over.
A bit hard in the mouth at times, the way that Ravindra backs away 3 or 4 times that over, backing away to the leg side, exposing the stumps, and then flashing the blade through the ball. It's the kind of thing that'll keep Lyon very interested. Just needs to get one to misbehave slightly, a bit of turn or going on with the arm. He's bowling around the wicket at the left-hander, so if he can spear one in that evades the inside edge and hits the leg stump. And then we see Ravindra pull out that shot, the one that he used a lot during the World Cup, lofting over the onside against the spin. So that's one that he hit extremely nicely, very nearly picked up 6 in that last over, and so that'll have him interested next time Lyon's bowling. Maybe repeat the dose, go a bit longer and a bit squarer into the mid-wicket crowd.
So Daryl Mitchell is facing. Stark runs in, starts the over, and he leans on a ball that's pitched up and just pokes it carefully away to Labuschagne is out there in the covers. So great sight around the ground here. Another full house of 8 to 9,000 basking in the sunshine. It's a slip, slop, slap day here. I don't know what the temperature is outside, but it feels warmer today than yesterday when there was a breeze.
Well, the forecast was to top out around 27 maybe, but it was still pretty cool when we were arriving this morning. I'll have to do a lap of the commentary box, figure out what's going on out there.
Stark charges up and he's on the back foot and he spears it away behind point past a diving lion. And diving lions are rare in New Zealand, I have to tell you, as they get a couple of runs on the back foot slide towards the pavilion in the distance. And they ended up with 3, yes. Lion couldn't cut it off. Just, again, Stark testing the surface out by banging it in. Another good stroke.
It's a rare misfield from Lion as well. He did get his thumb to that. He got the hand in line with the ball and just didn't quite read the bounce off the surface. You often get that with the ball behind point that spins a bit on the second bounce if it's cut away off the face of the bat or if it's pulled away. Those rotations on the ball can change its direction after it lands.
200 comes up, 3 for 200. Stark runs in. Ravindra is pushing and getting another run or two here. He's allowed the ball to come and use the pace of it, and it's headed off towards backward point. And Nathan Lyon around there. Oh, he was a point a moment ago.
He was.
And now he's down here at third man.
Well, that was a terrific bit of running as well because Ravindra took off for the first one very quickly and it turned around at the non-striker's end and was a couple of paces down scoping it out before deciding to come through for the second. Gave himself the opportunity to make the second an easy run rather than needing to feel any anxiety when he took on the arm.
A couple of runs and Stark bowls. Ravindra plays back and eases it out on the offside to Labuschagne, who's at cover. Well, it must be a little cool out there. A number of these Australian players have got sweaters on. So there's still a sense of a breeze coming from some or others to cool everyone off on what looks from where we are behind our sea container glass looking out on the crowd. It's quite warm in here. That's why we've got a little bit of air con.
We're fooled in here. We're sitting in the terrarium and we don't realise there's quite a cool breeze outside.
Stark tries again. Ravindra's pulling away at a short ball, tugging it in front of square or just along the line of square for a single. Travis Head is the one collecting the ball and throwing it back, and New Zealand are getting a little bit more momentum in their partnership after the loss of Latham's wicket. Rather surprisingly, a little inside edge detected by the technology that popped up to Carey from the bowling of Cummins. That was in the air, wasn't it?
Didn't get onto that either. That last pull shot wasn't quite struck. It was top edgy. It limped away, really.
Ravindra to 47. Mitchell back on strike as Stark bowls to him and he leaves the ball across his bows outside the off stump. Umpire McKay says that is the end of the over. And we're going to have the double change. Grandfather Brian is going to come in and join Dad, Mr. X.
Thank you, Jim. It's been a nice start for New Zealand here. The wicket quite clearly is flattened out and we've reached a bit of a batting paradise here. 3 for 203. Mitchell, who's been there for now 38 balls, hasn't been troubled. Ravindra occasionally wafting at the odd big drive. Welcome back, Brian.
Thank you very much. Yes, the makings of an excellent day's Test cricket. We had a really good day yesterday. I thought it was the good cut and thrust you expect from Test cricket. New Zealand looking to recover from first innings deficit of nearly 194, and now the work to try and establish a good lead. Here's Ravindra getting a ball on the back foot and playing out towards the deep extra cover region, point more than the sweeper. And it'll be fielded out there, but not before one run has been taken. 204 for 3. Ravindra is 48. Mitchell is 22. The lead is 110.
So what's that? They've scored 70 this morning. It's a pretty good clip, isn't it? Is that my maths right? So they lead by 40 overnight.
Well,
110.
If that's 70. What it was, 70.
Yeah.
Line back over the wicket, bowling to Mitchell, who sweeps down towards deep backward square leg. That's gone for 4. Nice stroke. Saw the length early and was able to sweep along the carpet all the way to the boundary for 4. 208 for 3. And that is... We'll have Mitchell's score. 50-run partnership brought up as well. 53, of which both batsmen have scored 26. So there must be an extra in there somewhere. How's your maths on that? All right?
Yeah, 52, 26 and 26.
Lyon bowls to Mitchell, who's back onto his stumps and punching it up towards mid-on. Lyon does his own fielding. Yeah, well, if that's over 74 runs in a morning session,
well,
is good going for the loss of 1 wicket. If you can get 80 and 90, which seems likely, as Lyon bowls to Mitchell, leading forward, just pushing it out towards short extra cover where it fielded. That's still cricket.
Well, we've still got 35 minutes to go. They're going to score more than... They can score well more than 80 or 90.
Well,
particularly
they
the way
score 100.
Particularly the way they're playing Nathan Lyon. I love this from Mitchell in particular.
Lyon bowls to him and he's back under his stumps. The ball pushed through a little bit quicker and he just punches it out towards long on. Hazelwood's there to do the fielding. 1 more is taken. 209 for 3 in the 69th over of the innings. So a new ball is 10 overs, 11 overs away. Mitchell is 27. Ravindra is 48. And if you're a New Zealand fan, you'd look at this and say this is a setup for still another good couple of batsmen to come in. Blundell has a good test match record down the order for New Zealand and at the top of the order as well. Round the wicket line goes to Ravindra, gives himself some room, drives it out towards the cover sweeper. He plays that shot well, Ravindra, doesn't he? He reads the off spinner and he gets outside it and hits it to the cover sweeper. 49 he is. 210 for 3, 116 for 2. And it's... I'm interested in the fact, you say it happens quite regularly. I don't see a lot of Nathan Lyon, but I see him at test match level, that players are prepared to use their feet to it because it doesn't seem, to my mind, that a lot of test players take that kind of approach to, particularly Nathan Lyon. And Ashwin's another one. You don't often see them use their feet to him when he's in control.
Well, generally in wickets that we see at test match level, and particularly in the subcontinent from Lyon and Ashwin in particular, they get so much off the pitch, so much assistance off the wicket that it is quite hard to use your feet and cover some of that spin. But in these conditions where they're very true, you know, he gets a lot of bounce, Nathan Lyon, so being able to come down the wicket and try and, you know, cover that spin and mix up Nathan's length, it brings about him just changing his length to a little bit shorter. And as you mentioned, Ravindra is so quick to go back. So, you know, we often associate good footwork with coming down the pitch, but I think a feature of Ravindra's game, and we saw it in Wellington, it brought about his dismissal in the end with that extra bounce, but he's so quick to go back and punch it out to that deep sweeper.
And I think this is probably more settled bounce. That was uneven and inconsistent bounce.
It was, yeah. So, as I said, in these conditions where it's true, this is a really good batting wicket now.
Marsh back into the attack, bowls to Ravindra, who drives back past the bowler, down the ground for 4 and a half century. Quick to their feet, the spectators down in front of us, and that is a handsome stroke from the bat of Rachin Ravindra. 50 off 96 deliveries. And he deserves the applause he's getting. You don't often get standing O's for 50, but quite clearly the crowd love Rachin Ravindra.
Well, they've loved what they've seen here this morning. It was a little edgy last night. A few big drives on the up, but he's been nice and solid here today. Some very good ball selection, as Jim would call it. That was a lovely shot to bring up the half century. A beautiful on drive back past Mitchell Marsh.
Next delivery is wide of the off stump. A better line from Marsh through to wicketkeeper Carey. Big gap between Slipfield. Now Steve Smith goes over to, is that Kawaja standing there?
That's Usman at like a fourth slip, isn't he?
Fourth slip, yeah. Do you want to come a little bit closer, Uzi? No? We'll leave the gap there.
So they're running with a 7-2 field here, Mitchell Marsh. So he's going to keep the ball full and wide. They've got a couple of catches at cover. 3 men in the court, and including Green at
gully.
Marsh bowls again to Ravindra, who drives into the ground and bounced up on the offside. They get a single as Cummins comes across to do the fielding. And one more for him, 54, 215 for 3.
So it hasn't quite worked out for Mitchell Marsh this over, but I reckon they're just going to try and test the patience of Ravindra, particularly outside off stump. As I mentioned, he did go out a few drives last night that probably weren't quite there. So it looks like that's the plan B here for Australia.
You talk about the fact that Lyon gets bounced. You as a spinner would know. Is that due to the revs he gets on the ball and the seam hitting the spot? Because he does hit the seam well.
He does. He gets a lot of overspin. The seam position, if he's bowling to a left-hander, is spinning towards the first slip. So he's not a tall guy, but the amount of revs he gets on the ball and the seam position brings about a lot of that bounce.
An expert at it. Marsh bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell tickles down fine and down to the boundary for 4. Nathan Lyons down in the deep. It's come from the inside edge of the bat, and Mitchell takes another boundary. 219 for 3. Mitchell is 31. And Ravindra is 54.
Yeah, they're continuing on these two. Runs are just starting to flow freely. We reached this position last night with Latham and Williamson until Pat Cummins was able to sneak one through the defence of King Kane.
Marsh up from the Botanical Gardens end to Mitchell. No stroke from him. Bat held high and through to Carey.
But, Australia aren't immune to go searching. It hasn't happened a lot for them recently, but, life's not so easy out in the middle just at the moment.
Well, this is why teams do their research too, isn't it, into players, where they can best put their field, what kind of approach do we want to attack, leg stump, middle stump, fourth stump, whatever, do we want the short approach? You've got all those options open to you. Marsh bowls to Mitchell, who's on the back foot, then walking forward into his defensive stroke, out towards extra cover where it's fielded and the over comes to an end. 4 bowled by Marsh, none for 15 his figures. Ravindra 54, Mitchell 31 and 219 for 3. A partnership worth 64 between this pair. We've had 70 overs, so 10 overs to a new ball. It's time to try a few of those little things, isn't it?
It is,
before the new ball comes in.
This is the great thing about Test cricket. You are testing the game plan and the skill set of the opposition. I was about to touch on the way that Daryl Mitchell's played Nathan Lyon so far. He pulled out the reverse sweep really early. And Australia knew that he was going to because they had the deep point in position. But the fact that he was able to do it and did it 2 or 3 times meant that Australia had to drag a guy over from the leg side and plug that gap. So he wasn't getting easy singles, which in turn opens up the leg side. And since then we've seen some sweep shots and clips through mid-wicket off Mitchell. It's
Lyon round the wicket to Ravindra, gives himself some room and punches it out towards the cover sweeper for a single to take his score to 55, 220 for 3. I'm not a great fan of that. I know that the reverse sweep comes out often, but while you're scoring runs in other regions, I see that as an option when you find the run drying up almost, but it's obviously Mitchell's plan of attack to try and dominate the spinner. He's back over the wicket to him and across the crease in defence. He's not giving him any air or much chance to reverse sweep. He's pushing it through a little quicker.
Well, it's getting on the front foot, which is the part of the game I like. It's not allowing Nathan Lyon to bowl at Daryl Mitchell. It's not allowing Nathan Lyon to settle into a routine. If Mitchell's out there, first couple of balls, plays one of those shots.
Here's his next delivery, back onto his stumps again, playing side on, punching it up towards mid-on.
Which he clearly practices a lot. He's going out there with the thought process, and I'm sure he does. The thought process, right, this is what I'm going to do, and this is what Australia will do when I get away with it a few times.
Line to Mitchell, and this one is slower delivery, and he just stood in his crease, playing a similar defensive stroke without much power. Back along the pitch, 220 for 3, a lead of 126.
And it comes back to the way Marnus was batting last Test match. If you just allow bowlers to bowl at you, they'll do it all day at this level.
Lyon over the wicket to Mitchell, back onto his stumps. Similar delivery, similar shot, back along the pitch. Lyon does his own fielding.
But as soon as you start problem solving and problem creating for the opposition, then, the opposition are taking their mind off what they actually want to be doing, which is just the routine, land it on off stump and see what happens.
Lyon again to Mitchell, and a similar to the previous delivery. Back onto his stumps with the back foot planted and gently pushing it back into the onside. Nothing there to have a hit. Mitchell disciplined himself well. 31 from 50 deliveries for the right-hander. Ravindra is 55. His have come from 99, so he's starting to develop that application at the crease that he certainly needs and New Zealand needs, because this session and the next one are going to determine where the test match is heading in terms of advantage. If New Zealand is able to take this score through to, say, 400 by stumps tonight, then there's a lead of 300, and depending on how many wickets you've got. You know, you might not defend 300 against an Australian side here. Marsh bowling to Ravindra, no stroke from the batsman wide of the stump, but you at least give yourself something that gives you some credibility and ability to create some pressure.
Yeah, spot on. 300 would be the minimum, I would suggest. So that means that New Zealand have to make their total through to 400 in this innings. But yeah, you'd say 300 would be the minimum, particularly the way Henry's bowling. Like, he is just leading that attack, and you know he'll get 4 or 5 cracks at having a go at Australia if they've got a 300 run lead. But you know the way it's going, that's only 180 runs away. We've seen 85 runs in this session, so they'll be sneaking up around that mark.
Marsh bowls to Ravindra, no stroke again down the offside as it's taken by Carey. Yeah, well, you're right about Henry. He has developed to be, as we've called, the leader of the attack. Somebody almost likened him to New Zealand's Hazelwood. Well, they're slightly different bowlers, but he is constantly there and at him. Maybe a little bit wider at times than Hazelwood, I don't know, but a similar role, and he's leading the bowling.
Well, the fact that he hasn't got the same support makes his return even better. You know, he's 7 for 60 or 7 for 70.
Marsh into the left-hander Ravindra, who's taken on the pad high, but not one that... In fact, it might have been above the pad.
We might have a little delay here, I think.
Yes, he looks as though some tenderness is needed, and he'll squat for a period of time out the way. And the only tenderness he gets comes from Daryl Mitchell.
But yeah, the fact that Tim Southey, I think we've spoken a little bit about it, his pace is right down and not extracting the same amount of movement off the wicket. Sears playing in his first test match. Kugelheim, who's that sort of bowl at pace and we'll set a defensive field. So Henry's not getting the same support that Hazelwood's getting from his quicks.
220 for 3. Ravindra waits for the next delivery from Marsh, and this one has him slashing wildly, and that was a response to the previous delivery, wasn't it?
Well, you were only just mentioning that Ravindra has seemed to have knuckled down and he's learning a few lessons, but that was a filthy swipe. That was a front foot down the middle of the wicket,
and Daryl's come to tell him.
So that's a cut shot. That's a ball that you can be cutting off the back foot
without removing your feet.
He's put his front foot straight down the wicket, and just a filthy swipe with the left leg up in the air.
220 for 3. Marsh again from the Botanical Gardens end, bowls to Ravindra. Much better. Leaving the ball down the offside as it goes through to wicketkeeper Carey.
So I touched on it briefly last over. This is what Mitch Marsh was a little erratic in his first over. This is the plan he was trying to implement. They've got a loaded offside field. They've got a couple of catches at cover. They've got a deep point out. A couple of catches in there for the neck. Mitchell Marsh is just sliding it across the left-hander, playing on the patience of Ravindra. They know that if they put enough balls out there, he's eventually going to have a little swipe at one.
220 for 3. Marsh again to him, and another leave. And that's much better from Ravindra, and a good over completed by Marsh. None for 15 off 5 for him. 126 is the lead. Mitchell is 31, Ravindra is 55.
So there's a lot of cat and mouse out there. This is great.
Yeah,
this is great. This is the great thing about this form of the game, that there's momentum swings, and you feel like one wicket will change it again. And if these two are still there in an hour, then Australia is starting to worry.
Well, it's interesting in as much as it allows too for you and I to look and see what they are doing and what they're trying to achieve, and whether those are the sorts of things that make cricket such a fascination, and people sit on the banks enjoying that. And when they're sitting on a bank on a day like today, which
beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful. They're going to get pretty cooked out there before the day's over, and well oiled. Here's Lyon bowling to Mitchell, back on his stumps, turns it out square towards the man coming in from the deep. underarms the return. Who's that? Is that Green out there?
That's Green, Manning, deep backward square. So that's what I'm talking about there, Wads. There are huge gaps in the leg side now. So as soon as Nathan Lyon gets on the stumps, Daryl Mitchell's got an easy single. So the cat and mouse continues. Australia, he's got the Australian off spinner thinking about his plans and his field settings. So he's now going to come over the wicket to Ravindra, which is certainly not plan A or B, I wouldn't have thought, for Nathan Lyon.
Well, we've seen one of the shots that he plays against Lyon, and that means giving himself, a step back to keep the ball on the offside, to play on the offside. Here is the first delivery term, and he's forward, playing defensively, fuller in length, and played defensively.
So this to me is just another test of Ravindra's patience. They're just happy stacking some dots, because unless he makes a mistake or plays a big shot, there's no real way Nathan Lyon can get him out from over the wicket with this angle.
Up he goes again to Ravindra, who pads away a ball, pitching outside the line of the leg stump, no stroke off it. Ball runs away down towards short fine leg. Would have been a single had he played a shot, but no shot off it means no run. 221 for 3.
So they're testing the patience. Daryl Mitchell's sort of onto it. He's come down to pat the wicket and take a few seconds out of the game, make sure that Ravindra is staying on his game here.
Lyon bowls to him, and this one has him on the back foot. A little bit quicker too. Hurried through, but he managed to get the bat down and play it. So the varieties that Lyon possesses. And again, you see Mitchell walk up.
He comes again, yeah. So he's onto Australia's plan here. He's just trying to settle his partner down. He can see that he's a little edgy and keen to feel bat on ball and keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Lyon bowls to Ravindra, who's forward, driving up towards mid-off. Good firm stroke, but no run for him. Well, of course, we've seen a change too in Mitchell's batting, haven't we? He's been prepared to just stay and play the defensive stroke. He played out and over from Lyon rather than go looking. Lyon again, bowling to Ravindra, who's on the front foot defending. Good over, and well played too. That's good test cricket, love it. 221 for 3, 127 is the lead for New Zealand, and Ravindra is 55, Mitchell is 32. The man out today was Latham, who was out for 74. More from you, Xavier, and then through to lunch with Corbin Middlemas.
Thank you, Wads. That was a great over without a lot happening, which might sound a bit funny to some of our newer cricket listeners, but the contest is well and truly on. Australia, I wouldn't say they're on the back foot just at the moment, but these two in Mitchell and Ravindra are certainly making Pat Cummins and his men think about their tactics. So some fantastic cat and mouse cricket. The lead is now at 127. Mitchell Marsh will be who will continue. Welcome back, Corbin.
Marsh on his way into Mitchell, who just tucks it off his hip to square leg. There's no run, so 3 for 221. Leads 127. Mitchell's 32. Ravindra's 55. Thank you for the welcome back.
That's all right. I thought I was going to have to call that ball. You were racing around, being the tech, and
I was just passing on a few things. Jim Maxwell's great story about his dinner party with Waddle last night, and
the help of the locals.
Amazing. Wrong address, and but they managed to find their way there. It's up on the ABC socials if you missed it anyway. It's Marsh outside the off stump, and Mitchell plays back to the bowler. Mitchell on 32, Ravindra on 55. The lead 127. Minutes to go before lunch on this third day.
It's good, yeah. This is great cricket. Really good. It's been a fast-moving series. There's a period of play last night, Latham and Williamson getting himself set, where the game just slowed down a fraction, but the scoring's been pretty free this morning.
Marsh to Mitchell, clipped away through mid-wicket, slight misfield. Bounced off the body of Travis Head. They want 2 for it, and they'll get it as Cummins comes around to retrieve the ball after the ricochet off Head. That's off Travis Head. 34 for Mitchell, 55 for Ravindra, the lead 129. Where do you want to go?
I was waiting for some direction. So there, Corb. Which way are we heading here?
The text message number, by the way, is 0467 920 222. So 0467 920 222. We'll try and squeeze a few of those in before lunch as Mitchell awaits Marsh. He punches off the back foot to cover. So that's Marsh to Mitchell as opposed to Mitchell Marsh. Pushed straight to Labuschagne. 3 for 223. Little story of the day. The only man out is Tom Latham. Was given not out by the umpire on field. Steve Smith loved it from second slip. Thought he heard something. Cummins and Carey weren't sure. Pat Cummins backed in Steve Smith. They sent it upstairs to the video. Came back as a noise on the sound wave. Little spike on the snicko. And as a result, Latham was out of here for 73, added 8 to his overnight score. It's the only wicket to fall. The lead for the Kiwis up to 129 as Marsh on his way in again. Bowls to Mitchell, turns it away backward a square, and Khawaja said he wants 2 immediately. And the chase is on for Matty Renshaw out to his left. And zips it back into the keeper. 2 more for Mitchell. He moves to 36. The lead's 131.
So he's 2 for this game, isn't he, Steve Smith then? Because he got the wicket of Matt Henry in the first innings where everyone else at the ground, including the umpires, didn't hear the little edge, and Steve Smith convinced his skipper, Pat Cummins. They had one up their sleeve, so they thought, well, we might as well burn it. And there was actually quite a reasonable edge that no one else in the ground heard.
Last ball of the over, Marsh from the Botanic Gardens end of the ground as he bowls outside the off stump and let pass through to the keeper. End of the over, 3 down. 131 is the lead for the Black Caps. Former teammate of yours, Mitch Marsh?
He is.
Yep.
Yeah, played a little bit of cricket with Mitch. We carried the drinks a lot as well, so some good stories to tell about our off-field antics, particularly during that 2015 World Cup, Corbin. The team was reasonably settled, so the big Bison and I spent plenty of time looking for stuff to do off the ground.
And did you find it?
We found plenty to do. Yeah, particularly here.
Right.
We that famous World Cup game at Eden Park, which was an absolute classic.
So neither of you played in that fixture?
No.
His line on his way in, taking the ball away from the left-handed Ravindra, who jumps on the back foot and cuts out through point. He'll pick up a single. Sweep it back on the offside's Cam Green. So 1 more for Ravindra, moves to 56.
So we actually arrived here a week early too for the Eden Park. We had a bit of a gap in our schedule, and Ian Healy actually came into our hotel early in the tournament and spoke to us about how in 1992 they went to Eden Park.
So the previous home 50 over World Cup as Marsh turns the ball off his thigh pad. Mitchell. Daryl Mitchell turns the ball off his thigh pad out through square leg for 1. So he moves to 37. The lead's 133. New Zealand 3 down.
And he spoke about how they felt a little sabotaged. You know, they arrived in Auckland the day before the game. I think they got a bit stitched up by the hotel and obviously some abuse from the locals.
Ravindra forward defending.
So we made the decision that despite there being a week break, we would go over there early and spend some time in Auckland and settle in and those sort of things. So Mitch Marsh and I had a week up our sleeves.
So middle of a home World Cup, you spent a week in New Zealand?
We did.
Wow.
We did, knowing full well that it was going to be a pretty hostile environment.
Line over the wicket, Ravindra forward and defending on the offside.
Of course, only the hostile environment for those who were playing. Mitch and I knew that pretty early on in the week that we weren't going to get a game. So
did your week look different, knowing you're not going to play?
It did, yeah. It was going to be a rest week anyway, so there wasn't a lot of cricket activity.
Well flighted, Ravindra forward defending.
But I think it was more the fact we just get over there or get over here and just get a feel for the place and get out and about and find some stuff to do and just sort of keep our minds semi-switched on to the fact that we're in a big tournament.
Last ball of the line over. Ravindra at 56 not out. Awaits Nathan Lyon and again forward confidently pushes back down the pitch. End of the over, 3 for 227 New Zealand, effectively 3 for 133. That's what they lead the test match by. Corbin Middlemas and Xavier Doherty on ABC Cricket.
Yeah, so those who follow the Marsh family on social media will know that they're a big fishing family. So Big Swamp loves his fishing. I think Sean and Mitch are in the process of upgrading their boat and they get out off the coast of Western Australia often. So Mitch was right on the front foot in organising a fishing charter for the boys, and it was only me who took him up on it. So we spent probably more than we should have in going out for this fishing charter day. But man, I had a lot of great cricket memories. I played in the World Cup obviously, and played in Ashes, and some great series. But one of the great memories from my time during cricket was that day just off the coast of Auckland, and trying to catch some marlin. So it was a fantastic day, fantastic part of the world. I've got some good photos to go with it.
And you were
catch and release as well. You know, we sort of we got the photos and put everything back. But one of the great things about being a cricketer and a sportsman is the places you get to go to.
Cam Green replaces Marsh outside the off stump, and Mitchell just drops a ball in front of Labuschagne at cover on the defensive shot. Lead 133, 3 down. So you were a keen fisherman before this?
Pretty keen fisherman. I'm sort of a trout fisherman, like an inland fisherman. Don't generally get off the coast and, like my calm waters. But, it was...
So what made it so good?
I'm not sure. It's just one of those things that you probably wouldn't get to do unless you were there. Like, we quite often you're focused on cricket and you don't take up those opportunities.
He's Green on his way in again as he bowls to Mitchell, and there's a French cut there as it squirts away off the inside of the bat down deep backward square, and he'll pick up a single to Travis Head coming in off the rope. One more for Mitchell, moves to 38, leads 134.
Yeah, and so being a professional sportsman can be a pretty high pressure environment. So the fact that you get, for a day, get this beautiful setting out off the coast of New Zealand, and we landed a big, 110 kilo marlin as well, and we've got the photos to go with it. We caught a couple of little tuna as well, and cut them up and had some sashimi on the way back in, a couple of cold beers, and we've got the photos to go with it. So I had some regrets finishing my career that I didn't do that sort of stuff more often, but that was certainly one that I'm glad I spent the money and took the time. And it was a fair bit of effort. The cab driver was late to pick us up, then took us to the wrong port at the start of the morning, so we got stuck in Auckland peak hour traffic, so we ended up about 3 hours late. So
3 hours
we're
late.
3 hours late. Like, we were sort of in traffic on the way over, and thought, we'll get there soon, and then figured out the guy had sent us the wrong place, so we had to come all the way back through traffic. So
expensive and bad start today.
Correct.
Ravindra gets the ball rising up at his thigh pad and tucks it away very fine, and that'll go for 4. Gee, they had a third man back who's almost a backstop, but Steve Smith is in a very unusual position, and yet the ball went so fine down the leg side. Ravindra to 60, 3 down New Zealand, 232 on the board.
Yeah, so they've gone back to the short ball tactic here, so they've got the fly slip in place, almost the backstop. We've got 3 fielders back on the leg side and 2 catching at square leg, so quite clearly it's going to be some of the short stuff here for the next couple of overs from Cameron Green.
Okay, so Green's on his way in, just the catcher in the gully. Ravindra gets the ball not too short, he's pulling all the way along the ground out to square leg, who's back in Labuschagne, so a single for Ravindra moves to 61, 3 for 233 New Zealand. The lead's 139. I find professional sport fascinating. Cricket would be the same, but we were talking about it during the Australian Open tennis recently, where as professional athletes you see so much of the world and really none of the world at the same time, where you're not out doing all the same stuff that other people would be doing on a tourist front, especially when you go to places like the subcontinent, for example, and it's great you're able to get out and do something like that. But as Green's on his way in, bowls to Mitchell, who's driving uppishly but bounces before reaching mid-off. And I was surprised how rare that is, to be honest.
Well, it is, but it's really only through the effort and the mindset of the players. I've heard Pat Cummins more than once talk about it since COVID, and and the environment they're trying to create is a relaxed environment where the players come to the game and they're fit and they're fresh, and by getting out and about and experiencing other things and sort of preparing for the game in your own way that's the outcome they're after.
Darryl Mitchell, the right-hander on strike, awaits Green at short, and he ducks underneath it. It's the end of the over. So New Zealand 3 for 233. The lead is 139, Ravindra 61, Mitchell 38. 8 minutes, 7 in fact now, before lunch on day 3.
Yeah, but you can get caught up in the fact that by missing a training session or, cutting a training session short or having an off day, somehow going to affect your preparation and instead you go and do one of these great life experiences. So I've heard Pat talk about it, quite a bit, that since COVID and, since the lifting of restrictions, they're trying to encourage guys to get out and experience the world and, do all these great things and make sure that cricket is a really good time of your life. So that was a time where Mitch and I went out and made the effort and paid the money, and despite it being a really big tournament, we went out and did one of those things. And there were a couple of other times where I regret not doing something similar. We've been speaking between, and there was a chance to go and I could have ticked 2 bucket list items in one by going to see Bruce Springsteen at Wembley when we were over there for a one-day tournament. And I decided not to because it was 2 days out from I think it must have been a game at Lord's, and that was my sole focus. So it would have had no impact on the way I prepared. in hindsight, but it's just one of those things when you're in the moment, it just didn't feel like the right thing to do, but yeah, I regret it now.
Fourth different bowler in 4 overs as Travis Head comes around the wicket, bowls to Ravindra, and turned away through mid-wicket for 1. So bowling change now from the Port Hills end of the ground, which is this southern end where we're situated, up on the grass bank. The boss, Bruce Springsteen, you've never seen him since?
I haven't. No. I haven't. I'm not a huge Boss fan, but you know, sort of enjoy his music. And yeah, if I had my time again, Jimmy Faulkner was the man who'd gone and organised all these tickets, and he couldn't get rid of him in the end, so he went. I think maybe Adam Vo just went with him, and yeah, I passed it up.
Head on middle and off, and Daryl Mitchell plays back down the pitch. 0467920222, the SMS number. Darren says, good morning. Why doesn't Cricket Australia recognise the Steve Smith plan isn't working? Oh, Mitchell decides to hit out as he hammers that ball over wide, long on and away for 4. They've been in behind and defending everything, the Kiwis, and yet Daryl Mitchell decided to take the long handle to Travis Head. He moves to 42 and the lead's up to 144.
That's a statement from Daryl Mitchell. He's not going to let Travis Head settle here. We've got 5 minutes to the break. There's a huge gap between long on and deep backward square. Not bad bowling from Travis Head, but Daryl Mitchell's getting on the front foot, not letting the part-timers settle here.
He's forward again and driving. This time picks out Khawaja at cover. Put Green at number 1. Probably do a better job. Regards, Darren. Head on his way in again as he bowls to Mitchell, who moves back and across and defends. He did make 91 carrying his bat a short time ago in
two tests ago, Steve Smith. And another thing that we've spoken quite a bit off air about, Corbin, but
last ball of the over, big stride down the track, bat and pad close together, and Mitchell defends it away. Probably 1 over to go before lunch on the 3rd day. New Zealand 3 for 238. The lead is 144.
So I guess the alternative to that, Darren, is if Steve Smith's not opening, we're bringing either someone in from the outside, so then you don't have your best 6 batters in the country.
Yep.
So who would it be? So you're saying Mitch Marsh or Travis Head doesn't play, and you're replacing him with a Renter or a Bancroft. So I can't see how that's a better option. Or we've discussed this quite a bit on air and off air. Someone else opens. Is it Travis Head that goes to the top? Mitchell Marsh, I don't think is a realistic option. So I think they're just trying to, and obviously they've spoken about it a bit, get the best 6 batters and then what works best for the cricket team. I do agree. You know, Steve Smith at 4 makes the team look a lot better and a lot stronger.
Here comes Cam Green on his way in to bowl the 78th over of the innings. Oh, it's short and he's hooking. Ravindra gets a top edge, flies down just wide of Smith at fly slip and bouncing to the boundary for 4. So we've seen that as many times in a couple of overs. So twice as many overs is what I'm trying to spit out from Ravindra. He moves to 66.
Yeah, they got the shot out of him that they were after. A mistimed hook shot. It was a top edge. They've got Steve Smith as a fly slip. He's about 5 metres off the boundary. If he was 15, that would have been half a chance there. But he's not putting the shot away. 3 minutes till lunch.
3 overs until the second new ball. There's Green pushing across the lefty. It's short, and this time he pulls out on the shot. Spoonie in, is it Tuncurry? I hope I've got that right. Lazing in Wallace Lake, having a fish, listening to the great call, lads. Great test match unfolding. Nice to hear from you, Spoonie. And from Brett in Canberra. Hi, Corbin. Thanks for the great call. Is it too early to declare Bazball a failure? Interested in your thoughts.
Bazball. It's not a failure. It's not a failure. They just need... Well, I'm not going to sit here and tell, Brendan McCullum and the English cricket team how to play, but it feels like there's not enough common sense that goes with the positive approach.
Green angled in at the hip and a well-controlled pull shot here as Ravindra rolls the wrist on it, plays to backward square. Nathan Lyon's a little deeper in the ordinary position, so he moves to 67. Ravindra and the lead's 149.
So it feels like you could break the Ashes series, and that's the up close and personal view of Bazball that I've seen. I don't watch England play all the time. I've seen a little bit of it in India where, on those sort of wickets, it becomes a tough approach. But, you could break the Ashes into 2 last year. Their first 2 tests, or 2.5 tests, was bordering on reckless. was positive, but some of the declarations and some of the shots from the batsman were a bit ridiculous, really.
Mitchell on strike, plays off the front foot and defends green back to the bowler.
Joe Root trying to, reverse lap, and Moeen Ali just continually trying to hook the ball. It's like, if you just use your head, you can get Australia into a position where you've got them on the back foot, and then you can just cash in. And I think in the last two tests of that Ashes series in particular, some of that play started to eventuate. They still had the positive approach. Crawley was coming out and playing his shots, and the rest of them sort of followed, but they were just being a little smarter about it. So I'm not saying Bazball's a failure.
Green on his way in to Mitchell, and he defends again out on the offside. 1 ball to go before lunch. 3 down New Zealand for 243. The lead's 149.
And I don't think there's any doubting that it's a really watchable brand of cricket. It's great to see a team play like that, isn't it? To be on the front foot and taking it up to the opposition. But when you see some of the mistakes and it doesn't go their way, then it becomes pretty easy to criticise as well.
They're an interesting team in world cricket at the moment.
Yeah,
people either watch to cheer for them and creates good interest in England, or the rest of the world probably cheer against them.
Yeah, love seeing them fail as well. Yeah,
he's Green on his way in. Last ball of the session, he bowls to Mitchell, who plays forward off the front foot and picks out Cummins at mid-off, and that'll do us. It is lunch on day 3, and the locals stand and applaud what they've seen from the Black Caps in the morning session on day 3. 109 runs added, but almost 4 and over, just a 1 wicket to fall. It was a controversial one. Latham given not out. The Aussies chose to review, despite it wasn't a confident review at that, and yet Steve Smith thought there was a little feather on it. The sound waves picked it up. The vision really didn't seem to support it, and yet Latham was given out, caught behind after the review. Carey takes the catch with the gloves on. Cummins got his wicket. He was out for 73, and outside of that, New Zealand through Mitchell and Ravindra are starting to push that lead up. 149 is the advantage for New Zealand at lunch. 3 for 243 overall in their second dig, with Mitchell approaching a half-century, and Ravindra is already there. 63 not out for Ratcham, Ravindra and Mitchell on 42. Lunch on day 3. And an interesting test match starting to unfold right here on ABC Cricket. Hagley Oval in Christchurch. What do you got for us, Xavier Doherty? What did you make of that first session on day 3?
I really enjoyed that session. Was it 109 runs in the session for the fall of 1 wicket? Some really good cricket from Ravindra and Daryl Mitchell. The way they took it up to the Australians, and Nathan Lyon in particular. Reverse sweeping straight away, making Nathan Lyon think about his approach and change his field from the very first ball, really. So they're not letting, the premier off spin of Australia settle. Some really good positive cricket. They're at a lead of 149. I think if they can double that lead, which if these two are out of the crease, for any sort of period of time in this second session, we're going to have a really good test match on our hands. Australia have got plenty to think about. The new ball is 2 overs away.
It is.
So that can often bring about a few wickets, but it can also bring about a few runs. 109 runs in a session is a lot, so I can honestly see a few more flowing should Australia take that new ball when it's available. So I think this test match is really well set up. 300 would be the minimum that New Zealand are after, so by the end of the play they will be well and truly within that range.
Who's on top in the test with New Zealand at 3 for 149 effectively? That's their lead at lunch on day 3.
No one's on top in the test. 3 for 100, so effectively 3 for 150 is perfectly balanced. As we've mentioned more than once, this wicket doesn't deteriorate, so it's going to be really nice to bat on day 4 and 5. So 350, 400 is not out of reach for the Australians. So I think it's a perfectly balanced test match just at the moment.
That's great analysis. Xavier Doherty with his take to lunch on day 3. So New Zealand 3 for 243. The overall lead is 149. Ravindra on 67 and Daryl Mitchell on 42. A bright start for the Kiwis on day 3. Coming up during lunch, the TMS feature is Jonathan Agnew alongside Phil Tufnell and Deep Dasgupta reflecting on England's crushing defeat to India in Dharamshala. 4-1 is how that series finished. It's also historically significant for India. Now, when you look at their run in Test cricket, 17 consecutive series that they've won at home. They haven't lost a series there in 11 years, would you believe? So an innings and 64 runs is the final margin. We'll talk about India later in the day, X. I'm keen to get your thoughts on them and where they sit in in the great teams in cricket history as we work our way through the day. Interesting test match unfolding in front of us at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. They are just roping off the centre wicket area, which ordinarily means a few patrons are about to make their way out to the middle to take a look at the wicket, which we love here on ABC Cricket. We'll be back in about half an hour for the start of the second session on day 3. In the meantime, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Ann Young with ABC News. A Gaza ceasefire in time for the Muslim holy month of Ramadan appears almost impossible, with Israel and the Islamist group Hamas deadlocked about terms. Eric Tolchek reports from Jerusalem.
Hamas officials left ceasefire talks in Egypt on Thursday without a deal. Negotiators from Israel didn't even attend the discussions. The start of Ramadan is the deadline set by Israel for Hamas to release Israeli hostages or face an Israeli offensive into the southernmost Gazan city, Rafah. An estimated 1.7 million Palestinians are sheltering there. There are fears for them if Israel attacks Rafah, and also of violence in Jerusalem and the West Bank, where tensions are already dangerously high.
Authorities in Nigeria are searching for 15 schoolchildren who've been abducted alongside 4 women just days after gunmen took nearly 300 students hostage. John O'Wakely reports.
Local media reports say gunmen stormed a school in the northern state of Sokoto around 1 a.m, abducting 4 women and 15 students, most of whom are under the age of 13. The assailants headed to the Islamic school where they seized the children from their hostel before security forces could arrive. It's the third abduction involving children in northern Nigeria in just over a week. Nearly 300 school children were taken in Kaduna State on Thursday, with 28 of them having since escaped. Criminal gangs and terror groups operate around the region, kidnapping children for ransom, often pressuring the Nigerian government to pay.
Firefighters remain at the scene of a large scrub fire in South Australia's southeast, which the country fire service says is being monitored for flare-ups. Morsel Hedayeri reports.
South Australian Country Fire Service crews are using thermal imaging cameras to monitor a fire burning in the state's mid-southeast since last Wednesday. The fire in scrubland north of Narracor is now contained, and crews remain at the scene to mop up hotspots. Crews also worked into the night in a separate incident at Hynum, eastern Narracor, where a haystack fire was reported. Investigators will be called to a fire which damaged a house in Adelaide southwest last night. Meanwhile, fire crews were needed for a blaze on Wheaton Street at South Plympton at about 8 p.m. The occupants of the property escaped unharmed, and the cause of the blaze is being investigated. Early in the state's north, a fire caused by food left unattended on the stove damaged a property at Port Augusta West, leaving about $60,000 in damage.
Total fire bans have been declared over South Australia's west coast, the eastern and the lower Eyre Peninsula areas due to severe heatwave conditions. People venturing outside are encouraged to stay hydrated and seek shade. The Weather Bureau says Victorians should brace for another hot day as the state experiences extreme heat this long weekend. Authorities are urging people to make plans to stay cool and especially look out for the elderly, babies and others who are vulnerable to heat stroke. Temperatures across Victoria today and tomorrow are set to soar into the high 30s and low 40s. Senior forecaster Sarah Scully says a forecast like this is unusual.
Look, another hot day is on the way today, with maximum temperatures expected to be 10 to 16 degrees above the March average, and they'll continue into Monday as well.
Public health experts say Australia is playing catch-up when it comes to research and developing national guidelines for helping patients come off antidepressants safely. Around 1 in 7 Australians take antidepressants. That's the second highest usage per capita of all OECD countries. Dr. Robin Gillespie from Wollongong University's School of Public Health says research shows longer withdrawals of certain medications is best practice, but she says that's difficult to do in Australia.
We have some other gaps in that to do that safely in Australia, we would require access to other forms of the medication so that you can safely withdraw.
A record number of students have enrolled in the Northern Territory's only medicine degree. The Flinders University Medical Program prioritises local territory and Indigenous students, with 40 students enrolled into the degree this year. Program Director Dr. Emma Kennedy says providing learning pathways for local people is key in addressing retention.
We can see that retention of people into our workforce in the longer term is highly likely to be related to people's connection to country, connection to being in the Northern Territory, and passion to be here and contribute to the outcomes that we need.
That's all for now. Head to the news page on the ABC Listen website for more news and stories and analysis, or you can download the ABC Listen app. This is ABC News.
This summer, have a safe one by learning your ABCs. A is for action plan. Having an action plan means you know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. B is for be safe. Be aware of the hazards you may face in the local area. C is for connect. Connect to abc.net.au/emergency for the latest emergency information. During an emergency, listen to your local ABC radio station. ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the red cricket button.
Couple of slips behind Latham. He waits. Hazelwood bowls a ball that's punched away through mid-wicket to the boundary for 4. Oh, left-handers love that. And that shows not only the quality of Latham's batting, but the pace, the easy pace of the pitch. He played just through the line. The ball didn't do anything.
Here's Cummins bowling to Latham, who's caught down the leg side. Peel for the catch. There must have been a noise. Keeper is convinced that he's going to go for the DRS.
Just freeze it now.
Oh, wow.
No gap between the bat and the ball. I've got a spike on ultra edge. So Nitin, please reverse your decision from not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Wow. That's disappointment for Tom Latham and New Zealand. It's a fine innings of 73 that comes to an end, but there looked like a gap between bat and ball and then hitting the back leg, but there was just a feather of a nick that only DRS could show, and it did, and Latham's on his way.
Stark up from the Port Hills end to Ravindra drives. Back down the ground. Handsome stroke. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4.
Cummins pushing across Ravindra. It's short. He's hooking. Down towards the boundary. Finds the gap. Bounces away for 4. Stark outside the off stump. Great shot, Mitchell. Cracks it away through cover for 4. Here's a big sweep of the ball. He used his footwork here. Lifts it over mid-off. Down towards the boundary. And I think that's gone all the way. Those in the front row are signalling. And that is 6. Mitchell saw it nice and early, came dancing down the track and lifts it over the long off rope.
Line tries once more down the pitch. He has a swat, and that's gone. Over, wide, mid-on. And away one bounce over the fence, over the rope, into the crowd in front of us for 4.
New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
The Blackcaps 3 for 243 at lunch. So Rachin Ravindra on 67, Daryl Mitchell on 42. Australia currently trailing by 149 runs. So we'll see what New Zealand has to offer for the remainder of the day. Day 3 action at Hagley Oval as part of our coverage of Australia and New Zealand, the second test live on ABC Sport, ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app as well around the country. Plenty of sport to get stuck into during the lunch break. I'll preview what's coming up later today in the NRL and review some of the AFL matches from yesterday as part of opening round. But I did want to start on cricket because, as you may have heard yesterday, everything wrapped up overseas in the Test series between India and England. And, gee, it was a pretty one-sided series for the hosts. They ended up wrapping it up 4-1. And their final victory in the 5th Test was by an innings and 64 runs. To be honest, the last 3 Tests have been pretty comfortable victories for India. So a bit frustrating for English fans who haven't had quite the run they've been wanting this summer. And it just continues to pile on the pain a little bit for the English side who lost their last 4 tests against India, only managing to knock off the opening test in that series. So the test match special team had a fair bit of time to actually analyse and dissect what actually happened over there in India. Jonathan Ague was joined by Phil Tufnell and Deep Dasgupta to reflect on that crushing defeat and the 5th win yesterday by India, an innings and 64 runs in the end.
You're listening to the TMS podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to the TMS podcast. And of course, England have capitulated. They lost the final test in Dharamshala, meaning that India win this series 4-1. To come, we'll discuss where it went wrong for England in this test, and we'll talk about Jimmy Anderson taking his historic 700th wicket. So, just to run through the bare bones of the day, well, how long could England survive for, really was the question, and the answer was they were dismissed before tea for 195, so the victory margin in innings and 64 runs. Joe Root, the last man out, trying to hit a 6 on his way to 100. He was actually out for 84. There was a breezy 39 from Johnny Bairstow. We might discuss Ben Duckett's shot, because if anything, rather summed up, I think, the mindset, the rather scrambled mindset of England's batsmen. Surely it was that, the first dismissal of England's second innings. So I've got Phil Tufnell. I've got Deep Das Gupta with me. We'll also hear from Ben Stokes during the course of this podcast as well. Where are we going to start? Well, Deep, let's start with you. You know, congratulations. It's always very easy to, look at this from an English perspective, and we will be doing that certainly. But from an Indian point of view, that was 4-1 in the end is very comprehensive, isn't it?
It is, and thank you, because obviously this was a big series. I mean, going into this series, which was kind of, hamstrung with all the absences and stuff like that. It is, but having said that, 4-1, I mean, I'm sure that dressing room and all Indian supporters will be absolute chuffed with that. But obviously, we all realize how close this series was. Leave aside the last Test match, but the first 4 Test matches, I mean, there were a situation or points in those Test matches where England were in a very, very strong position, but they've just let it go. So it was a fascinating series, no two ways about that.
Yeah. Tough as, I think, if we're honest, we imagined it would probably end today. I mean, 3 days, just because of the way England batted on the first day.
Well, that's where all the damage was done, wasn't it? Did it have a bit of a sort of an end-of-term feel about it? A little bit, perhaps. The series had gone, but England had the first use of the pitch, and they didn't get enough runs in that first innings. We've been banging on about runs in the first innings are so crucial in India, and then today, well, they were always going to be up against it, as you say, a mountain to climb, men round the bat, the Indian bowlers, 5 of the Indian bowlers relentless at you. There was no break, no time to sort of take stock, and we just didn't stay in the game for longer enough periods with India, if you know what I mean. There was always opportunities for them, and it had the feeling of inevitability a bit, actually.
Yeah, and Ashwin taking the first 3 wickets. Deep. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, tough. Let's start with you. I mean, the difficulty of a spin bowler actually bowling with a new ball.
Yeah. Well, it is. Well, there is a little bit of a difficulty with it. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you've got to wrap those fingers around that sort of lacquer on the new ball. It's hard. It's a bit slippery. You like to get the sort of dirt in your fingers a bit and get a really good grip on it. But he's an absolute master at it. I mean, I've loved watching the Indian spinners bowl all series, but today Ashwin was just a genius. Not really big spinners, not really big off spinners, but such subtle little different variations. The under spinners, the one that got Ben Stokes just through the gate. It's just tiny little variations from the hand, but it just ties you up in knots as a batter. You don't really know which way it's going. Some sort of skid onto you a little bit quicker. Beautiful variations of pace. He really is, in Indian conditions, he's an absolute master of his art, and a bit of a magician, really. The one that got Ben Stokes, these kind of deliveries. As a spin bowler, you sit there and you think to yourself, well, I want to pitch one on, as a left-arm spinner, sort of like pitch one leg and hit the top of off and all this kind of stuff. He does it slightly different, but with such subtle variations, which the batters just don't know which way to turn. It was an absolute masterclass to watch today.
Yeah, and he's got those men round the bat deep, hasn't he? There's probably a lot of nattering going on, or chatter, and it's that sort of environment. I'm just trying to sort of, excuse Duckett's shot, if that's the right way of saying it. But I mean, that was a calamitous piece of batting.
It is, and it was. So that's the whole issue, right? Because the moment post that second Test match, the moment that sweep was cut out, that boundary was cut off in terms of putting 2 fielders out there and the reverse sweep, he's looked a different batter. He's looked like somebody who has kind of, who's a little bit clueless in terms of how he's going to get those runs. I mean, post that 100, and the second day, so third day onwards, he's got that 100, third day comes out to bat, 2 fielders, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket and a deep point. And because he does not have a game down the ground. If you look at his wagon wheel, just look at his wagon wheel right through this series, you will see very few runs in that V in front of the stumps. But just going back to Ashwin, I think what Tuff has mentioned, it's very difficult for a spinner to bowl with a new ball because of the lacquer, not just on the leather part, but on the seam as well. So it's difficult, and especially for a finger spinner, to kind of grip it. But what Ashwin does with the new ball, and I'm sure both of you have noticed, is that he doesn't try to bowl those over spinners. He generally bowls those undercutters where he's not looking to give it a really good rip, but just land it in the right place and make sure it kind of lands on the leather part, so it kind of skids through.
Yes.
Yeah, and keeps attacking the stumps. If you look at the mode of dismissal that Ashwin scored with the new ball, is predominantly leg before and bowled, because he keeps attacking the stump. And obviously, the natural variation of the pitch, one of them might turn, but he's absolutely brilliant. And as far as today is concerned, I mean, listen, he always finds ways to pick wickets, but I haven't seen the ball coming out as beautifully as it did today. Yeah. The dip, the drift, the turn. I mean, he's like, even the last Test match he picked up wickets, but I think today he was absolutely brilliant.
Can I just say something quickly, John, about the Duckett dismissal? It's funny because Ben Duckett has had his troubles with Ashwin, and he's been out a couple of times just defending, hasn't he? He's just gone forward and perhaps popped one up to one of the men short. That over sort of encapsulated it for me. He tried to defend one, he got a thick inside edge and then he got caught at short leg. He then went for the sweep, and as Deep was saying, it sort of skidded on to him a little bit quicker and hit the pad. So he thought to himself, crikey, you know what I mean? I'm just going to sort of die here and pop one up or get bowled or LBW. So he decided to come down the wicket and had a hack. And that's what happens to you as a batter. You kind of get confused in your brain because everything you're sort of wanting to try to achieve, the Indian bowlers seem to have a way to block it off or a way to get you out through it. So it was just, I know it was only 4 balls and he perhaps could have had look go for a bit longer, but you could just see the brain, as you said earlier, was scrambled, was fried. I don't want to get out just blocking, so I'm going to try and take the attack. But then to hair down the wicket and miss it was the wrong option.
But
and I think that
to an off spinner from round the wicket, to a left-hander, I mean, he's not giving himself any chance at all, really, is he? I mean, even got away with one. Ashwin's going to say, okay, come on, let's have that again. You won't get away with 2.
But I guess also the plan was to, if he can hit him for a few boundaries, suddenly those close-in fielders might disperse a bit, rather than having 3, they might cut down a couple of them and the field might open up a bit. So you kind of understand the mindset behind it or the strategy behind it, but you've also got to be smart, and that's something that we were talking about a few days ago, about being aware of the situation, of being cricket smart.
Yeah, it just felt that there was no longevity about the England batting line. I mean, Johnny Bairstow comes in and whacks a couple into the stand, but you're just almost sitting there going, well, hold on a minute, when's the next one going to go straight up in the air? Same with like a Ben Duckett, they just didn't feel any, that they could stay in the game. They had a method. They had a way of counteracting the Indian spin bowlers. There was little passages of play, like a 2 or 3 over spell when they perhaps got in on top and used the feet and what have you, but you just thought it was always going to come to an end at some time.
It's interesting. We'll hear from Ben Stokes in a second, but he was talking about that. Not just that dismissal, but others too. And he's talking about how difficult it is when you've got men around the bat. You've got to get rid of them. He's saying you've got to get rid of them, but that comes with a risk. That doesn't always come off. But you've got to be positive enough to take that risk. It's that mentality that they've talked about. That you have to be free in your mind to make the decision to go for it. And if it doesn't work, well, okay. And that's kind of the mindset that they've been operating on for the last 2 years.
And that's how it should be also to a great extent, unless you are superbly confident about your defensive skills. and especially on pitches where it's turning a bit and stuff like that, you never 100% sure. So that's the right way to go about things. But again, the shot selection, what works for you, percentage cricket. I mean, end of the day, it's percentage cricket, right? And it's a very individual thing.
Just to talk about the sweep again, because he did play it so well. Just because they put a fielder back on the boundary on each side, why didn't he continue playing it? Because it's only, rather than 4 runs, okay, or it's 1 or 2, and the sweep shot is having the same impact on the bowler's length that it did when he was playing it well.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because that also tells you about the range that he's got. So maybe someone like a Joe Root, his range is a lot bigger in terms of he can play a paddle sweep, he can access different part of the ground on the onside. But when you look at Ben Duckett and his areas, they're very fixed. I haven't really seen him paddle that much, and that also, if you have a leg slip, it's very difficult as a batter. You're thinking, okay, I've got a leg slip, I can't paddle anymore. So you're left with actually trying to hit the ball. I mean, trying to hit the ball, and there's only a couple of areas that he accesses with his sweep shot, which is, square leg and deep mid-wicket. And if you look at the deep mid-wicket as well, most of his slog sweep or deep mid-wicket ones are aerial. They stay in the air for a while. So, I don't think his range is as much as someone like Joe Root.
Yeah. Let's hear from Ben Stokes then. He's been speaking to Stefan Sheffield.
Ben Stokes, thanks for joining the TMS podcast for the last time on this tour. You've competed really strongly across the majority of this tour, so how does it feel to be on the wrong end of a result like that in the final test?
I think when I look at the test, I think now the series has came to an end. Since the first game, we've been outplayed by the better team. I'm a big enough person, and the team are big enough to say that as well. The way I look at since the last 4 games have gone is whenever we've sort of managed to wrestle some momentum back, whether we've had it with the ball, India have managed to come back at us and then put it back onto us, and then again with the bat, whenever we've had periods where we have been on top and looked to, sort of be aggressive and put the pressure back onto the Indian bowlers, we've just not been able to do it for long enough periods, and in particular the last 4 games, and that's how I think the series goes. But take nothing away from India, they're an incredibly tough team to come out here and play against in a long series, and I don't think that should be overshadowed. That they're an absolute beast in their own conditions, and we obviously had very high hopes coming here. It started very well at the start of the tour, but yeah, we're obviously very disappointed. But now we've got so much cricket coming up, taking all the positives that I can from out of the series and look to build on those for the home summer, and then obviously the Pakistan and New Zealand tours after that.
Take the series as a whole in a moment, just focusing on today. You're obviously behind the game after the first innings. Was today a minimum requirement to make India bat again? How disappointing is it not to do that?
Well, yeah, minimum requirement, obviously you need to make India bat again to win the game. But look, I think, again, I think what India showed not only in this game but obviously in games before is that when they're ahead they really make it count, and that's something that we can maybe look at as a team if we want to grow, and that's something that we do want to do. We always want to grow. That's what the best teams in the world do. They look at things and understand, right, how can we get better and better, and we've not stopped doing that since I've taken over as captain. We've always looked at how can we improve as a team, how can we improve as players. But look, when we got the turn with the bat, India, you look at the way in which they operate when they get wickets, they like to surround the bat, especially when their spinners are bowling, and we have to look at to try and get those fielders out there, and that comes with risk, playing some sweet shots, or whether it be running down the wicket and getting another fielder out, so it's not as sort of surrounded, if that makes sense, by the close fielders. And yeah, the lads go out there with plans and try and implement those, and when that comes as risk, that can sometimes be a downfall, and everyone goes out there with those intentions and it doesn't always pay off. But yeah, look, just as a whole, very disappointed, but we can't do much about it now. All we can do is assess it and look and try and understand what we can do to carry everything on that we've been about, and hopefully have a very good summer and a winter.
You talked about the progress you've made on this tour. What is that progress, and has any of that been dented over the past 3 days?
No, there's been no dents. You learn from failures. I think failures are an unbelievable way of really showing what you're about as a person and also as a team. You either let it affect you too much and you're never going to be able to climb back up that hill, or you take those failures, learn, and just never lose enthusiasm to what you want to do. I think the partnership at the top of the order with Zach and Ben has just gone from strength to strength. You know, they've been incredible in the summer, and coming out here and continuing the way of putting pressure back onto the opposition, albeit completely different conditions than what we've seen those two play at in the summer gone. Show Bashir, Tom Hartley, again, you know, just fantastic to watch Tom have to take the responsibility of being the lead spinner with the unfortunate injury to Leachy, and you know, Bash coming out and playing, you know, 3 test matches, 2 fifers, but just the attitude, and he's just got something very special about him, and something that we're going to have to look to get more game time into. You know, hopefully he goes back to Somerset and get some game times, because, you know, there is so much there that excites me as a captain, and also I think should excite, you know, England as well. And the only way you can get better is by playing. Ruti, again, you know, coming into form. He looks set for a very big summer, and just from a personal note as well, it was great to be back out there with the ball in hand and trying to enforce myself in the game with the ball, because it's been a long time. It's something I very much enjoyed.
Jimmy Anderson, 700 wickets, what a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, unbelievable. Amazing performer for a long period of time now. 700 wickets, you know, that obviously is a big number, but geez, it sounds a lot of deliveries bowled as well. Incredible athlete, you know, one of the all-time greats. 700 wickets is ridiculous as a fast bowler. Longevity, you got to think about how much he's put his body through to be able to achieve that feat. But yeah, just completely not a role model to anyone who wants to be a fast bowler.
Right back in Hyderabad, you said to me, winning just 1 test in India can be seen as a great achievement. Do you still feel like that, or could it have been more with the chances that you had, particularly over Test 2, 3 and 4?
Well, I think that was a comment as how dominant India are here. You know, it's been a long time since they've lost a series out here, and obviously this series again has proved why. You know, you've got Ashwin, Jadeja, Kuldeep with the ball. Yes, they're obviously missing some, you know, Virat for instance, but you know, you look at the quality and the depth of what India cricket has, especially in this format, the home conditions, they're a seriously good team. Winning 1 game, yeah, it was nice, but look, we've lost a series, we've lost 3 games, and it's the first time really where we've actually been completely outplayed on a consistent basis since I've taken over from captaincy. So yeah, disappointing, but something that, you know, I'll go away and assess very quickly, but also look to take positives out of what we've got coming up.
So you say you're going to go away and assess it. Obviously, there's a little break before you play another Test match, as some guys, maybe yourself as well, going off to play in the T20 World Cup. Have you already formulated thoughts about how this team moves forward, and how does that look?
Yeah, I think, sorry to talk about myself here, but I think the fact that I've managed to come back into competitive bowling in this game has given me a massive boost, and you know, I know that me playing the all-rounder role really does, you know, help the sort of setup of the team, and like, I love being a part of the game. I'm not gonna lie, it is completely different when you're sort of, you know, you're focusing only on your batting and the captaincy, but you know, now I felt like I was back into really good rhythm and confident of bowling, and you know, the intense sort of atmosphere and the adrenaline of what a Test match is. You know, I'm looking forward to be able to hopefully come back in the summer and play a role as a bat bowler and a captain.
And just finally, I think over 2 years, you guys have got your message out quite well. I think people understand what you're trying to do and the style of play and the mentality that you've got in the dressing room. How do you move that forward now and blend that with consistently winning series?
Well, this is the first one we've lost. So I think we've been pretty consistent before this one. You know, we're always wanting to improve. We're always wanting to get better and better and better, and that's everyone's attitude of what more can you ask? You know, Test cricket's about being on it every single minute of every single day of every single session, and when you're not, that's when opposition's pounce. You know, it's a great saying. I've got a little thing on the present I got from the team about, you know, some teams may be better than us, but no teams will be braver than us, and that's something that I really, really enjoy, and you know, always is in the back of my mind.
Cheers, Ben. Travel well.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Just a brief one on that before we move on. Tuffers, am I right to say that first win in the first Test seemed like a distant memory? I mean, do you know what I mean? It was quite unexpected, and it was a brilliant, you know, to win that first Test. But just the way that India have been quite relentless since then, it does seem a long time ago.
No, absolutely. I mean, let's not take it away from England. That was a magnificent Test victory. I did not see that coming. Listen, that was not on the cards. You know, what were they behind? 190 or something? You know, and I don't think India saw it on the cards, and I think it rattled them, you know. I think that just shocked them, that the way England went about it, and that they lost that. And so, and we were talking earlier about, you know, fields and the way Ben Duckett doesn't sweep and everything. You've got to give credit to Rohit Sharma and the Indian backroom staff, and also the bowlers and everyone really in the England setup, because they then went away, got their heads down, and decided this is the way we're going to try and counteract it. I think they were shocked at that first Test match, Aggers,
yes.
And I think that they've come back very strong. I can remember, you know, Rohit Sharma scratching his head out there going, well, what is going on here? I think it was a bit of a revelation, but they soon regrouped, and then they soon got back in and stuck into it, changed the way they bowled a little bit, messed around with the fields just to get in the batters' heads, and came out on top. So you've got to take your hat off to the Indian team.
Yeah, absolutely.
A fair effort to Jonathan Agnew, Phil Tufnell as well. We've had a pretty disappointing summer for England. You could say a 4-1 series loss to India that wrapped up yesterday. That fifth test going the home side's way by an innings and 64 runs in the end. So Aggs and Tuff joined by Deep Dasgupta there as part of the Test Match Special episode, which you can hear on BBC Sounds if you do want to hear the full recap of that entire series. But yeah, India winners in the fifth test yesterday, and overall capping off the series 4-1. Aaron Bryan's with you in the Grandstand Host studio. It is lunch at Hagley Oval at the moment, so we'll head back there in about a minute or two's time so we get ready for the second session. But at the moment, New Zealand 3 for 243, so a lead of 149 runs. Just the one wicket to fall today, and that was from Tom Latham, who unfortunately for the New Zealanders had a pretty good innings but couldn't get all the way to a ton. 73 in the end for him. So New Zealand 3 for 243 with a lead of 149 runs before we resume the second session. Still to come today, there is other sport happening on ABC Sport around the country. So the NRL continues round one with the Dolphins and the Cowboys clashing. 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time if you do want to hear it on ABC Radio in the ACT, New South Wales and Queensland. You can also hear it on Sport Digital in those states. If you want to hear it anywhere else around the country, or even if you are in those states but you're on the go, the ABC Listen app is your home of all the sporting codes, including the NRL. So the Dolphins and the Cowboys from 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time with Quentin Hull and Billy Moore there from Lane Park. The AFL's wrapped up. The opening round was only 4 games, went across Thursday to Saturday. So yesterday, a doubleheader saw the Suns defeat Richmond by 39 points and the Giants defeated Collingwood by 32 points. That wraps up our major codes around the country. We'll head back to Hagley Oval next to continue Day 3 action of the second test. Australia up against New Zealand, the second session, minutes away.
For all those yearnings for truly outstanding entertainment, I have an idea of what might cheer you up. You'll find a trove of Academy Award winning and nominated films on ABC iView.
Let's play.
Like Imitation Game.
It's beautiful.
American Sniper, Her, and Spotlight.
There's a story here, and I think it's an important story.
Brooklyn, Carol, and so many more.
Bon appetit.
Always free, always outstanding on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval, Grandstand Cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Back into the attack, bowls to Ravindra, who drives back past the bowler, down the ground for 4.5 century. Quick to their feet, the spectators down in front of us, and that is a handsome stroke from the bat of Rachin Ravindra. 50.
The opening session going the way of the Black Caps so far. Tom Latham, the only batsman to depart. At the moment, New Zealand 3 for 243 with a lead of 149 runs. Let's head back to Hagley Oval ahead of the second session. Jim Maxwell standing by with Craig MacMillan. Good afternoon, Jim.
Good afternoon, Aaron. Yes, welcome. It's been a beautiful sunny day, and some excellent New Zealand batting has put them in a useful position. There's a trick or two to come, but what I do like about being here is watching the crowd at lunch come onto the ground. I mean, we all know that sport is owned by the people, not owned by the administrators or the sponsors. And it's wonderful when you're at a place like this where there are 9,000 people in the ground and they're allowed to come out and smell the breeze sniff the grass, look at the pitch, all those things that abound in the game of cricket. It's a kind of religious thing for those that are so excited by the game of cricket that they've become addicted to it. And this is their fix when they come to the ground. They watch it, they love every minute of it, and then they get to go on the ground. Perfect. Craig, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Jim. How good? They can go out and pretend. The youngsters can play their own games of Test cricket out on the hallowed turf. They can go and have a look at the 22 yards and imagine themselves in years to come, perhaps, facing Australia in a Test match. So good to have the crowd out on the ground enjoying the facilities here at Hagley.
And the facilities for the batsmen are looking pretty good. The pitch has that's an interesting word. I see it every now and then, and I'm trying to work out why it's been chosen by a number of journalists over the years when batting is good and bowling is unfriendly, and people talk about a blameless pitch. You've heard that expression?
I actually haven't.
Yeah, blameless pitch. I was reading it because it was referred to in Dharamshala on the first day. The pitch was blameless, but unfortunately England blamed themselves, or maybe the quality of the spin bowling, because they managed to go from 1 for 100 to not enough. But this looks a very good surface to bat on, put it that way.
It does. And generally in a Test match, there's always one team that wants to blame the pitch, isn't there? But at the moment, New Zealand, they've set up the day perfectly. We said they had to have a good day 3. They had a good day 2, had to back it up and have back-to-back good days. And they've laid the platform in that first session. But with the new ball 2 overs away, this next half an hour, 40 minutes is going to be pivotal.
So keep listening, folks. We've got Travis Head bowling from our commentary box end, and it's a little over-pitched near the pads and it's squirted down to deep backward, fine leg, where Mitchell Stark is heaving the ball back in. 3 for 244, a very good partnership. Ravindra's 68 now, Mitchell 42. He's at a 6 off line over mid-off. It was a good thump too, and he's paddled a couple on the reverse. And they've got the interesting field placing for him if he wants to indulge. As he goes over the wicket, Travis Head, and he's pushed away on the front foot. They've got a slip and a sort of backward point, deep gully, and a deep third man.
Catching, isn't it? That player's catching for a little top edge on the reverse.
Travis Head bowls it, and he goes plonking forward. Easy single. As Cummins is back a tad there at mid-off, and then they move through. He did plonk him wide of mid-on in the over leading up to lunch, hitting a nice sizzle shot lofted 4. So he's 43. Ravindra's there, and he's coming forward, and he's getting the bottom of the bat as he tried to drive. Wasn't much evidence of anything attractive for slow bowlers before lunch?
No, not really. I mean, there's foot marks that aren't in play. It's more the drift that the spinners are getting from this end.
He leans forward to the next delivery and pushes it gently away into the covers. I can't remember Lyon turning too many. It was all about variation and flight and getting Ravindra perhaps onto his stumps to one that he misjudged and get clonked on the pads or something.
Changes of pace is the key, really, isn't it?
Travis Head bowls in line and pushed away down the offside. It's one of my great memories is that over Comerson end in his dotage watching Tony Locke bowl for Western Australia, and he bluffed more batsmen out than I think any slow bowler in history. He got almost 300 wickets for Western Australia after he'd finished playing for England. It's remarkable stuff, but most of it was bluff.
And that's part of the skill set that a spinner has to have, and it becomes more and more difficult now with the way that batters tend to play spin, especially finger spin, which makes the likes of Ravi Ashwin and Nathan Lyon, I think, so exceptional, Jim. Their records are just phenomenal because, well, certainly Nathan Lyon hasn't had a ball that goes the other way, a doosra, so to speak. So it's just been out-and-out finger spin and the ability to outfox the batters with turn, with drift, with skill, and you have to admire that.
So one more over before the new ball, and we're going on the bumper campaign here. We're going to have a fine leg, deep backward square, deep in front of square, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So there's a fair chance that this will be short. In fact, it's Labuschagne's bowling his medium paces. Oh, this is frightening. Frightening, right? It's like it'd be like the ball hitting a suet pudding when it lands.
Well, you don't want to get out to it, so that's what's frightening about it. You think, I just can't get out to this, please. What's he going to bowl? Is he going to go short?
He runs in now, bustles in and bowls short, high and wide. Is that a wide? Yes.
Has to be a wide.
Yeah, irresistible for umpire Menon. He looked at that and he said, no, you're not going to get away with that. He hurled it down into the pitch and it bounced like a super ball. Way over. Oh, yes. a good yard or two over there.
I don't think this is going to last too long, Jim, because he's only got one bounce left in the over.
He tries again and bowls a ball that's short, and it's easily nudged by Mitchell down to third man. This is the kind of bowling you just, you can get a bit scared of it because it's the last thing you want to get out to.
It is, because you've got one over before the new ball, which is the goal to get to, and you've got a medium pacer like Marnus Labuschagne who is going to bowl a little bit of a mixture, licorice all sorts, and the last thing you need to do is make a mistake here.
Well, he normally bowls his wrist spin, but he has obviously influenced people in the last couple of years that he may be able to get away with an over or two of this stuff. And Dibbly-Dob would be praise. So what have we got? No slip, fly slip, and a backward point. No, don't worry about the field. We'll get there when he hits one in the air if that happens, and that'll be the temptation from Labuschagne's viewpoint to bang it in and hope Ravindra goes after it and hits it in the air, and no, he ducks underneath it. That's almost another wide. So the bouncer barrage from Labuschagne, and it's not a very good one so far.
Well, that's his two for the over, I think. So
yes.
Now he's going to have to be careful with the height that it comes through, because otherwise he'll be getting no balled and getting warned and taken out of the attack, Jim.
That will be hilarious. Now Labuschagne's directing the boys around the field. I mean, they're just sitting back saying, come on, just get on with it. Get it over with. We want the new ball. Labuschagne runs in, and that's short, and he does swat it down on the bounce.
Crikey.
He got a top edge there, so it was a bit of a sucker ball, and Ravindra, as he did prior to lunch, he went after it, top edging as he did, and that was only about 5-10 metres from the fielder at fine leg.
It was. He described it perfectly. It was a top edge that was only one bounce to the fielder. Just let it go. Let it fly over your head. I tell you what, Australia, though, Pat Cummins has got his hands on his head. It was not far away, and that's the sort of dismissal that can put a real dent in the day.
Just leave him alone. You're going to get, Mr. Ravindra is going to get plenty of those, you'd think, when the new ball is taken. Well, he gets some. Here he comes. He bowls short, and it's just nursed away neatly by the wise old head of Mitchell. And said, I'm not going to take this stuff on. Just let me get a single. You've got fieldsmen back on the boundary everywhere. I'll get down the safety of the non-strikers, and thanks. He's 45. Ravindra's 69. 3 for 249. Still two to come in this, almost eventful over.
It's taking its time, isn't it? It's a long over. Fast bowlers must be just itching to get the new ball in their hand.
Deep backward square, fine leg, and a fly slip. As Labuschagne bounds in again and bowls a ball that's short, and it's pulled down and away through mid-wicket, and it gets the treatment it deserves as it's tugged out beyond Khawaja and away to the boundary on the onside. That was a lollipop. 3 for 253.
Got what it deserved, really. It wasn't. It was waist high. It was saying hit me, and this time he got in a better position, did Rachin Ravindra. The height wasn't there for the top edge, so he could get over top of it, hit it well in front of square for 4.
Come on, Labus, have you got a slow ball or something? What have you got? A bouncer, another one, and it goes past his nose. And the umpire is saying from square leg, that's too many. Maria Erasmus suggesting to the standing umpire, that's a no ball. Too many of those.
First warning for Marnus.
Yep.
Pitch it up, son.
He's had a big game. He's run on the pitch when he's batting, and now he's been done for bowling a far from lethal short ball, the third of the over. And Maria Erasmus just reminding the umpire, Menon, that he needed to signal. And he did. Abhishek rise again. That is played off the bat comfortably away on the offside. So an interesting over, but not a particularly good one. But it could have got the result. 3 for 254. Ravindra's 73 and Mitchell's 45, and the lead's 160.
Well, it was an over full of energy. You have to give it that. And there was a top edge from Ravindra, and straight away Cummins is throwing the old ball to the umpire, who's got rid of it, throwing it to the boundary, and Australia will be straight into this with the second new ball. This is set up beautifully now. This is the key. This next half an hour of Hazelwood, Cummins and Stark, who will be roaring and racing in. New Zealand have to find a way to combat what the missiles that are going to be thrown at them over this next 45 minutes or so.
Yep, we got a big half hour or so if Australia managed to find the length, the bounce and the edge of the bat perhaps, but these two batsmen are in. They've had a good sight and they're playing quite well. Can they negotiate this period of the game? If they get through it, you do wonder how many New Zealand may get in this innings. Just remembering, we're not quite, in terms of time, at the halfway point of this match. Not yet. Another half hour we will be. Hazelwood goes in and bowls the ball, which is left alone outside the off stump. And Mitchell watching it carefully.
Well, the other thing about the new ball, Jim, is that it's an opportunity to score, because quite often when sides take the new ball, they leak runs. So I think it's important that New Zealand is still looking to score first, not defend first or survive. They're still looking to score first, score and put some pressure back on Australia. And if they do that, another 25, 30 runs quickly, all of a sudden that league is continuing to blow out, which is excellent from a New Zealand point of view. Australia will want an early wicket.
Well, the first one did move back a tad from outside the off stump. He comes in again and bowls wide of the off stump, and Carey cleans up without any offer from the batsman. So they've faced, they're in the 81st over. So the scoring rate has lifted today. They made over 100 in the pre-lunch session, and that was a no ball as well from Hazelwood. The usual posthumous call via the third umpire. And we get to see that in replay, and no doubt about that. His heel wasn't even on the line. He was over. Hazelwood strides in again, and Mitchell goes forward, plays around his pad and away to the onside. 3 for 255. A glorious sight it is to be here with a full house, a sunny day, and just a light little breeze out there again today.
There is. It's a different breeze coming from the east. Yesterday it was coming from the south. It was both breezes are generally cool, Jim, on the cooler side, but the easterly is a nicer wind than the southerly, let me tell you that. And if you're out of the breeze, it will be warm.
Here comes Hazelwood again. He bowls a ball that's pitched up and is pushed away on the onside. And there's a very special viewing coming up for some of you. You can find it on the ABC website, because Corbin Middlemas and Xavier Doherty went out to do a Cecil B. DeMille documentary interviewing the grass, the roller, the kids. Did you interview anyone in the course of your... Come on, give us a little tease. Merv
was around.
Merv with the SM on. You know the SM he wears?
You did tell me about
the small marquee. Here comes Hazelwood. He charges in and bowls the ball. It's pushed away by Mitchell down to mid-on. So it's going to be worth watching, isn't it? Yeah. ABC Sports Socials. Look out for it. It's going to be a blocky. Absolute blocky.
Well, I'll be looking at that tonight, because watched the Bulldogs last night, the Canterbury Bulldogs in the NRL, Jim, and that was a disappointment. So I think it could be more exciting watching what the boys got up to.
All right. Looks like some figurines got in the way. 2 slips in the gully. Yes, you weren't talking to the boys all the time. In goes Hazelwood. He bowls it wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass through to the keeper. So what's up with him? Woof, woof, the doggies.
Oh, I've got a bad feeling about the season again, Jim. We've cleaned out the roster, has been cleared out. We've got half a Penrith premiership winning side, and last night's performance against Parramatta was not a good start to the season.
All right, so you've got some news buyers, have you?
Well, we've got some very good players, but once they put a blue and white jumper on, as opposed to a Penrith jumper, they seem to play a little bit differently. Frustrating.
The new ball has been taken. Hazelwood bowls it and Mitchell leaves again outside the off stump. He's negotiated that over. So 1 over gone with the newie. 3 for 255. Ravindra 73 and Mitchell 45.
Interesting over from Josh Hazelwood. He actually went a touch fuller than what he probably has bowled previously. Daryl Mitchell likes to hang in the crease so he can get a yard fuller, but there was a little bit of movement. But again, nothing terrifying. If you can still make good decisions and what to play and what to leave, be selective with the shots you play. There's a lot of runs in the surface today for some New Zealanders, and Ravindra and Mitchell have both got good starts.
Now this will be interesting, I think. Perhaps the more interesting of the two batsmen out there with a new ball, Ravindra, who's inclined to a little looseness, maybe lack of concentration sometimes, whatever it is. He's a youngish player, of course, but he's just had a few edgy moments, and Stark might test him with 2 slips, a 4th slip into gully, something like that. There are 4 blokes there next to the wicket-keeper, okay? Now, Stark's down at the Botanical Gardens end. He's got the missile and he's on his way. He's charging up. Ravindra is leaving full and wide outside the off stump. Will he swing it?
I think he will get. The breeze is helping, so there should be a little bit of shape. He went past the outside edge of Ravindra's bat on a number of occasions in that first session. That first ball did swung quite late. So this will be a challenge for Ravindra, what to drive and what to leave. He's got to make sure he picks it, gets it right. Otherwise, he's going to nick off to one of those 4 players waiting for an outside edge.
I wonder if he's thinking of testing him early with a bouncer, or just do the business up on a length. Let's see, because he's shown an inclination to go after that short ball as Stark charges into him, and he gets it wide again. Stark's radar is a bit like that. He's not consistent, but he's a brilliant strike bowler, as his record suggests. The amazing thing I noticed when he went past Lilly the other day is that Stark's strike rate is 48 balls a wicket. Lilly was 52.
Really?
There's a stat for you.
Yeah, that's quite remarkable. Those numbers are world class. They really are.
That tells you why he's so trusted and valued.
Absolutely. Even though he's perhaps a little bit more expensive than the other two, he does his job, picks up wickets when he needs to.
He's on his way, bowling to Ravindra. Ravindra goes back and plays the pouncing cut shot out through point. It's running away towards the boundary. That's where it goes for 4. So he played that very well. He got over the bounce and hit it through point and hit it with total control. And he moved to 77.
Yeah, he'll keep looking to score. Touch short that time. Got up higher on his toes to get on top of the bounce, and he did hit it well in front of square. It's a lovely shot from the left-hander. I think Australia have to get him on the front foot. That's where there's a little bit of a weakness, with especially trying to drive. That's a touch short. He's good on the pull. He's good on the cut, as most left-handers are. But get him driving outside off stump. Bring those slips into play.
Stark again. He's on his way in and he's bowling at Ravindra, who goes bang on the drive. Lovely shot to mid-on. Well saved by Pat Cummins. A diving, sprawling stop to his right, as that was pretty well timed and well placed, but perhaps not the heat of an earlier shot that went straight down the ground for 4. But yeah, it took a bit of work to cut it off, and he did well not to harbour Bridget.
Good piece of fielding from the captain, wasn't it? Diving away to his right. It's been a mixture this over, hasn't it? The first one with the new ball for Stark. There's been some short stuff that haven't been on target, and then that was a long half volley. He hasn't found a length yet. Hasn't zoned in on a length that he wants to try and hit.
It's 3 for 259. Latham out for 73. The only dismissal today, and it's Stark with his second new ball. He's running in and bowling at Ravindra, who leaves a wide. That's a wide, yes. Wow. He was about to pounce and then thought, no, that's ridiculously wide. And as can happen with Mitchell Stark, he's a bit like the garden hose, every here and there, and he sprays them all over the place. And that was very, very wide.
Wow.
taken in front of second slip.
Second slip, yeah, not first slip, second slip. Yes, the radar's not quite on song in this first over with this new ball, but that can make you uneasy too from a batting point of view, because you know there's a good ball, a straight ball coming up. Got to be ready for it.
Stark tries again, and he does have to play it. That steers it away for a single just behind point, and it's fielded out there by Labuschagne running around to his right. That's it's not the end of the over. There's still one more with the wide. Yes, 3 for 261. Ravindra is 78. Mitchell 45. An excellent partnership here. And now Stark gets a crack at the right-hander. Get across his bows. Be looking for that, either the big inducker or the one that lifts disconcertingly around the line of the off stump and surprises the batsman. Mitchell refreshes his guard from umpire Mannon, and Starker turns in the distance. Here he comes, rolling in towards Mitchell. Mitchell forward defending. Yes, a single, thank you. Just tacking it away on the offside very easily. And with a lack of pace, he could stroll through. That is the end of the over. 3 for 262. Mitchell's 46. Ravindra's 78. And Brian Waddles enjoyed an excellent lunch, and thank you for providing it for everyone else, including me, during the break.
Yeah, interesting start. It was not the best over from Mitchell Stark, and New Zealand's good. And Australia missed. They have to keep scoring. Ravindra did that with a boundary, but also picking up singles is important. Trying to make sure you use that left and right hand combination to the best of your ability. You know what you're going to get with Hazelwood. You know he's going to be in that channel asking questions just outside off stump. But Mitchell Stark's going to offer scoring opportunities, and New Zealand have to make sure they jump all over it.
Up goes Hazelwood to bowl to Mitchell. First ball of a new over, and he's turning it away on the onside, down to long leg, getting more of an inside edge rather than turning it, although I think he was looking to go out towards mid-wicket. Took the single. 263 for 3. 47 Mitchell. 78 Ravindra. Are we actually seeing genuine Test cricket today?
We've seen it all 3 days, haven't we, Watts?
Yeah. But I mean, yesterday was the sort of stuff that you sit back and start reflecting on and thinking about, the tactics that are being applied. And today we're seeing New Zealand putting in the real hard work and carrying on from what they did in the final session last night. And that's the challenge of the two teams. And we've seen a lot from the Australians today, looking to try and find ways to get through the partnership. They got rid of Latham for 73 this morning. Now it's Ravindra. And I think for him, as he waits for the next delivery from Hazelwood, it's defensively played to the offside. He's probably learned as much today as he wants to learn about Test cricket from the Australians, the way they've approached him and the way he's played them.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a testing spell he got through last night, and there was some wafts.
He was unsettled, wasn't he?
He was, because he was probably fighting himself. He knew he had to get through the stumps, and he was probably unsure of the best way to go about it. In the end, he got there, and he's really blossomed today, Wads. He's looked more fluent in the way he's batted today, more natural in the way he's gone about things.
Here goes Hazelwood in, bowling to the left-hander. 2 slips in the gully in place, and he's edging on the bounce to Gully. And I think that was probably due mainly to the soft hands rather than really going at it, because he does tend to go at those deliveries. It's set up more, the new ball.
Bounced on him in the end. He did play it with soft hands. It meant it just bounced in front of Cam Green at Gully. If he'd gone hard at that, then it would have carried another metre and would have been in trouble. But he didn't push too far out in front, and it meant that it bounced just in front of a waiting Cam Green. But that's the extra bounce of the new ball.
Here's Hazelwood continuing round the wicket to Ravindra, who's leaving the delivery outside the line of the off stump, just that half press forward with the front pad and watching the line. Sees the ball early, and that, of course, is the key to success as a batsman, isn't it? Being able to pick the ball up early. I used to play club cricket with Bruce Taylor.
Yes.
And I couldn't read the leg spinner at all. And he would say to me, just read it out of his hand. Oh, yeah, okay, Tails, yeah.
I'm trying.
I can't see it in his hand. Which way is he holding it? Here's the next delivery from Hazelwood to Ravindra, left down the offside and through to Carey. Yeah, Tails, you know what Tails was like. I mean, he just one foot down. Yeah, 1 foot down the pitch, bang.
Did you try that, Watts?
I did try that, but that was useless as well. Yeah.
Well, that makes it difficult then. Makes it difficult when you're not reading which way it's turning.
Well, it's the way it is, though. I mean, it's the difference between international players playing with minor, lower grade club cricketers. 263 for 3. Next delivery from Hazelwood to Ravindra has him leaving once more. Good line of attack being maintained, and Ravindra coping with it well. He remains 78 from 140. Mitchell 47 from 83. It's 263 for the loss of 3. So the lead for New Zealand is 169. 83 overs have been bowled. So if New Zealand can continue along at the rate that they are going, and that rate is 3 runs and over. 3 runs and over for the rest of the day. Then we're in for a really interesting final 2 days. But of course, that will depend very much on what Australia can do. Some man with a heavy mallet finishes banging the turf where Mitchell Stark's landing his foot. I'd have thought Mitchell Stark's foot might have been like a heavy mallet anyway. Putting it down, he has a fairly strong stride. But anyway, the mallet has done it, not Ashley.
Yeah, he looked a little uncomfortable, didn't he, Wads, in that first over?
Yes.
He didn't bowl
all over the shop.
He bowled all over the place. I wasn't going to say it, but he did, yeah.
Stark bowls to Mitchell, turns into the onside.
But he's done the same again. He's turned straight back, and he's going to scratch around at the...
There's a problem
at the foot marks, yeah, with my little...
When you bowled a bad ball, did you always look at the foot marks?
It was never my fault, Watts. No, so...
I don't think there's ever been a bowler that was their fault.
No, it's always the loose soil at the crease, or the fielder's fault, or the captain didn't set the field right, but...
I need a bit of dry soil just to take the sweat out of my hands.
That's right. Yeah, you come over, if you play cricket long enough, you come up with all these sort of excuses, you become quite good at them.
263 for 3. Stark with a long run up from the Botanical Gardens end, bowling to Mitchell over the wicket, has him edging it into the gully, fielded there by Green. Ian, it was relatively firm hands, but it stayed down.
It did, yeah. The edges that they've found today, Australia, have gone to ground, haven't they? And there haven't been many. Might be 2 or 3 that have found their way to gully. There was one early off Hazelwood that caught the edge of Latham, I think, and it just went straight to ground. So
finding the edge is the hard part at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, they haven't had too many issues with this new ball into the 4th over of it.
Strong band of young people and not so young people down on the boundary trying to get the autograph of Hazelwood, who's standing there. Now he's gone into a position at long leg, and Mitchell drives the next delivery up towards mid-off. He'll turn round and come back, take the pen.
What's he got? He got 20. He'd have 20 or 30 kids there, Josh Hazelwood.
All with little plastic bats or books or hats. And when you got a long name like Hazelwood too, it takes a bit of time.
Yeah. JH will do, mate.
You want Bob White.
Actually, there was a little clip popped up on the socials this morning. Josh Hazelwood actually signed a bit of sandpaper, much to the delight of the locals last night. So
which side?
Pardon? Which side? That'd be the smooth side.
Oh, I could say it wasn't the coarse side. 263 for 3. Here's Stark bowling to Mitchell. Mitchell drives the ball but misses it completely. Wide half volley. Almost a half volley, but he didn't really get far enough across to it. Again, it's a little bit off the line that the bowlers have sustained right through the morning session, particularly Hazelwood, and of course the bowling of Cummins. We've also seen Marsh with his particular brand attacking the batsman.
Well, Marsh was more just hanging it out there, playing on the patience. But the other 3, I wouldn't be surprised if Pat Cummins comes from Mitchell Stark's end after this over. He's bowled 10 balls now, or 11 or 12 with the extras.
Here he is bowling to Mitchell. No shot required. Wide of the off stump. Doesn't have to play.
No.
And the less deliveries you have to play, the longer you get to stay at the crease, perhaps increase the scoreboard. The lead is 169, and that's pretty promising, isn't it?
It is, yeah. No, it's creeping up there now, and probably more to the point. I don't think Australia and Pat Cummins will allow this just to wander on for too long. Mitchell Stark's made Mitchell play 2 balls out of the 11 or 12 that he's bowled, so I don't think they're in a position to allow it to drift on. This is a big period in the game.
Of course,
this
the
brand new
danger
ball
one is the one that he gets on the right line.
You get into the
Stark bowls to Mitchell, who turns into the onside but gets no run for it. Loud call of no, as you hear, as it goes out towards mid-wicket to be fielded, and the over comes to an end. 263 for 3. Yeah, 169, and that's a good lead starting to build, isn't it?
That's good.
You've got Blundell and you've got Phillips still to come, and you would have to hope as a batting side that they would be able to enjoy these conditions, if particularly these two can see the new ball off, which, you know, I guess is 15 or 20 overs as such, bearing in mind we've now got Stark 18, Hazelwood 19, Cummins 16. They've had a bit of work to do. Lyon 14, of course, he can probably go on for a little bit longer, but slow bowlers get tired as well, don't they?
They do.
Tired fingers.
They do, yeah, but there's some miles in the legs. That's a great point, Wads. So Mitchell Stark just doesn't look quite at his best at the moment. It might be those footholes, but he just hasn't quite got it right. So I reckon we'll see Pat Cummins take up the attack from his end, and maybe they'll swing Mitchell Stark around.
Well, Hazelwood, 19 overs for 45 runs, so just 2.5 and over, and he picks up the attack, bowling to Ravindra from our broadcasting end, and Ravindra's on the front foot. Good, solid defence. Play them like that right throughout the afternoon. One of the issues that New Zealand have always faced as a side is they've never given their bowlers enough rest with the bat.
Yeah.
And, now they want to give the bowlers a bit of rest while they prepare for a possible second innings chase and make these players stay a little bit longer out in the middle. That's all part of the tactical process. Hazelwood goes into Ravindra, and this one has him driving up towards mid-on, but there's no run for him. Labuschagne's there to do the fielding.
Yeah, it's a big part of the game, isn't it? You know, just it's the reason it goes 5 days. You want to put miles in the legs of the opposition and keep them out in the dirt and chasing leather and just, grinding them into the ground. So this is not a position that Australia have found themselves in too often recently. But it's great Test cricket, isn't it? They're really having to fight hard for this breakthrough.
Hazelwood, nice, easy run up, going into bowl to Ravindra round the wicket. He gets a short one, which he looks to try and flash away through the offside. Well, I think that's what he was trying to do. The bat went all over the place.
I think he was trying to hit 6.
Composure.
He was trying to hit that for 6 over point. So I think he's just got that in his game at the moment, doesn't he, Ravindra? He's played 2 or 3 beautiful drives on the up. Again, he played a similar one before the break. That's short and wide and a cut shot. It was there to hit, but he's just in the groove of planting that right foot down the middle of the wicket and swatting at it.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of being prepared to be runless for a while, not necessarily, if you don't have to, chasing the run rate. Here's the next delivery, defends it. Back along the onside of the pitch where it's fielded there by Labuschagne. It's like anything in any form of the game of cricket. Every now and again the bowling side does have some success, does have some control. You don't have to be taking risks against everyone. If it was a situation where New Zealand needed to take risks, then that's fine. But at the moment they're in a consolidation phase, aren't they, and building their advantage.
It's not really the modern way, is it, to just chew up some dot balls and wait for a mistake from the opposition. They tend to want to get on the front foot and put the pressure back on the bowlers.
Up goes Hazelwood to Ravindra, who is taking one on the inside edge. I think it was well stopped by Carey, diving away to his right. He had to change direction, or did it just stay down low?
I think it stayed low. It was hard to tell whether you got an inside edge on it. It kept the Aussies interested. There was no edge, and again, it's died on the way through to Carey and bounced.
Across there, isn't there?
There is.
After the bat.
There is. He's been the most dangerous of all the Aussie quicks, Josh Hazelwood.
Frustration on his face.
Well, he's wicketless in this innings, but he's been quite superb in conditions that aren't suiting seam bowling, just making something happen.
Last ball of his 20th over, going into Ravindra, who is driving into the ground. It bounces up and then taken by Cummins from mid off the end of the over. 263 for 3. That's 85 overs completed in the innings. Mitchell is 47, Ravindra 78. The man out today, Latham, who was out for 73. Caught by Carey from the bowling of
Cummins. It was Cummins. Sorry. Yep. And Steve Smith, of course, played a huge role in that. No one else really was interested out on the ground, and Steve Smith, again, for the second time in this match, convinced his captain to send it upstairs. I saw the Aussies asking Tom Latham whether he hit it, and there was a very quick shake of the head. No, didn't get anything on it. And
what else was he going to say?
Yeah, well, but knowing full well they're about to show a replay on the screen, so he obviously didn't feel anything on the inside edge. So,
did you hit it, mate? Well, why don't you walk?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. Yeah, that wasn't quite how it went, but
263 for 3. Stark continues bowling to Mitchell, no stroke, through to Carey, and that one taken reverse cup around about shoulder height. So that's the variations in bounce as such, but they're not creating too many issues for the batsmen as yet, are they? Sometimes variable bounce can do it, but it's a ball that's off the line of needing to play.
Yeah, well, Daryl Mitchell at the moment is quite happy to see those ones through to the wicketkeeper. And as you touched on last over, Wads, it is almost that one you get in a routine of just seeing them go through at the moment off Mitchell Stark. He's not making them play, but we all know he's got it up his sleeve. You know, the wobble seam or the one that comes back, and all of a sudden you have to jam down on it quickly.
Here he is bowling to Mitchell with very open stance, and he's defending. And is beaten again down the offside as he plays a defensive stroke. That was closer to the off-stump line.
Yeah, he drew the shot out of Mitchell there.
Well, of course, you know that Stark, when things are going his way, has that in-swinging Yorker, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That can, it seemed to come from nowhere, even if the ball's not swinging.
We've always got it in the back of your mind that you've got to cover both edges with Mitchell Stark. As you say, he can bring it back. I think we've all seen the ball that he bowled to Brendan McCullum in that World Cup final. Came back viciously in the air, but again, you know, he's developed that wobble seam, and that when it hits the wicket, and on that occasion it kissed and went across Mitchell.
Here's the next delivery from Stark. That was a more gentle delivery. Didn't seem to have too much venom in him, but it's through to the wicketkeeper untouched. Nice sunny day here in Christchurch. The cloud cover away to the north and northwest is in evidence, but really the ground is bathed in sunshine. There's going to be some hot bodies by the end of today. There are places where you can get a bit of cover from the sun, but there's a lot of open spaces. So hopefully the slip, slop, slap. There are people walking around with the
the sun cream dispensers.
People who want it. Stark bowls to Mitchell, who's edging down through the gully. There'll be a couple of runs as it's chased towards the boundary. Green is one of them, and the other field to get there is
Marnus.
Yep.
Yeah, nice bowling there again from Mitchell Stark. He seems to have found his rhythm this over. That's been 4 balls on or around off stump. He's beaten the outside edge. You know, he got the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell there, a forward defence. You know, there was no danger of it going to hand at any stage. He looks like he's just found his rhythm after a couple of warm-up overs.
265 for 3. The scorers have had to put something other than a dot in their book. If they, in fact, score that way these days. It's usually computers now, isn't it? 171 the lead for New Zealand. Stark steadies, breaks into his run again. Mitchell, with that very open stance for the left arm over the wicket, playing defensively, gets a single into the offside. Nicely taken. And gets a half-century at the same time. The crowd's happy to stand up for half-centuries, aren't they? They're on their feet, giving him a round of applause and just reminding them there's plenty of support. We know there's a lot of Australian support here, but they too are generous in respecting the half-centuries and the batting skills that are on show. And Mitchell is 50 from 94 balls. And there's 4 fours and 1 6 in that. The score moves to 266 for 3.
Yeah, I love the way he's gone about it. Daryl Mitchell, he's negotiating this new ball beautifully. Played very well against the spin of Nathan Lyon in particular earlier on in the day. His partnership is continuing to build.
Here's the next delivery from Stark to Ravindra, who slashes it away. Backward a point for 4. That's a Ravindra stroke.
Well, I'm going to say that. So that's what you can get when you plonk your front foot down the wicket and slap one through
through covers or through backward point on that occasion. It looks really good when it comes off. He's a very stylish player. It was another one of those. It's the first one he's made contact with. He's tried maybe half a dozen times in this innings to play it, and it's good looking when it comes out of the middle of the bat.
Well, it's just a nail in that bowler's coffin to a certain extent. You know, he's started to get right on rhythm, and he did. The runs hadn't been ticking over, and then all of a sudden, bang, that just hurts.
Well, it was a loose ball from Stark. It was short and wide again. And again, it was one of those ones that Ravindra has tried to get away, and on that occasion got enough meat on it to get it past the backward point fielder.
82 he is. Mitchell 50. 176 the lead. Hazelwood just adjusting his field. He's got a leg gully.
Yep.
And that's for Mitchell. And there's no one. Is there no one back? No, it doesn't seem as though there's anybody back. He's going over the wicket bowling to Mitchell, and Mitchell on the front foot just nudging it out towards mid-off. Thought about a run, didn't take it.
Seems like a waste of a fielder to me, Wads. The leg gully. There's not going to be a short ball tactic, I don't think.
Or alarming bounce.
Is probably, my next point. Anytime they've caught the edge, it's sort of just died. So even if they manage to get one up around the shoulders of Daryl Mitchell, I can't quite see him being troubled enough to feed that leg gully fielder.
Yeah, you know what happens when we say that, of course, don't you?
Well, that's exactly why I said it. Here we go. Mitch Marsh.
Bowls to Mitchell, who edges down through slip all along the ground to the boundary for 4. 54. 274 for 3. Well, that happened.
It brought about something, didn't it? He found the outside edge. It's fantastic bowling again from Josh Hazelwood. A genuine edge. This is a sign of what this wicket is producing. It's fallen, a metre and a half, 2 metres short of Steve Smith. It ended up being quite an awkward bounce for him. He tried to get his right mid on it, and
be hard on him, so it was a catchable chance.
Not even for Steve Smith, who is as good as there is at second slip. Yeah. But they're going to have to come up a yard or two, the slip fielders.
Yeah, and there's the gap between him and Green, who's fielding at sort of 4th slip or gully, straight gully. Here's Mitchell going after a delivery from Hazelwood. He's decided to open up. He's got a thick outside edge. It's gone in the air, over backward point, and down to the boundary for 4 more.
Where did that come from? That is a T20 shot from Daryl Mitchell. He's looked as solid as anyone in this game. And that's another length delivery from Josh Hazelwood. He's just plonked his front foot down the wicket. That's a bit filthy, isn't it, Wads? Or is that just the Aussie in me?
Well, no, he's tried the hand came off the bat too, didn't it? So it wasn't a controlled stroke, was it?
He was trying to hit it over Josh Hazelwood's head. He's tried to loft it over the bowler's head. He's lost all his shape. He got 4 runs for it. It was a thick outside edge and over gully for 4.
58, 278 for 3. Hazelwood bowls to him again, and this one has him playing and is caught behind. So he's made the breakthrough. He's brought Mitchell forward in defence. The timer is on. Is he going to challenge? But I think he's heading off. 278 for 4. Mitchell departing the scene after he'd played such a strong hand in defence. And it's very close, isn't it?
Well, I think he's just nodded his head to his partner and said, yeah, there was something there. But that's a strange couple of deliveries from Daryl Mitchell. A huge wicket for Australia. Huge. These two were looking solid most of the time. This over was a real funny one. Josh Hazelwood caught the outside edge first ball. Daryl Mitchell, the following delivery, went for the huge slog, got an outside edge and over slips for 4, and a nice piece of bowling there from Josh Hazelwood to find the edge of Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah, well, he must have known, because when you look at it, it could have been close to the edge. It could have been the bat hitting the pad as well. And, he obviously was happy that he'd nicked it.
Well, the TV usually go through all the forensic reviews, so I'm sure over the next couple of minutes they'll put something together. And
first wicket for Hazelwood, 1 for 53 in his 21st over, 278 for 4. Important breakthrough. The lead is only 184 for New Zealand, but it's just opened up the opportunity of a lower order batsman being exposed to a relatively new ball. It's 6 overs old. Tom Blundell, of course, knows how to play the new ball. He's opened test innings against these players. And so he will be conscious and know how it's playing.
Yeah. It was only a very fine feather, wasn't it?
You see, the bottom of the bat was very close to the pad as well. That was what I noticed initially. Let's have a look from behind.
Not sure. I'm sure they'll give us a snicker over the next couple of minutes. But there was certainly a breaking concentration from Daryl Mitchell. He batted so beautifully to that point. The shot the ball before, just a really interesting moment in today's play.
Blundell's first delivery from Hazelwood has him onto the front foot, gliding it out to backward point. Loud call of no. Ravindra was looking to try and rotate the strike, but cover was in very quickly to prevent that from occurring.
But well done to Josh Hazelwood. He's looked the most threatening of all the Australian bowlers. He'd been wicketless until this point. Thoroughly deserved that breakthrough. He'd beaten the outside edge so often. We'd mentioned in the lead-up, he'd found the outside edge, and just with the carry or lack of carry on this pitch, hadn't found the hand of the grippers.
It can be an issue too of a batsman being frustrated that the bowler's dominating so long. Here he is bowling to Blundell, who's on the front foot, gets the bottom of the bat as he digs it out to square leg for a single, and takes the run to complete the over 279 for 4. Blundell off the mark with 1. Ravindra is 82, and Hazelwood now 21 overs, 1 for 54. More from you, Xavier, and then it'll be Corbin Middlemas.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, a huge wicket for Australia. New Zealand were going along nicely there. The wicket has flattened out. Certainly now, the fact that Australia have now got the New Zealand wicketkeeper in at the crease, they can sense that if they get 1 or 2 more in this middle session, the game will open up. The lead's only 185. Corbin Middlemas has jumped back in the hot seat.
Something out of nothing, wasn't it?
It was. That was a strange over, Corb. Josh Hazelwood's been so good throughout this game. But Daryl Mitchell, just for a split second, has completely lost some concentration there. Not a lot wrong with the wicket ball, but the ball before was fascinating.
Yeah. Trying to drive on the up in the air and didn't quite get it as Blundell works off his hip here, tucks it away backward to square. He's going to get a couple of runs. In fact, he might even get 3 runs. They'll take 1 on the arm, as Trevor said. Spips it back in, so 3 for Blundell, moves to 4. And the New Zealand lead is out to 188. 4 for 282. New Zealand as we approach the halfway stage on day 3. Another good crowd in Hagley Oval in Christchurch.
We're getting some pictures from the TV coverage of the last over. Josh Hazelwood is owning the towel, as Greg Matthews would say. You put your tea towel down on a good length. Josh Hazelwood is hitting it time after time after time. Just at the moment not getting the same support or the support he would like from Mitchell Starc. He's just not quite at his best. Australia will be keen to add to that breakthrough and really break the game open here.
Here comes Starc over the wicket, bowls to the lefty, and Ravindra defending back down the pitch. Ravindra 82 not out. Blundell's on 4. The 24-year-old has 1 Test 100 previously. It was his 240 that he got against a depleted South African touring team earlier this summer at Mount Maunganui. New ball is 8 overs old at present, 4 for 282 New Zealand. So Mitchell out for 58, caught nicking Hazelwood through in the previous over. And earlier today, Latham, after he was dropped by Carey last night, 15 minutes before stumps, it only cost the Aussies 14 runs. He was out for 73. Caught Carey today off the bowling of Cummins. He's Starc, bowls to Ravindra, and Ravindra again playing back down the pitch. And Starc fields on his follow-through. It's actually quite nice outside. It's 22 degrees. There's enough of a breeze to keep patrons comfortable. It's a little warmer in our box on the hill, but we've got the aircon.
We've got 2 aircons, don't we?
Yes, coming from either direction, but
they've looked after us beautifully, haven't they, New Zealand cricket?
Oh, all week.
Making sure we're comfortable. And
2 weeks.
Yeah, it's been great fun, hasn't it? Corbin?
I agree. Absolutely.
I've enjoyed it.
We've had a ball.
Yep.
Here's Rachin Ravindra. And waits Starc, who's on his way in. Bowls full down the leg side and trying to clip it off his pads. He plays and misses. Ravindra ends up in the gloves of Carey. Interesting stage of the Test match. So effectively 4 for 188. New Zealand, where they're situated at the moment, 4 for 282 overall. The wicket is as good for batting as it has been the entire series so far. So we saw it seam around and then take spin in Wellington. That was difficult at times for the batters in the first innings of both the New Zealand and the Australian innings. But we've rarely seen a scorecard like this throughout the series so far, through the 6 completed innings. Stark on his way in again to Ravindra, and he little chopper out through point. Stark comes in and fields. Ravindra thought about a single, and Blundell says, stay there. Good decision, as Stark was all over that. But you look at the first innings here, the top score was 38. Australia's first innings, Marnus made 90. The next best didn't make 30. We had a series of low scores in Wellington. I think Cam Green made 174, and the next best was 71. And yet you work your way through this scorecard, and you got Latham 73, Williamson 51, Mitchell 58, and now Ravindra 82 not out. So you have 4 of the top 5 players that have all passed 50.
Yeah, there was just enough in it, wasn't there, day 1 and 2? Just enough. Wasn't doing a huge amount off the seam, but it's certainly flattened out now.
Stark on his way into Ravindra and just bunts it back to the bowler, and Stark fields again off his own bowling. It's the end of the over. Blundell is 4, Ravindra's 82, and the lead is 188. The Kiwis 4 for 282. About 50 minutes after lunch on the third day. Corbin Middlemas and Xavier Doherty, ABC Cricket. Great to have you with us wherever you're listening around the country or perhaps around the world. 0467 920 222, the SMS number. Jim mentioned that we were out on the playing arena during the lunch break. Had the opportunity to chat with a few patrons.
Yes.
And a lot of Aussies.
There are a lot of Aussies here, aren't there?
Yeah. That have come across. You learn anything out in the middle?
Did I learn anything out in the middle? It's actually real grass.
Yes.
I did learn it was real grass. There are a few of the spectators were just questioning this outfit looks so good, whether it was actually real.
Hazelwood continues, bowls to Blundell. He blocks the ball on off stump. No run.
What else did I learn? Well, I already knew that was a great initiative from New Zealand Cricket, that they do let the spectators out at the lunchtime break, and hopefully that's something that officials back in Australia can look at. Not everyone was in favour. Well, Merv sort of liked it, but he check the socials to hear what Merv had to say.
What a tease. That's a great way to preview some content, but you'll be able to find it all at ABC Sport on social media. As Hazelwood bowls to Blundell, rising ball up at the hip and trying to tuck it off his thigh pad, he plays and misses. Slaps into his protective gear. Blundell 4, Ravindra 82. New Zealand 4 for 282. Leading the test match by 188 runs. Phil in Bonny Hills, Cricket, Australia and New Zealand Cricket, if you are listening, we can't wait 8 years for a New Zealand tour. This is fantastic. Make it a regular tour for Australia and ensure it's a minimum 3 test series. As Hazelwood rumbles in again, 3 slips in a gully. He bowls to Blundell, who rocks back in the crease and just tucks it away out towards Head, who moves in from square leg to retrieve it.
Who was that? Ted from Darling Point, was it?
That's Phil from Bonny Hills. Speaking of, by the way, I did get a message from Teddy from San Francisco, who is relocating to New York and maybe in the sky listening at the moment. So, okay, how's that for technology?
Welcome to the coverage, Ed. But yeah, spot on there, Phil. This is something that we need to see more of in a 3-game series. So spot on there.
Blundell on 4, awaits Hazelwood. He's driving straight back down the ground. Glorious on drive for 4. One of the most underrated shots in all of cricket. And on drive as Blundell just hopping on the front stall and punches it back past the non-striker for 4 runs.
Shot of the day, Corb. Full face of the bat. He's got every bit of it. Josh Hazelwood's not giving much away. Slightly overpitched on this occasion. That is the best shot in the game. Pat Cummins got close, but not close enough, and it races away.
The cover drive gets a lot of credit. It's the sexy shot on the front foot through the covers, but
can't beat an on drive.
The on drive, there's something beautiful about it. As Hazelwood's on his way in again, bowls to Blundell, who stands tall and pushes it out to mid-off. 4 down New Zealand, effectively 4 for 192. That's the advantage in the test.
Yeah, and that seems a lot, but chatting to Frankie McKay, who's going to join us in the last session. She's joining us for every day of this test match. she's the local here. She feels like you could play a 10-day test match and this wicket would hold its, would hold together and it wouldn't have a mark on it. So the lead, 4 for 192 effectively sounds a lot of runs, but I think a record chase could be on the cards.
Here comes Hazelwood, bowls to Blundell. He's beaten outside the off stump. He just flirted with that. Threw the hands at it, passes the outside edge and into the bat of Keeper Carey. The lead is 192 at the end of the over. New Zealand 4 for 286. Ratchan Ravindra's 82, Blundell's 8. Corbin Middlemas and Xavier Doherty on ABC Cricket. We're on ABC Radio, ABC Sport and through the Listen app. Listening from a fired tower in Gippsland. Your commentary is great to help my vigilance on this total fire ban today. When was the last time Australia's batted pulled their collective weight and made over 400? Cheers from Andrew. Made over 400. They made 383 in the first innings in Wellington. I can tell you exactly that when the last time they would have made over 400 was, but there was that run of scores where they'd lost, I think it's 6 consecutive innings now where they've been 6 down for less than 200, so they have had to lean on the bowlers on occasions to make sure they get themselves north of 400. You have to go back to Perth, first innings when Warner got the 100, they made 487. Here we go, bowling change. Cummins on, Cummins gets a wicket. Ravindra nicks off. Ball one after the change. Ravindra's out for 82 and New Zealand are 5 down. And how often do we see that? The champion that he is, Pat Cummins, straight on and picks up the key wicket. Ravindra's out for 82 and New Zealand are 5 down.
He's a star, Pat Cummins. For the second time in this innings, he gets a wicket with the first ball of his spell. Both huge wickets. First time round it was Kane Williamson. Second time round, Ratchan Ravindra. Captain Pat does it again for Australia. That is a huge wicket. 5 down now, the Kiwis.
Gee, this game changes again. Ravindra out for 82 off 153 rocks. And New Zealand 5 for 286. The lead is 192. And a moment ago, they led by 184, 3 wickets down. They now lead by 192, 5 wickets down. Blundell has only been there for 9 balls. He's 8 not out. And Glenn Phillips is about to join him at the crease. New Zealand 5 for 286. The lead 192 and Pat Cummins does it again. 9 catches in the test match now for Alex Carey behind the stumps.
What was that conversation we were having about Pat Cummins? Just the best way to describe him is...
He's the strike bowler and the workhorse.
Isn't he? And that just sums him up. He's so hard to get through. He bowls you no bad balls, but he also bowls you wicket-taking balls and bowls them regularly. He's so good, this guy. I mentioned a moment ago that Stark was just struggling. I think he only bowled 3 overs, 4 overs in that spell. They whipped Stark out of the attack. First ball back for Captain Pat. He gets the big breakthrough.
What a wicket that is. Pushing across the left-hander. Ravindra didn't know whether to go forward or back. He's sort of caught on the crease, threw the hands at it, had to play on the line of off-stump and feathers an edge through to Keeper Carey. Phillips, his first delivery. He's jumping up high on his toes as he dabs a ball out the backward point, and Marnus Labuschagne works around to his left to pick it off. And all of a sudden, there's a bit happening here. 2 wickets have fallen in the last 20 minutes. Mitchell out for 58. Court Carey bowled Hazelwood, and now Ravindra out for 82. Court Carey bowled Cummins.
So good, Corb. I just can't emphasise it enough how good at bowling that is. He just does not bowl bad balls, Pat Cummins. So good.
Here he comes on his way again. Bowls to Phillips, who blocks a ball out on the offside and picked up by Labuschagne moving up from point. Josh Hazelwood signing some more autographs. I heard you mention with Wads a short time ago. He signed a bit of sandpaper yesterday and just, the whole bank erupted, didn't it, when he went over I'll play along.
There's only one way to go there, is that you can knock it back and he probably deep down would like to have and just not taken part in it, but he can't shy away from it. Sign you a bit of sandpaper, have a laugh with the crowd, and although he might not have liked it at the time, he certainly made a couple of thousand people pretty happy on the hill.
There's a good sport about it. And here comes Cummins over the wicket, bowls to the fresh batter Phillips. It's short enough. He's pulling. That's away for 4. Between the square leg umpire and head at mid-wicket. And he's off the mark with that boundary. Glenn Phillips New Zealand 5 for 290, the lead up to 196.
Well, this is going to be good fun, isn't it? Two guys who are not going to back down. Phillips and Blundell. We've already seen some cracking shots already in the last 20 minutes. The on-drive of Blundell, and again there from Phillips, who was not that short from Pat Cummins. He's not a tall guy, Glenn Phillips, who was so quick to put that one past Murray Erasmus at square leg.
Highest fourth inning successful chase is 201. As Cummins bowls a short ball and Phillips trying to weave out of the way. Carey can't glove that clean as it runs away to the boundary, and they'll go in the book as 4 byes. And they count all the same, so the lead balloons to 200. Flat. New Zealand 5 for 294, lead of 200. 4 more into the book there, so that previous successful chase was Australia on this ground. Back in 2016, they were 3 down when they were able to run down the 201 required.
201, okay.
So that is the...
That doesn't seem like a lot. I guess this is how many test matches have been here?
This is the 14th.
The 14th test match at this ground.
Here he comes again. Pat Cummins as he pushes one past the bat of Phillips. Just dropped the hands on it late to try and avoid that zipping past him. And into the gloves of Carey. Another successful over for Pat Cummins on his return. 4 from it, but picked up the key wicket. Ravindra out for 82. Caught nicking Cummins through to Carey earlier in the session. Mitchell out for 58. It's been a good hour for the Aussies after lunch. The new ball is 10 overs old. They've struck twice with it. The lead is 200 exactly. New Zealand 5 down.
Yeah, 200 doesn't sound like a lot as far as the chase goes. Just from what I've seen today, Corbin, it looks a beautiful batting wicket. But as we saw that over, Pat Cummins more than once beat the outside edge, found the outside edge of Ravindra. I get the feeling it'll be scoreboard pressure. You know, when you do start chasing 300 plus, it starts to get a bit dicey. But this looks such a good batting wicket.
Hazelwood to Blundell, 2 fresh bats, tucks it off his pads down the fine leg. He'll pick up the single. We heard the feature during the lunch break from the BBC and the post-mortem for England after winning the first test. Their trip to India, it was a long series. Twice they got out of the country to go and play some golf in Dubai. But came back to play the 5th test in Dharamshala, and in the end it was India 4-1 in the series. So what that means for India, there's a lot of chat about what it means for the Bazballers, who have now lost 7 of their last 12 tests. But it's 17 consecutive series wins at home for India. And they haven't been beaten at home in 11 years in a series. As Phillips watches one fly by his off stump and into the gloves of Carey. 5 down New Zealand, lead of 201.
They do play their own conditions very well, Corbin. I think we all know that, and every team that travels to India knows they're in for a tough test. But also within that time, they've beaten Australia twice in Australia. So without having a ICC Test World Championship to their name, they're a bit stiff, aren't they? But they're as good as any team going around at the minute, you think? Or is that what you're asking me?
I think bar one, and we might be looking at them as Hazelwood bowls here on the line of 4th stump, and Phillips prodding forward, plays and misses. He's bang on the money again, Hazelwood. The lead is 201, New Zealand 5 down. We hear all the time about the might of Indian cricket, and they have great players, there's no doubt about it. They're a phenomenal team at home. But they haven't won an ICC event now in a decade. It was Bangladesh in a T20 tournament. Bangladesh hosted it in 2014, the last time they played in a final. Sri Lanka beat them there. It's an amazing run now where you go through the last T20 World Cup champions. We've gone England, Australia, West Indies, Sri Lanka. So that's the last time they played in a final in the T20 format, as Phillips plays and misses. In the ODI arena, they won the 2011 World Cup, so that's what, 13 years ago. Australia have won 2 World Cups since in the 50-over format, and England have obviously won 1 in that time. And they've played in 2 World Test Championship finals and lost them both. So for a team that's been so dominant at home in Test cricket, they haven't got a lot of global tournaments to show for it.
Flat track bullies, you're saying, Corb? Well, that's what it feels like you're saying.
Well, for whatever reason, it doesn't translate into global dominance in the way that I think a lot of people forecast, as Hazelwood bowls wide of the pegs and Phillips lets it pass.
I hear what you're saying. They are a very good cricket team, but don't have the trophies to show for it. They're sort of getting near enough in all three formats, aren't they?
So if you're Australian cricket, for example, we've lost home series to India, for example, in that time. And
yep. One of those was without
been up and down.
Smith and Warner.
Yep.
So asterisk there.
But if you look over the last 10 years, would you rather Australia's return, which is a T20 title, a World Test Championship title, 2 50-over World Cups, at the same time India hasn't won a thing?
Every day of the week.
As Phillips on strike, and he's forward here and pushes Hazelwood just wide of Labuschagne at mid-off, and he's going to pick up a single for it. So the lead is 202. New Zealand are 5 down, 5 for 296. And your man, Murray Erasmus, who has a photo of Xavier Doherty, a life-size 6-foot photo on his wall at home, says drinks. And it's an opportunity for everyone to rehydrate. So more from Xavier Doherty to come throughout the day. It's been a big 20 minutes for the Aussies. Daryl Mitchell's out for 58. Caught nicking through to Carey off the bowling of Hazelwood. And then Rachin Ravindra out in the over previous. Cummins got him, as he so often does. First ball of a new spell. Caught by Carey off the bowling of Cummins for 82. A chance for us to reset. New Zealand effectively 5 for 202. That's the lead in the test match. Jim Maxwell's about to come in and join Geoff Lemon with drinks on the field halfway through the third day in Christchurch.
Hi, I'm Fran Kelly, and it's my favourite time of year, Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras. Join me for my new series, Yours Queerly, conversations that celebrate the power of queer friendship and our chosen families. Just who did bring Narelda Jacobs and her girlfriend together? Why is comedian Josh Thomas so traumatised by fish oil? And who are the inseparable pair in the Matildas squad? You'll find all the answers on Yours Queerly. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the red cricket button.
Here we go, bowling change. Cummins on, Cummins gets a wicket. Ravindra nicks off. Ball one after the change. Ravindra's out for 82 and New Zealand are 5 down. And how often do we see that? The champion that he is, Pat Cummins, straight on and picks up the key wicket. Ravindra's out for 82.
So we're coming to the end of the drinks break here. Refreshments for those who are working wearily away at the New Zealand batsmen. But they've got a couple of them with a second new ball, and that's put the game perhaps back in Australia's favour at this stage. I mean, how many is going to be a test for Australia in the fourth innings? Geoff Lemon's alongside me. What do you think, Geoff?
Well, it's that intervention of Pat Cummins again, isn't it? 123-run partnership, and he's been able to remove both of the protagonists. The way he's been able to remove set players, gets rid of Latham for 73, gets Williamson for 51, and gets Ravindra for 82, and then Hazelwood getting rid of Mitchell, the other one in that partnership, for 58. It's the fact that they've been able to knock off set players that's the key. Where are they in the match now? 202, trailing, 5 wickets in hand. You think New Zealand should be able to find another 50 from here, and that should be at least a challenging target, although the batting conditions have eased so much that that's very different from batting on the first day and a half, I think.
So much time left in the game. Here we go after drinks. Cummins is running in and he's bowling a ball that's pushed away by Phillips. Back and across into the offside. The bounce that Cummins gets twice in the game. He's got wickets with the first ball of a spell. Williamson yesterday and Ravindra today. He's got an unerring ability to get people out, which is the skill of a great bowler, of course. Carey's taken actually 9 catches so far in this match. As Cummins falls back and across, he edges it into the turf in front of Cameron Green. 5 in the first innings, 4 so far out of 5 in this innings. And Ravindra made 82, Daryl Mitchell 58, and earlier Latham 73. Nicked it onto his back leg and it lollied to Carey, but it took a little bit of work from the Australians to think through the chance of the dismissal, because the umpire said not out, and belatedly they went DRS. Cummins is bowling, Phillips is playing, yes, down the onside towards mid-on, and it's a dot. But the lead's 202. So it's a little bit tantalising here. You think they need at least another 50 to be confident of bowling anyone out in the fourth innings here.
Well, yeah, 9 dismissals in the match. He's a chance for the record. The record's 11 for catches.
11 in a match. By an Australian or anyone?
A few. Jack Russell, the more recent one. A.B. de Villiers and Rishabh Pant.
Cummins bowls a bouncer and he gets out of the way of it. Is that 11 dismissals or 11
it's 11 catches?
Right, yeah. 12, I think. Is it 12 the record for dismissals?
Might well be.
Might have been Mark Boucher. I can't remember now, but these records keep getting knocked off as we move on. 5 for 296. New Zealand want a record partnership for the 6th wicket of about 150 here to put themselves in a place where they've got a really, really hot chance as Cummins bowls now and it's allowed to pass outside the off stump. So no doubt the pitch has changed as the game has gone on, much according to the expectation of everyone who's watched cricket on this ground. The longer you go, the better it is to bat, even into the 10th day if you had a timeless test.
Well, the most I can find for Mark Boucher in a match is 9 dismissals.
Right, okay. I'm on the scent, but I've picked the wrong horse. 3 slips in the gully. Wait, Cummins goes in and bowls a ball. It's again outside the off stump. Phillips lets it go. He's 5, Blundell's 9. And Cummins is whirling away accurately, bouncingly at the batsman. The end of the over, and New Zealand lead by 202.
Well, this is interesting. You've got Glenn Phillips, you've got the mentality, the way he likes to attack games, be busy, be involved with everything, and you've got him facing Australia's premier fast bowler, landing on that parsimonious line, trying to draw him into a shot. Phillips wondering what to do. Does he just try to wait that out? Does he let it go as he did in that over? How many overs can he sustain that sort of patience for? Or is he the kind of player who's going to feel for one, who's going to think, well, I could just angle that away behind point. I could just find a nice gap along the ground through the cordon for 4. Whether he gets himself into trouble or whether it comes off.
Now Cameron Green takes over and bowls a shortish ball. It's hit into the covers. He's caught brilliantly by Labuschagne. Oh, that's a good catch. He was on the back foot and he hit that firmly to the left of Labuschagne at cover. And like Phillips yesterday, he launched himself and he's grabbed it, and Blundell is out. Another
TV umpire
first
director. We have
ball
umpire review for
wicket.
Fair catch.
Really?
Check the placement of the
Well,
feet.
We go through all this nonsense.
See an angle of the catch, please.
He dived to his left and caught it, so what's the question?
Well, if they checked the Phillips one yesterday, they checked this one because the hand did crash into the ground after he caught it.
I do have another angle.
It looks to me like the fingers are wrapped well around the ball.
Underneath the ball all the way
And
through,
Marnus
but just
Labuschagne
another
backhanded it away once he got back up onto his knees. That means he's regained control of his movement as per the laws. And
okay,
just
can we go back to the previous angle?
Not sure why you'd bother checking this, really.
He's definitely caught it airborne. It's just a question of from there.
Just slow it right down, please, Smart.
Has anything gone wrong as he
Takes the
comes
catch
down to the
there.
ground?
Yeah,
he hits the
through
ground.
very slowly, please.
The back of his hand
Very slowly.
hits
Fingers
the
on
ground
edge.
as far as
Go
I
back
can
there,
see.
please. Just need to go to the initial contact.
Seriously, if that's not a fair catch, I don't know what
Right,
is.
just roll through very slowly.
Well, surely it's going to be.
Fingers
But
underneath the ball there. Keep
Fingernails
rolling through.
under the ball.
Rolling
The ball's
through,
not.
yeah, just keep rolling through, please.
It's just saying that he's retained it as he rolls over.
Keep rolling through.
He's still got it in his right hand.
Yeah, and again, fingers underneath the ball. Okay, yeah, I'm satisfied the catch has been taken cleanly. Ready for my decision on the big screen.
So you have to make sure that no part of the protruding cheek of the ball grazes the turf these days, because you will get picked up on it, it seems. Looking for anything to rule that out, but it isn't there. It isn't there, and it's a blunder. That's a 33%er in terms of quality of cricket. Horrible bowling, horrible batting, magnificent fielding. It was so short and wide from Green. It was there for the shot, but he threw it too early. Spars at the cut, doesn't wait for the ball to come on, doesn't hit it down, doesn't hit it through the line of point or behind point. He drags it in front of point, drags it to cover. Labuschagne away to his left. mid-air starfish. Gets both hands to it in the end and keeps it in those hands as he rolls over. And Cameron Green does a bit of the Stuart Broads, just covers his mouth in disbelief at the catch. It wasn't quite as good as the Phillips one, but it was plenty good for Marnus Labuschagne, who's levelled up as a fielder the last few years. The last couple of years, really. It's been the last 18 months to 2 years that he's become a genuine top-line fielder rather than just a decent one.
It looked like a blush of embarrassment from Cameron Green that long hop guided to Labuschagne. He took a brilliant catch, should get a wicket. But that's the way she goes, folks. And now Kugeline is out there and he's waiting and he's watching and he's pushing away to the onside. Anyway, let's see if he can make a few to build this lead, which is 202. It looked pretty good half an hour ago before a couple of wickets fell, but now 3 have fallen. One to a loose shot, the other 2 to some pretty good bowling with the new ball.
Made a second ball duck in Wellington, first ball duck in the first innings here.
Yeah.
Hasn't done a lot with bat or ball in this series, and once again didn't get much of a welcome from the home crowd from what I could hear.
3 slips gully weight. Cameron Green running in to bowl, and he bowls wide outside the off stump, and Kugeline will have nothing to do with it. So somehow New Zealand have got to scrounge, hit, whatever they do, at least another 50 runs to make the game competitive in the last innings.
Yeah, that's the mark in my mind. Can that last 4 with Henry and Southey to come who can whack it? Surely they can cobble 40 between them with Phillips there, and Phillips can do likewise. They can still have themselves a testing enough target.
Here's Green bounding in and bowling the ball. It's edged into the turf in front of Marsh, who's down there in the gully. So Cameron Green gets another important wicket, which he's been doing lately, just picking up one here and there, either with a good one or somewhat innocuous delivery that the batsman's turned into a catch, as he did a moment ago.
Well, it's bounce. Even when he bowls a bad ball, he's got a steeper trajectory of bounce than most players, given his incredible height.
He runs up and bowls, and another ball is pushed at and missed outside the off stump. He really helped himself to a little outside edge almost there, but instead he got something else. And the result, what did that go off the inside edge? Yes.
Way behind square in the end.
It looked like he was fishing, and then it went off the inside part of the bat, down to fine leg for a streaky single.
So that's what an unusual bowling action can bring you. It can mean that even if you don't bowl a great delivery, because what you're doing is different, you might still be able to draw a mistake. That's what's worked for Cameron Green here.
So Phillips has the strike to the wicket taker, Cameron Green. He's back and he's playing away to the gap on the onside, wide of mid-on, and a single results. He's 6, and the score 6 for 298. 204 in front, New Zealand, on this beautiful day in Christchurch on a pitch that looks pretty bland for the most part. The difference being quality bowlers with a new ball in particular make things happen.
Well, I think this is Phillips' time, Jim. This is the kind of match situation where you want him. If you're New Zealand, you think, okay, we need somebody to be busy, we need somebody to hustle, work the strike well, attack when the opportunities come up, and find a way to add 50 or 60 runs with the lower order. That's the kind of thing Phillips can do. He was very enterprising in Wellington, 71, attacking there before he picked up his 5-wicket haul. In the third innings, he had a moment with the ball in this match. He's got a chance with the bat now.
Cummins continues. Phillips goes back. He's taken on the body. Ouch. Again, that bounce. The bounce that surprises the batsman and was aiming to chop him in half and hit him in the midriff or midships, somewhere around there, and drop down onto the ground. Again, Cummins gets this extra bounce. Yes, I think it hit him in the jewellery that time.
Yep, right into the box. Unfortunate. Slammed the lid shut. He's backing at it again, though.
3 slips gully weight. Cummins runs in. He's back and he shuffles the ball down, perhaps off the pad towards fine leg. It's rolling very gently. Nope, he got a bit of bat onto that before it hit the pad. 6 for 299. And Kugeline, who's a bit of a mystery duck with the bat, is going to be facing.
Surely, with all the modern technology we've got, we could get NASA onto it or somebody. Surely we could design a better protector. We're still using the rudimentary old technology. It hasn't much advanced from 50 or 60 years ago in terms of the things you see dragged out of club kit bags at games and shared around.
Bit of that, then nothing. Here comes Cummins. He pitches up and he's pushed away into the covers. They go for a quick single and the throw from line misses the stumps and is backed up down here at fine leg backward square so they don't get an overthrow. Decisive. The 300 comes up. You'll hear the ripple of applause around the place. 6 for 300. Yeah, I think those plastic ones do the job, don't they?
Look, they're definitely better than nothing, but it's still a pretty painful experience when you get a whack. You see that even the professional players who get more of them than most still have to take some time to recompose themselves. I just wonder if there's a more absorbent technology that we could use, something to take the shock out of it.
Here comes Cummins, Phillips back, pushes away on the offside. I don't know, what are you going to... You make it out of sponge.
There's got to be some sort of space-age material that can take the heat out of the delivery.
Is there such a thing as hard sponge?
Hard sponge? Well, there is it at certain CWA lunches and so on, probably. It's been left out too long.
Yes.
Not sure if you want to be stuffing it in your jockstrap, though.
Well, I go back to the old metal ones. You used to have a sort of leather woven onto the outside edge. But, gee, they used to get bashed out of shape a bit. They could go rusty. Here comes Cummins. He bowls the ball that's edged away into the gully and is stopped there by Green.
Yeah, well, you don't want to have to be getting a tetanus jab after you wear one in that region. Not a good confluence of events.
You're trusty rusty. Yeah.
If you get hit and you squawk, that's a rusty.
These blokes are too young to remember that. Did you have a trusty rusty in your kit, Xavier? Trusty rusty. It was a metal box you used to put into your jocks. Yeah, it's a long while ago. Oh, you're too young. You're too young. Cummins runs in again and bowls the ball. It's a bouncer and it's allowed to pass. And umpire Menon says that is the end of the over. There's a bit of info about wicket keepers taking catches. 6 for 200. And Grandad's going to come in and join you in just a moment.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, New Zealand. Well, they've lost a couple of key players here. They've still got 300 on the board in the third innings of the match, which is no small thing. 6 down. They're 206 runs up. Brian Waddle, usually of a fairly pessimistic persuasion when it comes to New Zealand chances, but there's a possibility they're in this with enough to at least try to fight it out. Green's got the ball.
On the record, I think some pessimism is justified. Here's Green bowling to the right-handed Kugeline, who is put down, is it?
Yep.
Yes, he's put down.
That's a drop in the cordon. It's Labuschagne.
And thereby hangs my pessimism.
Well, the luck's going with you. There goes to the edge. It's Labuschagne at third. It was a very low catch. He had his hand on the ground by the time the ball got into the palm, and it jarred out of the palm.
Catchable?
The left hand, yeah, quite catchable. Stephen Smith next to him was very disappointed. Cummins just applauds the bowler and says, try again.
300 for 6. Kugeline waits for the next delivery and leaves it wide of the off stump through to wicketkeeper Carey. So the lead is 206. Not enough to win the game at the moment. Another 100 would have been a huge help for New Zealand if they'd been able to prolong the partnerships of Mitchell, of Ravindra, and with Blundell. They're the players that were charged with doing the job today, and you lose 3 too quickly. Gives the bowlers the sniff they want. Green bowls to Kugeline, who's playing defensively, rather tentatively. Had to hurry the stroke to try and keep it down, but he managed to control it into the ground, not get the edge.
Well,
awkward stuff for a batter of Kugeline's expertise.
Well, hasn't been much chop with the stick in this series. And should have wrapped up an undistinguished series being caught at slip for 2. That hasn't happened.
Remains on 2 as he waits for the next delivery from Green, and this one has him on the front foot playing it into the onside. It runs out towards mid-wicket. Once again, he's not too certain about the ball and is finding it difficult to get his feet into position so that he can play. He's hurried in his defensive strokes. Phillips offering a little bit of encouragement from down the pitch. All that encouragement comes for naught when you're not feeling comfortable at the pace of Green, who's a bit above the pace of normal fourth seamers, isn't he? Next delivery into Kugelheim, very open stance, able to leave that one, picked it early, and I think that's the issue of being able to read the delivery fairly early so that you can make the leave. And when you come in fresh conditions like this, he takes a while to get settled. Phillips is the man who can provide an acceleration in the run rate, and there's no reason to suspect that he can't do it here, but he's got to take a fair bit of the strike if that's the case, and he needs the support of the other players to come, all bowlers. Green up bowling to Kugelheim, and this one has him taken in the power. Here for Robbie W. Umpire Erasmus says no, and the over is completed. Another good demanding over from Cameron Green. The countdown timer is going on, and they don't look as though they're going to make use of it. The over comes to an end. 300 for 6. The lead 206.
Happy to let that last one slide from Cameron Green. It was a decent looking delivery. It seemed in a long way, but hit him a bit high above the knee roll on the pad flap, so probably trending towards leg stump, but an extra bounce that Green gets. He's the kind of bowler who's quite comfortably operating in the mid 130s in terms of kilometres per hour and can crank that up into the 140s. So he's a different prospect to your usual part-time seamer or backup option from the top 6.
Oh yes, he's a very useful sort of player to have. You don't need to bowl him with necessity. Cummins in bowling to Phillips, and Phillips is on the back foot. Get the bounce. And that, I guess, is still a relic of the newer ball. They seem to be able to achieve the bounce that wasn't there when the ball was getting older and softer. But we're just having a look to see at the one from Kugelheim. Missing. Impact was okay. Pitching was okay. But it was 9 feet above the stumps.
Sailing over.
Yes.
Waving to the bails.
Missed it. Would have gone above my head. Quite comfortably. 300 for 6. Cummins from the Botanical Gardens end, bowling to Phillips, who's waiting for the delivery, which he turns into the onside. Again, he's a little hurried with the extra pace that the seam bowlers have with the newer ball. It hasn't been an easy time since the new ball was taken.
I suspect Phillips will just want to soak up as much of the Cummins spell as he can. He's got a batting partner of limited ability who doesn't look too comfortable at the other end. Needs to give him time to try to get in. Phillips knows the quality of what Cummins is producing. If he can just face out most of these overs, gives New Zealand a better chance.
Here's his next delivery. Phillips with bat high above the head has managed to hit it through point. Out towards the boundary at deep backward point. Race away for 4. The fieldsman in pursuit, not going to overhaul that. And it was a bit of a flourish rather than a controlled stroke from Phillips. But it was, I've got to try and take some initiative here from the bowlers. And he got a thick edge. It went through the gap and down to the boundary. Takes his score to double figures, 11.
Yeah, went well square of Cameron Green at gully, who does cover a huge amount of ground, but even he wasn't going to get anywhere near that one. It was in the air, though. If they'd had a square of gully, an extra one in the cordon, it would have been a catch. Genuine edge. He's trying to punch it down into the ground through point and got it further behind point.
304 for 6. Phillips waits for the next delivery from Cummins and has it with him now, and he's playing on the up into the offside, but straight to the diving fieldsman at extra cover. And there's no run for him.
Mitchell Stark doing a good job, getting down a long way and had to dive across to his left. Got both hands to it.
Hauls himself wearily to his feet.
It's like a crane being erected.
This is hard going. It's like me trying to get out of a chair. 304 for 6. high hopes held for New Zealand through that morning session. They were putting together a very good partnership. Now they're struggling again. Phillips jumps into his defensive stroke, plays it away into the onside, and gets the single that is on offer. Takes the score to 12, and New Zealand 305 for the loss of 6. Cougar Line will have one delivery to face. I think he will.
It's one to come, yep. And what a nasty delivery. Got up near the bat handle. Phillips managed to drop it down. So whether he's intending to or not, he's effectively farming the strike, whether he's trying to limit his partner's exposure.
Phillips is just trying to tell him what he should be doing with this delivery.
Keep it out.
Yeah. Cummins up again to Cougar Line, who's taking the ball into the onside. He's happy to take the run this time as he goes out to a vacant square leg region. The man coming in from the deep is beaten to the ball by Labuschagne, and they get a single for it. Cougar Line just does not look comfortable at the crease. He's got that very firm grip, hasn't he? And very tight, static position. Doesn't feel relaxed. But he managed to get a single comfortably enough from that over. Cummins, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 48.
Well, I suppose after a couple of ducks in 3 balls, you'll take any run you can get.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, a man who can pick up runs in domestic cricket, but this is a fairly huge step up from domestic cricket. You might be able to hit big sixes and score quick 50s and 100s at that level, but this is much tougher category. Green bowls to him. This one's wide of the off stump. A little more relaxed with that one as he looks behind to see it taken by Carey with 3 slips in the gully in place. In fact, they're probably all 4 slips, really, aren't they? There's a slight gap between third and gully.
A notional gully, as it were. Mitchell Marsh doing that job, which he normally doesn't do anymore, but when Cameron Green's bowling, Marsh has to take the spot. That's where he caught Brendan McCullum off the no ball in 2016. Mitchell Marsh in the gully. McCullum was on 37. Went on to that 145.
Yes. Next delivery from Green. Beats Cougar Line's lunge forward, taken low down. Carey, yes, well, what they wouldn't give for Brendan McCullum right now to change the momentum of the game.
Well,
that type of innings. They've got Phillips, I suppose you could do that.
Yes. Oh, that delivery carves back in, beats the inside edge by a micron, and goes over the off bail by about an inch. Cameron Green is bowling quite the spell. Carey ends up taking it down the leg side. So far did it move after it pitched outside the off stump.
He's actually getting the ball to seam a little bit into the batsman as well. Green. Next delivery to Cougar Line, who decides, I'll have a go at this one, and he has a big go at it. Hits it for 6. Oh, that came from nowhere. Sydney or the bush, wasn't it?
Desperation times, perhaps. Just something pitched up. We saw something full enough and a wild swing at it. Got a good, clean piece of it over long on.
Well, it might be a battle of the 6-hitters for the remainder of the innings. Southey can, Henry can.
Phillips can.
Phillips can. Cougar Line shows that he can. Good middle on that bat. Don't think he'll be able to do it every ball that Green bowls. Green looks as though he's determined enough to not let it happen again. He just has a quick word with the skipper before he picks up the attack again. Nice straight run. Bowls to Cougar Line. He goes again for it. And he hits it. No, he doesn't. He was looking out towards the deep mid wicket. But it was through before he had the chance to make contact. I think he was just a little bit late on that one.
Well, yes, he was looking in one direction, but it's a bit like the naval guns at Singapore pointing out to sea while the Japanese came in from land behind them. Ball ended up in the keeper's gloves. It was nowhere near that. It seemed away, beat him with bounce. He was trying to smack it over long on again, but the line was outside the off stump. So
Phillips takes the long walk. They touch gloves. I don't know what that actually achieves. I see it so much time. The touching of gloves just about every time a boundary's hit.
I think it's just reminding you that you have a batting partner and you have some responsibility to them.
Is it? Did you have to touch gloves though?
Yes.
His Green bowls to Cougar Line. Flicks it up his pads out towards square leg. He's going to get the strike as the ball is played to the deep fieldsman, but he kept it along the ground. Green can't believe what happened to that one.
It's a symphony of yelps for Cameron Green. It's like when all the dogs at night start barking at each other. He's had his hands on his head like 3 times this over. He's nearly been through the defences several times, and yet he still doesn't have a second wicket. 1 for 47 with 1 ball to come.
He's going at 4.5 and over. Goodness me. 10th over wild with 11th over. It'll be 4 and a bit.
Thought he was going to get through onto the pad there, but the face of the bat got in the way.
I think we've got some idea what Kugelheim intends to do. Most deliveries.
Slog.
And so too does Phillips, because he's decided to stay on strike and hopefully get a single off the last ball of this over. Green bouncing around at the top of his mark, then heads off bowling to Phillips. 2 slips in the gully in place. This one has him swatting it away on the onside. We'll get the single as it goes out to deep backward square leg. Again, the pace just a little bit too demanding for him, and he gets a single. 314 for 6. Pace bowlers have certainly upped the tempo a notch as Josh Hazlewood runs down in his bowling action to the non-striker's long leg position, or the striker's long leg position, and he's obviously had the call to come into the attack again very shortly. 314 for 6, the lead 220 as Xavier Doherty comes back into the expert seat.
Hello, Brian. What's been happening here?
Oh, there's been a few runs taken, there's been a few wild swipes, a few wickets falling. And
some entertaining cricket then?
Some entertainment. I'm not sure that a lot of it bears any resemblance to what we know as cricket, but it's certainly entertaining.
Okay.
Quite a change from what we saw this morning between Ravindra and Mitchell. There's an element of the T20 Bazball approach. Do you like that? Here comes Stark. Back into the attack. Bowls to Phillips. Drives up towards mid-off. There's no run for him.
That's okay, isn't it?
Oh, well, no. If that's what he can do, away you go.
I've been watching a little bit of Kugelheim's innings so far. His almighty slap out of the park, sort of.
Well, he's put it up there, he'll whack it.
Yeah.
So you don't want to put it right up there, do you?
Well, I think he copped a bit of grief, didn't he, in the first innings of the first Test match for hitting out second ball when he had a set batsman at the other end. And he just felt that was playing on his mind for a while, and then he thought, nah, that's probably my best approach. I'm going again here, and he did.
Stark bowls to Phillips, who's defensive. Not really moving his feet, just playing a dead bat at the ball, running into the offside and getting nothing for it. 220 the lead for New Zealand, 314 for 6 Phillips, 13 from 30, not being able to generate the kind of run rate that he's renowned for.
No.
Strike rate.
But what are we? We're only halfway through the Test match, aren't we?
Yes.
Is that right? So there's so much time left in the game, so they're both dashes.
But I reckon if he gets 100, it won't be batting this way.
Okay, all right. Well, it'd be good for the Test match, that's what it would be.
Stark bowling to Phillips, who lifts the bat high out of harm's way as it goes through to Carey. Yes, the scoring tempo has been closed down, hasn't it, with the departure of the 2 batsmen who seem to be in a comfortable position. Ravindra, a bit soft in dismissal. So too was Mitchell.
Well, Mitchell's was a funny one. I was on here at the time. He had a wild swipe at a ball, the ball before, which came out of nowhere. And then it was almost like, no, that's not how I'm batting. I'm going to lock back in, and he nicked the next one.
Stark bowls to Phillips, who drives into the covers. Save made there for the cover fieldsman. That's Labuschagne. He certainly saved 3 runs, I think, because that was headed to the boundary and managed to get a single, which would expose Kugelheim to the attack again.
Yeah, nice work there from Labuschagne. He has got a little bit of making up to do, doesn't he? He's the one who grassed one at third slip 3 or 4 overs ago.
He had credit in the bank anyway. Got 90.
Yeah. That's not how he wouldn't be thinking about that. He certainly wouldn't be thinking. And he's a guy who throws himself around in the field anyway. So he'd be disappointed with that missed chance and hoping it doesn't cost Australia too many more runs.
Stark bowls to Kugelheim, who hits it into the deep. That's going out to mid-wicket. It's going to clear the boundary for 6.
That's massive.
That's a long boundary out there. That's a big hit. And he timed it to perfection. 321 for 6.
Well, I think Kugelheim is sick and tired of trying to defend them. Australia have already found his edge. He's played and missed a few times. I think he feels it's a matter of time if he bats that way. So he's going to try and score some runs while he's out there. And since he's taken that approach, to be fair, he's scored 12 off the last 3 or 4 balls that he's faced.
Yes, well, you sort of wait till you get the one that's got your number on it, so you might as well get a few along the way. Open stance at the crease. Very rigid and determined stance. Slight crouch. The next one's wide of the off somebody. Flails at it. Down to the boundary for 4. Didn't really move the feet, just hung the bat out to it and hit it down to the boundary. 10 runs from 2 deliveries. He's 20 now from 19. It's 325 for 6. The lead is 231.
Well, that's what can happen when you take that approach. You get some loose deliveries. So Mitchell Stark, the ball that he got hit for was actually not a bad delivery. It was the top of off stump. The Kugelheim whipped him over deep backward square. The follow-up delivery from Mitchell Stark was a full toss, probably in line with the wide line that you'd have in a one-day game. And he's, as you said, didn't need to move his feet, just sort of hung his bat out at it, allowed it to hit the bat, and it ran away. Ran away along the ground. So the lead's up to 231. I get the feeling there's a few more runs left out there for New Zealand. So it's just starting to frustrate Australia, just a fraction.
Yeah, 231. I still don't believe it's anywhere near enough, but another 70 would make it a pretty interesting test match. It won't be a time problem. It'll be the ability to score whatever is set. Here's the first ball of a new over from Hazelwood back in the attack and left alone by Phillips. So it went through to wicket-keeper Carey behind the stump. Somebody with 2 slips in a gully. So there's a man back at square leg on the boundary. There's a long leg. There's a cover sweeper, probably just behind point. Then the orthodox men for the 1. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. I think that's all there is,
That's it. Yep.
A lot.
Well called. I think this is another sign that Pat Cummins is just getting a little sick and tired of the game drifting along. He's brought Hazelwood back into the attack after a short spell.
Up he goes over the wicket to Phillips, and Phillips onto the back foot, punches out towards the cover region. Field's been racing to it. They're going to get 2 now, only 1. Nathan Lyon quickly to it, and that was what prevented him, was the fact that he got to the ball quickly. Whether or not the throw was going to make it, the deterrent was the fact that he had the ball by his hand. 1 to Phillips, goes to 15, then comes down to have a chat with Kugelheim. Only 2 more 6s in this over. Scott, please.
Yeah, I think he's got in his rhythm here, Kugelheim. I think we can all anticipate what's about to happen. But nice fielding there from Nathan Lyon. He could sense that Phillips was going to make it back for the 2. He raced to the ball, got to the ball quickly, and that prevented the 2 and got the man Kugelheim on strike.
Well, I think Phillips is looking to protect him as much as he can, but if he continues to hit the way he has done, what have we got now?
I like this. Australia are bringing the field in. They're still encouraging. They're not keeping the sweepers out. They're encouraging Kugelheim to take it on. So it might cost him a few runs.
Good stuff. Hazelwood up to Kugelheim, and Kugelheim gets one which he hits into his pad. Not sure where that one, but if it had hit the pad, I think it probably would have gone a fair old distance. He mistimed it completely, didn't judge the bounce to perfection. He remains 20.
Sorry, what? I keep trying to interrupt you.
No, that's fine.
The language barrier. But they...
I don't speak Aussie very well.
Aussie.
Strong.
They... I like this from Australia. They're not... on cue, they're putting the deep backward square back. I think they've got the feeling that Kugelheim's only going to go one way. They are encouraging that by keeping the field in. But now Josh Hazelwood has decided he wants a little bit more protection. Travis Head drops back onto the deep square leg boundary.
Up goes Hazelwood, bowling to Kugelheim, crouching in his stance, manages to tuck it away into the onside, down towards deep backward square leg, or just 2 backward square leg, and he takes a single. So moves his total on to 21, 327 for 6. Yeah, of course, the moment you do that is when they get an edge into the slips and it goes through the vacant place you've just taken a man from. But it's the law of averages.
Yeah, nice little bit of cat and mouse here. Kugelheim playing with the straight bat. He's probably got the captain's voice in his ears if he does play a shot out to the fielder they just put out there.
Hazelwood bowls to Phillips. Phillips leaves the delivery and he's more controlled in terms of his stroke play. He knows that his requirements are to continue right through to the end of the innings. If he is capable of doing that, the big strokes will come from Kugelheim, Southey, Henry and
Sears. You don't think they'll lock in those three? They haven't yet.
Well, 2 sixes from each of them will add to the total, won't it?
I'm telling you what, I feel like it's going to be a 350 plus chase here for Australia. There's going to be a wag in the tail.
Hazelwood bowls to Phillips, who's defensive, playing up towards mid-on, fielded there by Marsh, and there's no run. 327 for 6, so 99 overs have been completed. The lead is 233, so Xavier sees another 100 from the last 4 wickets. Interesting. Kugelheim 21, Phillips on 15. Through to T with Corbin Middlemas after you, Xavier.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I just get the feeling that the wickets flattened out a little bit. Australia will go searching here, trying to get these last 4 wickets. They have got a selected batsman at the crease in Glenn Phillips. The support of Kugelheim and Henry and Southey in particular, they're going to keep the scoreboard ticking over. The longer this drags on, the more frustrated Pat Cummins and his men will become, and the runs might start to flow. Welcome back, Corbin Middlemas.
Thanks, X. Mitchell Stark, 1 for 85 off 21. He's on his way in, bowling to Kugelheim, who's got a awkward crab-like stance as he sends a pull shot into the gully. So tried to heave it away on the leg side, ended up getting a bottom edge, and Cam Green was able to trap that. The SMS number, by the way, is 0467 920 222. If you want to send through your sharper stuff now, Xavier Doherty will answer a few of your queries before the tea break. So 0467 920 222. Josh Hazelwood, who's about to become a dad for the first time, he's enjoying his time in New Zealand. He's down in front of us at Fine Leg and having a chat with a few of the well-hydrated locals. Start to Kugelheim, it's short. He's trying to hook, and he's edging through to the keeper, Carey, who takes the catch. Kugelheim says, hang on, I want to go upstairs. He immediately reviews it, shakes his head as he meets Phillips mid-pitch. And Carey didn't go up as well, as much as he ordinarily would, but the soft call is out.
Caught behind. On-field decision is out. I've checked the placement of the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
I say soft call. We don't have that anymore.
No, of course we don't.
It was given out, and now it's going to the video.
He didn't refer it straight away, though, Kugelheim. He waited for a little consult. If it's hit anything, it's hit some glove. It's clear of the body.
The ball is close to the bat and the gloves. Can we confirm with Ultra Edge, please?
So it could only possibly have hit the bat or the glove. So, and everyone out there has clearly heard a noise. Mitchell Stark sort of shrugged his shoulders. He didn't hear anything.
What did you think, naked eye?
Out.
Right. Oh, gee, it's very close to the bat.
Yeah, it's very close to the bat, and we have to confirm with Ultra Edge when available, please.
Michael Goff and I on the same wavelength.
Rolling through.
Here we go. Let's look at the snicko. Clear. Flat line. Not out.
Can you just take that back? I just want to see if there's any deviation. Please, Mark, just take it back.
I think the locals are pretty happy as they're getting a look at the replay.
Rolling through.
This is interesting.
Yeah. Keep going through, please. Okay.
So you heard Michael Goff say there.
There's no deviation.
I just want to make sure there's no deviation, even though there's no spike on the ultra edge.
The bat and the gloves, Nitin. Recommend you change your decision from out to not out. Let you know you're on screen. You're on screen signal now.
Thanks, there you go. Thanks, Michael. So Nitin Menon waves it away. Kugelheim's still there on 21, having been given out. 6 for 327. The lead is 2-3-3.
Yeah, an interesting little process there. I just figured if there was nothing on spike, they would just immediately give that as not out. They wanted to check whether there was deviation, just to confirm. But Kugelheim wasn't convinced himself. He took a few seconds to refer that one.
Here we go, another short one. He's coaxed into hooking again. Top edge over the keeper, 4 runs. So he didn't put it away, Kugelheim. And Stark went upstairs the very next ball. Kugelheim gets the boundary, moves to 25, and New Zealand's lead swells 237 in front.
I think we're going to see a little bit more of this here. Corbin. That one's, as you mentioned, has gone straight over Carey's head. Is Pat Cummins going to stick another one down there? He's not. They're happy with the two back on the hook, as we've got at the moment. And it was not quite high enough on that occasion from Mitchell Stark.
Okay, here comes Stark again. Botanic Gardens end of the ground. Bowls to Kugelheim, who's rocking on the back foot and pulling. Finds the gap in the onside. Through mid-wicket for 4. So given out on field, hasn't overturned, and the next 2 balls he's hit for 4. Scott Kugelheim moves to 29 in New Zealand. 335 now. 6 down.
Yeah, not short enough again from Mitchell Stark. That's waist high. I think that's a shot when you're in the groove of hitting boundaries, which Scott Kugelheim is at the moment. That's pretty easy pickings. He hasn't got a field set for that sort of bowling. It needs to be at the badge.
That is Scott Kugelheim's highest score in Test cricket, as the PA announcer lets the crowd know here at Hagley Oval. A lead 241, 6 down. Stark outside the off stump. Kugelheim drops it in front of point, takes a single. Good batting. Moves to 30. 242 in front.
That is good batting, Corbin, as you called. He is in the groove of hitting boundaries, but he's got enough game sense that will frustrate Australia even more, dropping it and getting the established batsman in Glenn Phillips back on strike. Did you note the drop catch? What was Kugelheim dropped on? You don't have those notes. He was dropped on 2. So it's cost 28 runs so far.
This is something the Aussies have done to New Zealand throughout the series so far. Tasted their own medicine as Stark here sends one down the leg side and Phillips stands inside it. That's the end of the over. So Phillips on 15, Kugelheim on 30. The lead is 2-4-2. The wicket is flat and good for batting. Hasn't got the same demons in it. And 100 overs have been bowled now in New Zealand's second innings. 6 for 336. Quick little catch-up. Corbin Middlemas, Xavier, Doherty on ABC Cricket. At lunch, New Zealand were 3 for 243 with Ravindra and Mitchell well set. They both fell about 40 minutes into the second session. Mitchell, the first to go, caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood for 58. And Ravindra caught Carey, bowled Cummins. Came in cold on the back of having not bowled, returned into the attack, and as he so often does, started his spell with a wicket. Bowled a superb wicket-taking delivery first up. Ravindra out for 82. Earlier today, Latham was dismissed by Cummins as well, caught Carey for 73. And then the last man to go was Blundell. Poor shot, was poked at a short, wide one outside off stump, hit it straight to Labuschagne off the bowling of Green. Hazelwood starts a new over, it's short again, and straight out the middle of the bat from Kugelheim as he pulls it to deep square leg for a single. The lead is 243.
Game's picked up pace again, Corbin. This is great to see. Runs have been flowing, well, pretty much all day for New Zealand. Not a lot of wicket action for Australia in the first session. The introduction of the new ball has brought about a few poles, as you mentioned.
Sorry, keep going.
No, but I was going to say that, Kugelheim coming to the crease, and he's really making Pat Cummins and his men think about things for a while here.
2 slips, a gully. Hazelwood on his way in. Bowls to Phillips, jumps back in the crease, drops it out in front of Mitch Marsh, takes a sharp single. Looking well at the moment, this pair. And the Aussies probably thought once they got Blundell out, and the lead at that stage was 202. And they were 6 down. They'd probably be thinking, gee, if we can try and run through the lower order here, get them out and chase less than 250, that'd be great. All of a sudden, the lead is 244. They've still got Henry and Southey to come, who whacked them in the first innings, made a 55-run stand for that 9th wicket. And then Sears in at Jack. Rick Finlay says 11 dismissals, all catches is the all-time record by a keeper, as noted by Geoff. Most in New Zealand is Gilchrist with 10 all catches in the 99-2000 series, which was also the record against New Zealand. As Kugelheim's on the back foot, punches out to point, picked up by Line.
So it's Carey's on 9, is he?
He's on 9.
Yeah, okay.
He's had 4 catches in this innings, 5 in the first.
Well, we thought he had 5, didn't we?
Yeah. Kugelheim, by the way, has hit 76 sixes in the Plunkett Shield, which is equal 5th most in the competition's history. So he's a 6-hitter at domestic level, despite the fact he's primarily in there for his bowling. It's a 31 not out here at better than a run a ball. Best time to bat. Approaching tee on day 3 at Hagley Oval. It's short. He's hooking down towards fine leg. It bounces a couple of times before reaching Stark as he collects on the hop underneath the floppy wide brim hat. Has it back into the keeper in Alex Carey. Did you ever wear the wide brim hat, X?
Very rarely.
Right.
Very rarely. Occasionally when you get to Perth and you get a couple of those low 40s scorches, you know, you've done the old Greek chapel. But, usually the baggy for me. Well-worn Matazzi baggy. It was in need of some love, but I think my career wrapped up just in time.
Phillips on 16. You can hear him thumping away. Now stump mic as he awaits Hazelwood. Oh, he's cut in half here. As the ball nicks back in, hits him high on the thigh pad, rolls away on the offside. What do you do with your baggy green? Is it on display somewhere, or is it just in a bag in a cupboard?
My Tassie one? My Aussie one?
Yeah, Aussie one.
The actual baggy green, you mean?
The baggy green.
It is in a bag in my cupboard in my bedroom.
Oh.
And they're looking in a drawer. The kids go to it and, chuck it on every now and again and get a little selfie on my phone and that sort of stuff. So,
any thoughts to put it on display?
Not really. I think this is a deeper conversation we need to have, Corb. It's not something. My test career, I played 4 tests and not great memories. Like, if I'm going to be brutally honest,
right?
There were 4 games that didn't quite go Australia's way.
6 for 339, prodding forward. Phillips just pushes out to cover point. It's the end of the over, so Hazelwood 1 for 65 off 25. Phillips is 16, Kugelein's 32. The lead is 245 as we tick towards tee on day 3. New Zealand overall 6 for 339. You are very self-deprecating about your cricket.
No,
I get that you'd probably want it to go better on certain occasions, but there'd be think about when you were a little kid and you were like, look, all I want to do one day is play for Australia. And
yes,
you did it.
I did. No, but I guess what I'm probably trying to say, I'm probably more proud of some of the work I did in limited overs cricket, particularly for Australia, than I did with my test. And the fact that we didn't, so I played 4 tests, we got a draw and 3 losses. I just don't have those great memories on the field to go with that baggy green. So, I guess that's just how things sit with me. I guess as time goes on, I've become maybe a little more fond of the memories that, I shared with teammates. And the fact I was able to earn that baggy green in the first place. But, to sum it up, I'm probably a fraction more proud of some of the work I did in the coloured clothing.
Have you got any merchandise on display? Any balls, hats, shirts, anything? Cummins is back, and that usually means wickets as he drops one in short and Kugellein ducks underneath it. Kugelein's 32, Phillips is 16, the lead is 245.
I don't. Oh, well, none of mine. I've got a Ricky Ponting shirt.
Yes.
With the number 14, an Australian shirt displayed in my rumpus room, and I've got a...
Is that one he gave to you?
He gave to me, and I asked for it. I actually had to ask for 2 because he thought he gave me one and I'd lost it. And then when I asked for a second one, what he thought was the second one, he gave me a bit of serve, but handed it over, which is very good of him.
Cummins on middle stump and turned away by Kugellein through mid-wicket for a single. So you only asked for...
I only asked for one, and I only received one.
Right.
But he thought I'd asked for 2 for some reason, and he thought he'd given me one that actually didn't happen. But hey, very generous, Rick. So that's proudly displayed.
Test shirt or a limited over shirt?
It's a limited over shirt. Yep. With the Ponting 14 on the back, and he's signed it for me in the middle. I've got a little photo montage that I was handed to at my cricket dinner when I did a little retirement speech for Tasmania as well. So that's the only 2 sort of cricket memorabilia things I've got. I did go through all my stuff I've got stashed underneath the house just before Christmas, which I showed you one of those photos yesterday, one of the original Tassie T20 shirts.
Yeah.
But I've got all that stuff sort of tucked away and neatly in boxes. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but it was an interesting little process.
Phillips on strike, awaits Cummins, and he drops the ball away into the gully, and Kawaja moves up and collects. G'day, Corby and X. Grant here in Hobart, loving the cricket on ABC. Australia should go to New Zealand every 2 years for the sake of the game. How about the Blues, Corby? Premiers for 2024. We've watched 3 of the 4 games this week. We have, just about in full. I think we left the Carlton game early in the 3rd the other night. and it turned out to be the one absolute pulsating heartstopper. So I feel like we haven't been rewarded for our near 1 a.m. finishes. Watching the footy back in the accommodation as Cummins beats the outside edge here. Just flashing out at Phillips, plays and misses. So we near in on the tea break on day 3. Phillips 16, Cougar Line 33, the lead 2-4-6.
Yeah, not an amazing time zone for watching the football, unfortunately, over here, but I feel very fortunate. There are some places in the world where you struggle to pick it up, so it's good that we can back home to the hotel and flick on the telly and it's there. But
we've made a good fist of it. They've got a common area that we've just completely taken over.
We have taken over, yes.
We've changed the seating around, we've moved the furniture, and we've set the couch up right in front of the TV as Phillips again is trying to open the face of the bat, can't beat the gully, and Cam Green fields low down to his right.
So who we got? Grant's gone the early crow on the Blues. I'm not so confident just yet, but they obviously finished last season really strongly, and certainly agree with the sentiment that these two teams should play more against each other, and we're getting plenty of feedback about that one, and I couldn't agree more.
Eric, hey guys, love the ABC Listen Up with the cricket. Great work. What do you think about walking on the field at lunchtime? Covered a bit of that, didn't we?
We have. Stay tuned for the socials, Eric.
Here's Cummins again as he bowls to Phillips. His forward drives back to the bowler. Cummins got a shoe on it. Took a bit of the pace off, and Nathan Lyon works around from mid-on to retrieve it. Lead is 246. The socials handle is at ABC Sport. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, the whole nine. We did duck out there and asked a few of the patrons, and particularly those Aussies that have made the trip, what they think about it.
It's not up just yet, but be patient. Before the end of the day, I'm sure that the team will whip something up and give you a behind-the-scenes experience that's fantastic.
Dave from Redbank, Cummins should bowl one over spells. Down into Woomba. High all, given our fragile batting lineup stacked with individuals who consistently fail, I doubt Australia will get 200 runs.
Okay, that's an interesting point of view. He's not watching what we're watching. This is a very flat wicket. I'm tipping that it'll be well more than 200. This chase, I'm up around 350. I was chatting to Wads about, and
350.
350. It's now 246.
There's 6 down already.
I'm tipping there's more sting in the tail to come.
Wow.
And I think that's still within reach for Australia.
Okay.
I think we've got a cracking Test match finish coming up.
So 350 in the 4th innings, and the Aussies can still get him as Hazelwood on his way in here bowls to Kugelai, who keeps it down and plays out the line at point. We're nearing tea on day 3. There's plenty of time left in the Test. Lead 246, effectively New Zealand 6 for 246. That's the lead in the match, having conceded a 94-run deficit on the first innings.
Well, Matt Henry holds the key for New Zealand, doesn't he? He's not getting a huge amount of support. Tim Southey's pace is down. Sears is playing in his first Test match. He's looked quite good and got his pace up and going. Kugelon, I think we've covered a few times, is just struggling to find his place in this team, and Phillips as the off-spinner won't get much out of this wicket.
Oh, Kugelon here, beaten outside the off stump. It dies on the way through to Carey, who takes it low down. Lead 246, New Zealand 6 for 340.
So it won't be your traditional 350 if that's the number it gets to. It won't be your traditional big chase, where you've got to negotiate end after end after end. It'll be Matt Henry holds the key, and there'll be some scoring opportunities, in my eyes, from the other end.
Well, New Zealand haven't made over 200 the entire series, so they're 3 innings so far, all sub 200. 162, 179, 196. And they're 6 for 340 here. As Hazelwood dips one in short, Kugelon gets hold of it. Pulls it out through mid-wicket, away for 4 in front of the pavilion. He jumps to 37, and the lead is up to 250 for the Black Caps.
My case in point, Corb. Dug in short by Hazelwood. It hasn't got anywhere near where he would have liked it. And the number 8 for New Zealand has just rocked back and played a Ricky Ponting-like pull shot through mid-wicket. This is a pretty flat wicket.
Good heat today. There's hot temperatures forecast again for tomorrow. Hazelwood rumbles in with a follow-up. Bowls to Kugelon. It's short and it's at the body. And Kugelon weaves out of the way through to keep the Carey. Approaching the tea break. Can I ask you something as someone who's retired in the not-too-distant past? Is the tea break a little archaic? Like, what do you do in the 20 minutes of tea?
Well, there was a suggestion yesterday, is the lunch break too long?
Yep.
20 minutes for a tea break is sort of just in between. Like, you don't get long enough to sit down. We saw, was it Pat Cummins in the first Test actually didn't go off the ground at all. He just kept bowling in the tea break to Dan Vittori on one of the side wickets. So, yeah, it's sort of almost becomes annoying. You appreciate the rest, but it's not nearly long enough.
Kugelheim on strike, awaits Hazelwood, he's forward and defends, back past the non-striker, and in the end he calls Phillips through. He's farming the strike here. Takes a single with a ball to come in the over. Kugelheim's 38. The last of the recognised batsmen is Phillips, who's 16 not out, and the lead is 251 for New Zealand approaching tee on day 3. Are we better off with like 2 30-minute breaks?
Yeah, 2 30-minute breaks. Well, what was interesting is when the introduction of some day-night cricket, we had a few of those in Shield, in the Shield format, we actually switched them around. Your first break was 20 minutes, which is all you need after 2 hours of play, and then your second break was your long one, which I thought worked pretty well.
Right. Phillips on strike, he's forward and just pushing out to cover. That's the end of the over, and that's the end of the session. It's been a good one for the Black Caps. They're 251 in front. They have lost 3 wickets, however, and this test match is beautifully set up. New Zealand 6 for 345 at tee. Kugelheim's 38, Phillips is 16. The lead is 251. The 3 men to fall in that session after Latham went for 73 earlier today. Darryl Mitchell out for 58. It's a bizarre dismissal. He tried to drive a ball on the up, hit it in the outfield in the air, landed safely. Very next ball he nicked off Hazelwood's bowling for 58. Rachin Ravindra was dismissed by Cummins. First ball of a new spell. He too nicked behind, caught by Carey, out for 82. And then Blundell. That was a blunder as he just chased a short wide one outside the off stump, hit it straight to Marnus Labuschagne. Easy catch for him on the offside. Green picked up his wicket. Wasn't a great ball, was definitely not a good shot. He was out for 9. And now Kugelheim is able to throw the bat at a few, along with Glenn Phillips, who's the last of the set bats. And New Zealand in this test match, despite trailing by 94 in the first innings, they now lead it by 251 runs. 251 run lead, Phillips 16, Kugelheim 38. We've got our tea break feature coming up in just a moment, but before all of that, Xavier Doherty, what do you make of it?
Well, it's perfectly placed, as you said, Corbin. I think we said the exact same thing at the lunch break. The introduction of the new ball brought about a change in momentum for a short period of time. The 3 wickets that Australia were able to pick up in that session has sort of kept the game in the balance. The big point I want to make is Scott Kugelheim was dropped on 2 by Marnus Labuschagne at 3rd slip. A regulation, it went fast, but it went low, but he got 2 hands to it. I think a regulation catch in these conditions. So how much are Australia going to pay for that? It's cost him 36 runs just at the moment. He's not looking like slowing down, Kugelheim, so it's perfectly placed. I think we do have a big chase coming up. How many that'll end up being, time will tell. But as you mentioned, Corb, this is a beautifully positioned test match.
It is a benign pitch, flat wicket, so it is 251, but batting looks as straightforward as it has done throughout the series so far. So Australia will still be buoyed by that, despite the fact they need another 4 wickets to make sure they get the chance to have a hit again. So team on day 3, the Black Caps 6 for 345. Tea break coming up. A legend of New Zealand cricket chats to our own Brian Waddle. That's next, but first, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Climate Change and Energy Minister Chris Bowen is dismissing the Coalition's call for nuclear power in Australia as unworkable. The LNP is expected to detail a new energy policy ahead of the May budget. Shadow Energy Minister Ted O'Brien is suggesting nuclear power could be up and running within a decade. But Mr. Bowen says even in the United States, which has a long history of nuclear power, the average time to build a nuclear power plant is 19 years.
Ted O'Brien thinks he can do it in Australia from 10 with a standing start, with no regulations, with it banned not only nationally but in the 3 most populous states. I mean, throw in the Opera House and the Harbour Bridge and you might sell him something.
Pope Francis is urging Ukraine to have the courage of the white flag and negotiate an end to the war against invading Russian forces. The BBC's Danny Aberhard has more.
With this interview, Pope Francis has entered contentious ground. He's asked in a video clip about Ukraine whether surrendering was a courageous thing or a legitimisation of the law of the strongest. The pontiff, in his response, said that when, in his words, you see you are defeated, you have to have the courage to negotiate. Timely negotiations could avoid, he suggested, a situation where you end up in a worse place despite more deaths. War, he argued, requires two parties and is always a defeat, a human one, not a geographical one. Ukraine has not responded so far, but President Zelensky rejects talk he considers defeatist.
Former US President Donald Trump and incumbent Joe Biden have traded barbs at competing election rallies in the US state of Georgia. They're campaigning in the key battleground state ahead of the presidential primary vote there on Tuesday. Joe Biden says Donald Trump supports authoritarians and tyrants and wants to be a dictator. Meanwhile, Mr. Trump has told supporters that the president isn't capable of keeping America safe.
Kim Jong-un of North Korea, tough guy. But we had a great relationship. You know, they hate when they say that. You know why? Because you were very safe with a lot of nuclear weapons. And, you know, you have Putin now talking nuclear all the time, don't you? You know why? Because he knows we have an idiot as a president and he can get away with that.
The Irish government has been defeated in its attempts to redefine the meaning of family and the role of women in the country's constitution. The referendum asked if the definition of family should be expanded to include relationships outside of marriage. It also asked if references to a mother's duties in the home should be removed and replaced by care provided by family members. No campaigner Anne-Marie Flanagan says she was worried a yes vote would have meant people couldn't have carers who were not part of their family.
For example, personal assistance, you know, from a legal perspective could have been denied to us. We're a group of disabled people and family members who provide support and care. And we came together because we were really concerned that our legitimate voice wasn't going to be heard. So we're thrilled with the results.
Water bombers have been deployed to tackle a mulch fire near Waddle in South Australia's Eyre Peninsula. Morsal Hardiri reports.
Fire crews were called to the incident at a business on Iron Knob Road near Waddle this morning. The Metropolitan Fire Service says the fire is encroaching on buildings and a diesel tank. Spot fires have jumped the fence line at the scene. Paramedics are on standby to assist firefighters due to the extreme temperatures. Meanwhile, the cause of a house fire at South Plympton in Adelaide remains unknown. Crews were called to Wheaton Street last night to find a blaze in the roof of the house. Damage to the property has been set at $350,000. The occupants were uninjured.
The oldest surf lifesaving club in Australia and the world has been recognised in Sydney. The New South Wales government awarded the Bondi Surf Bathers Lifesaving Club a blue plaque and a tablet honouring significant people, places and events in the state. The club was founded in 1907, inspired the creation of similar surf lifesaving clubs at beaches across Australia. Club President Brett Jackson says the club has informed practices globally.
The Bondi Surf Club is not just an Australian icon, it's actually a global pioneer, because from this club over time the waves have rippled out across 300 plus clubs in Australia and also clubs globally around the world.
Two women in the US state of Ohio are facing charges after allegedly taking the body of an 80-year-old man to a bank to withdraw money. Police allege the woman drove the man's body to a bank to convince the staff to let them take money from his account. They were arrested after dropping off his body at a medical centre. Police say the woman told them they wanted to pay some bills. ABC News. Get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
The ABC presents a new drama series that takes you behind the walls of the sacred.
Baba, I should be your VP.
You pick yourself above the Almighty Creator. And into a story of family, love, secrets and betrayals at a Sydney mosque.
Love's not a bank loan, Asa. Never needs to be repaid.
The ABC's groundbreaking new drama, House of Gods. Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Hi, I'm Marnus Labuschagne. I'm Steve Smith. I'm Wilson Kwaja. You're listening to ABC Sport. This is Grandstand Cricket. On radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
It is tea on the third day of the second test at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Corbin Middlemas with you in commentary in the ABC Combox. 6 for 345 is the New Zealand score. The Black Caps lead the test by 251. It is a benign pitch, but 251 is already a substantial chase in the fourth innings of any test match. Cougar Lions on 38, Phillips on 16. Full crowd as we've had right throughout the test match so far, so the grass bank's well populated. Brian Waddle's been with us throughout the test series, not just in commentary, but during the tea break as we try to bring you a little bit of a taste of New Zealand, different cultural things that we can bring you, and some of the history of New Zealand cricket. And he's been busy. Watts, whereabouts are you?
In the Hagley Lounge at Hagley Oval in Christchurch, and this test series against Australia has been a chance to remember some great moments in cricket. And one of the great moments in New Zealand cricket was the first ever win by New Zealand over Australia at Lancaster Park, not at Hagley Oval, but it was Lancaster Park, and a memorable event that was. The former players from 1974 have assembled in Christchurch. One of those, Richard Collins, who has been a regular attender at events too in New Zealand, even though he lives in Sydney now. Rock, you've been back to New Zealand on a number of occasions for various celebrations of past events.
Yeah, well, I couldn't miss them, and as I said to a few of the boys, that with our advancing years, we're getting very few opportunities to get together, and there may not be too many coming up, so every opportunity that I have to get together with ex-players and that, I take it with open arms, and this one's been very special because of that first win against Australia, and remembering it was only the sixth official test between Australia and New Zealand, so they used to ignore us really in official tests, but that was real special.
Yeah, and the special thing was, I think there was about 6 or 7 of you all having a bit of a chat at a special function, and the memories just flowed. 50 years on, the memory not falter at all?
No, they're still there. You remember the particular wickets you got. You remember some of the other wickets that the other bowlers got, although most of the time I was down at fine leg, so I was too far away to really tell what happened. But no, I think it was a very good Australian batting lineup, and to knock them over twice, it was a pretty good effort. And I think the only player that they were probably missing was DK Lilly, who was injured at the time. Otherwise, it was full strength Australian side.
Yeah, I think that was the point of significance, was the strength of that side. It was a very good side.
Yeah, but I think they made one selection blunder, in my opinion, is they played 2 spinners, Kerry O'Keefe and Ashley Mallett, and had Gary Gilmore sitting in the stands. And it transpired that O'Keefe never bowled an over. Mallett probably only bowled 11 or 12, and the rest of it was, from memory, Max Walker, Geoff Dimmock, and Doug Walters and Greg Chappell filled in for the third medium pacer. So had Gary Gilmore been playing, it might have been a bit more difficult, because not only can he move the ball, he's not a bad bat.
No, that's right. And they come up against a New Zealand side that had a batsman who could score hundreds as well, in Glenn Turner. He made a difference.
Well, that shows the class of Glenn, because no other batsman really got runs, and he got 200s, and it just showed that. And as I said, Maxwell and Geoff Dimmock are pretty useful bowlers, and superb effort. And without that, of course, we didn't win, did we?
Yeah. You mentioned the fact that you were down earlier, but you played a significant part in what was a team effort. It wasn't an individual's effort. It wasn't, yes, you had Turner with 200, but everybody had to play a part.
Oh, yes, and you've got to remember the catching. Like, Hedley Howard took a streamer, Bev Congdon took a screamer, Jerry, I think, took a pretty good catch at first or second slip. So, I don't think I can't remember us grassing a chance. Catches win matches.
Exactly. The sad part of it all is that you played Test cricket for, 13 years, I think your career last, and you only played Australia 3 times,
yes.
1 series.
Yeah, because I wasn't available for the Australian part of the tour, because we'd just had 10 and a half, 11 weeks in England, or 12 weeks in England, and when I left, my twin boys were only 8 weeks old. So it would have been a bit rugged to actually then come home, say hello, oh gee, you've grown up, and then bugger off again on a tour.
Yeah, well, that was the cricketing life, and it's probably even tougher now.
And then, of course, you had your 8-hour, you had your 40-hour-a-week job. They couldn't let you off all the time, so, but...
13 years, is that your best memory? Because there are a few other personal milestones along the way for you as well, weren't there?
Yeah, I suppose the victory against England at the Basin, and a couple of wins against India, and the world record 10th wicket partnership, I suppose. But,
right, thanks for your time. Go and enjoy it.
Thanks, Brian.
Richard Collins, a short time ago with Brian Waddle downstairs, the former New Zealand left arm, a part of that famous victory that New Zealand had, their first ever victory over the Aussies in Test cricket back in 1974. Right here in Christchurch, just a wee bit away in the old Lancaster Park, which is still there as a broader sporting field, but no longer obviously a first-class or Test venue. Brian Waddle, this is tricks of radio. That was, of course, recorded a short time ago. You're with me now, live in the box during the tea break on day 3. You were at that reunion the other night, the night before the Test.
Yeah.
How was it?
It was a special night. It's New Zealanders celebrating New Zealand, and that's fine. Australia do it as well with their celebrations, but I think that there's room for a lot more of that. People will get interested in hearing the reminiscence of, 50 years ago. We're talking a long while ago. 50 years is a long time when you think about the cricket that's gone on. So it was taken well. Jim Maxwell became a part of it by asking a rather testing question that was posed by Ian Chappell, and Richard Collins, I remember the time, sort of laughing because he thought it was quite a good response. He knows Chappell pretty well from Sydney and said it was a good response. But it's a celebration of cricket to my mind. I think I said that on the first day, that those moments are important. And as Kalingi, well, we call him Kalingi, he's had all sorts of names. R.O. Collins, Rocky was known as well. As he said, there might not be many more opportunities. The numbers are starting to dwindle. There were a couple who were away because they are unwell, and that's the sort of thing that you like to see those players together, not only reminiscing with you, but also being in the ability to socially interact with each other. Brilliant stuff, and I enjoyed it. I hope another one comes along in the near future.
So it was 50 years ago. Wins over Australia have been few and far between. They haven't beaten the Aussies at home in nearly, just 31 years, I think, just about to the day. In these parts, and during that period they've played 32 Test matches, only one win, which you famously called for the ABC back in 2010 in Hobart.
That's right.
And New Zealand on top in this Test match right now, leading by 251 at tea on day 3 as we near the 4th innings of the match.
They're building an advantage. Xavier said that he expects them to have a lead of somewhere about 350. I'm not quite sure that I agree, but that would then make it a Test match and a really special finish, because it gives your bowlers something to bowl at. There's plenty of time. It's not going to be, time's not going to be taken in this one. It's your ability to bat whatever time for the runs that are there. So that advantage is building. Scott Kugelheim has a different way of doing it than, say, Glenn Phillips, although Glenn Phillips, in his own way, would be able to play much the same sort of innings. But, it gets back to what we talked about earlier. The last couple of days have been outstanding Test cricket. It's a wonderful contest between two sides. The favourites are under a bit of pressure from New Zealand at the moment. We want to see that build so that we get a good finale to the Test.
It's been a fun series, there's no doubt about that. Great job, Wads, with Richard Collins. Thanks for your company during the tea break. We'll hear from Wads during the call, obviously, of this final session on day 3. Test match is well placed. The lead is 251 for New Zealand. They're 6 wickets down, 6 for 345 in their second innings, with Kugelheim on 38. He was dropped on 2, and Phillips there on 16 on what looks like a pretty placid pitch here at Hagley Oval as we head into the final session on day 3. Craig MacMillan is about to stick the headset on and join us. It is the tea break just concluding, so about to start the final session on day 3. The text line is 0467 920 222. That's 0467 920 222. And a reminder, if you're with us on ABC Radio and you want to listen to every ball of the Test match, that is possible. You can do so through the ABC Listen app. Look out for that red cricket ball button. So keep that in mind, particularly with this Test match getting particularly juicy, Craig MacMillan, as we head into the final session on day 3. Jim Maxwell is the next voice you'll hear after this. But Craig, how do you see it placed at tee on day 3?
Well, I think New Zealand have had 2 good sessions. They really have. And the lead's 250, which is good. It's not enough, but New Zealand still have 4 wickets left, and this partnership has been niggly for Australia. It's blossomed out to 49. Kugelein's played his shots, as the lower order for New Zealand will tend to do, 38 from 36, which will add to some frustration for Australia, but it's been an entertaining day of test match cricket that's ebbed and flowed a little bit. That session, Australia picked up 3 quick wickets, had New Zealand on the back foot, but Jim, luckily enough, this partnership has just pushed things ahead. So it's been set up for an intriguing third and final session here on day 3.
It sure is. If this partnership can continue, particularly the way Kugelein's playing, there's a bit of risk attached to it, but it's entertaining. He's banged 2 sixes into the crowd, and that's good. And the lead's 251. I mean, it does make you ask the question, and how many's a real test? 250 probably might be a test if they get early wickets, who knows, but they need really 300 plus.
Absolutely. This pitch is getting better and better to bat on.
Yeah.
So 250 is nowhere near enough. New Zealand need to get past 300 without a doubt.
Cummins bowls after tee, and he bowls and it's pushed away. No, it's not. It's played and missed as it bounced and moved past the edge of Kugelein's bat. He's 38. Phillips is 16. 6 for 345. New Zealand losing the wickets today of Latham via DRS. Court Carey bowled Cummins inside edge onto the upper pad, the back leg, and popped up to Carey. He made 73. The new ball accounted for a few. First of all, Mitchell caught by Carey from Hazelwood for 58. Cummins runs in again. Kugelein with that strange stance, then pushes forward and stabs it back up the offside. And then Ravindra caught by Carey from Cummins for 82. And Blundell got out to a long hop from Green. His first ball was short, wide. It stopped a bit, and he stopped on the shot and lobbed a catch somewhere in the direction of Labuschagne, who leapt to his left at cover and took a beautifully judged catch. Out for 9, and then this partnership, which has sustained the innings from 296 to 345. He bowls a bouncer, and it's allowed to pass. So Kugelein is 38, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Phillips, the quieter of the two comparatively, is 16. But at the moment, the partnership has given New Zealand a chance of really testing Australia in the last innings. Now their bowlers up to doing it on this placid-looking pitch. Looks pretty placid today. And Australia have been working as Cummins runs in again, and he's pushing forward around the pad and playing down to mid-on. Cummins in his 22nd over has 3 for 49.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the Australian bowlers for me today, Pat Cummins. He's done an excellent job, just been probing, always doing something with the ball. There's always something happening. New Zealand's scoring rate's been pretty good today. In both sessions, they've scored over 100 runs, Jim.
Yep.
So they've gone at a good rate, and that's the one thing. They've still been able to put pressure on the Australian bowlers by scoring.
So another key period of the game here as we watch Cummins run in, and Kugelein's after the short ball. He gets a reasonable piece of it. He's hit it hard in front of square away to the boundary for 4. Another 4 to Kugelein. He's 42. Well, it was dropped short. The invitation was there. Cummins probably didn't quite get it where he wanted to. Didn't get the ball high enough, and he was able to pull it down in front of square for 4.
He's played that shot a number of times in this innings, and most of the time with great success. Peeling off boundaries, wasn't high enough from Cummins. First time he's bowled that ball pretty well today. Partnership now 53 between Phillips and Kugelein. Kugelein's got 42 of those 53 runs.
And now he's forward to the ball and pushing him away down the onside umpire. Mellon says that's the over, and it should just reflect on the fact during the tea break there was a presentation to Marais Erasmus on his achievement of 82 test matches. This is, of course, his last. He's announced his retirement, and it was good to see coverage of that with the fans, and I've noticed it was on television there when they presented him with a plaque of some sort in recognition of his excellent service to the game.
Yeah, he's been one of the world's top umpires for a long period of time, Jim. He interacts well with the players. That's always important. That man management of players, I think, is a key ingredient for an umpire. And then I guess the next most important thing is getting decisions right. And by and large, Maria Erasmus has done that over a long period of time. So he will be missed because, as I said, he's been an excellent umpire for a long period of time.
Yes, he's just turned 60 and he's decided to give it away as Lyons bowling, and he's bowling short. Yeah! He's bowled! That spun. And he was on the back foot there, Phillips. He was trying to hit it through the covers, but it turned and went straight through him, and he is out in the second over after tea. And Lyon at last got one to spin. It just hit the outside of the off stump, but it did turn. It did turn. Glenn Phillips, take note when you've got a ball later on. But another important moment in the game. Phillips bowled for 16 by Nathan Lyon, his first wicket in the game. It's 7 for 349.
That ball was perhaps turned the most as we've seen in this whole test match. It was a beautiful piece of bowling, because Phillips was trying to play it with a horizontal bat as it turned back between bat and pad, just clipped off stump. But a nice piece of bowling from the off spinner. I sort of questioned why he wasn't used more before the tea break. Australia went to the likes of Stark and Green, but to me, Nathan Lyon, to the lower order, although Glenn Phillips tends to bat a little bit higher, is always a dangerous. So now Australia are into the New Zealand's bowlers with Matt Henry coming to the crease, and he's been a little bit of a thorn in their side throughout the series with the bat.
He has. And they'll need a fellow out there somewhere at long on, I think, because that's where a lot of them go. He's only in his 15th over, as against Stark 22, Hazelwood 26, Cummins 22. So when you think he's such a prominent member of the quartet, he only bowled 2 overs in the first innings. Fair enough, the ball was doing a bit off the seam, but he's got a big wicket, and let's see what he does now. As Henry is out there to face him, Lyon bowls to Henry. Henry's forward, pushing the ball away, out into the covers. How many more runs can they get? 255's the lead. 3 wickets in hand. Nathan Lyon with a sweater on. A little bit of a buffeting breeze coming in there. Down the pitch he goes and hits it high and long. Where is it going to travel to the boundary for 4? He got it straight and wide of Hazelwood. Is down there at long on. Yep. I don't know whether he intended to hit it there, but he did. And he's picked up an early boundary here with a well-placed lofted drive. And Hazelwood a bit wider out there. He got around and knocked it down, but couldn't control it. So this could be the start of something big, big, big. 7 for 353. It's Lyon bowling to Henry. Henry on the back foot. He cuts for 4. Plastered the short ball through the covers as Lyon dropped his length, and Henry dispatched it to the boundary. Oh, we love tail enders, don't we?
Well, I'm not sure Matt Henry wants to be called a tail ender the way he's batting the series.
Yep.
Probably thinks of himself as a batter. That's a proper shot. Got his weight back through the shot, and there's a square cut in front of point through cover. And so back-to-back boundaries. Yeah, he's been a handful. He's going to continue to score. That's how he has to play.
2-6-3 in front. Lyon bowls and on the back foot. He chops it off a bottom edge, inside edge around the corner. And they get a single as Marsh comes in to pick up. No, they're buys. He missed it. And so did the keeper. I thought he must have got a nick on that as he played back to it. Tried to punch it away. Went over the stump's head. Well, it hit the batsman's pad.
So surely it's an LBW shout. It's definitely flicked the top of the pad.
It wasn't, he signalled buys, but it definitely hit that pad, as you say. Now, forward. Kugelheim punches the ball down towards mid-off. That would have been a very interesting review, but it hasn't happened. They've missed the chance now. I don't think they realise. I probably just went with the umpire. Yeah, okay, buys. Yeah. But it definitely hit the top of the flap of the pad, didn't it?
It might have been too high, Jim, but it was in front of Middle when he got hit. But height, I'm sure, would have been a factor. But, yeah, New Zealand still have to be selective here. I know they're going to want to throw the bat at Nathan Lyon. And we've seen a couple of deliveries turn, which I think is encouraging for New Zealand, for the likes of Glenn Phillips and Rachin Ravindra, because they'll have to do some bowling at some stage. But they still have to be selective with what shots and what balls they look to attack here.
Kugeline and Henry out there with Southey and Sears to come. And 264 is the advantage for New Zealand at the moment. Cummins begins the over. Back and across and just nibbling away on the back foot. He sends the ball square of the wicket and out there towards Marsh, who's fielding at point. So,
here we go.
Yeah. You're seeing a replay. It was just clipping the stumps, maybe? No, just going over. Right. Well, there wasn't an original decision, was there? That's what it's saying there. There was no appeal.
No, there wasn't.
No. That's just TV going through its process. As Cummins charges up again and he's edging it or something it down to fine leg for 4. He was so late on that. He got it inside edge. Otherwise, it would have crashed into his stumps or his pads. And he's managed to squirt it away down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, his weight's so far back, he's expecting a short ball, so he's gone nowhere, and it's at the inside edge, missed leg stump, and run away very fine for 4, because his feet have gone nowhere. Hasn't made a step forward at all. Talk about sloppy footwork. That's probably a very good example. Nice piece of bowling.
Lovely bit of sort of nutmegging from the batsman to get it away to the boundary. Bit fluky. Cummins beats him outside the off stump as he hits the length and he plays and misses. He does show the bowler all 8 stumps, doesn't he?
He does. He likes staying the leg side of the ball, Jim.
Yeah.
He prefers the offside, but he will swing across the line if he needs to go to deep mid-wicket or long on, especially off the spinner. But he does show you all 3.
Were you batting catch when he first arrived?
Mm-hmm.
Did you suggest perhaps getting across a bit?
Occasionally, Jim, yes.
Yeah.
He's got his own technique.
Yeah, exactly. So I got my method. Here it is. Cummins bowls, and he's back, and he's turning it down the leg side. There'll be 4 leg byes, I think, this time, as it's gone past the keeper along the ground, and it's 4 leg byes. They all help for 4 more makes it 272, the lead. 7 for 366.
They all count, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah, touch straight from Cummins this time, and Henry got that leg in the way, and a bit carry, and it ran away fine. Gee, there's been a lot of boundaries today. The ball just flies here at this ground. Really does, even with the big boundaries.
Cummins has another crack. He runs in, and it's a bouncer, and it's down the leg side. It's taken by Carey, who has 9 catches so far in this match. 5 in the first, 4 in the second, and he might be a chance of another. In fact, he actually had one before too, didn't he? And it was turned over. Wasn't that an edge that went to him?
Kugeline, yes,
Yeah.
he was off,
Given out,
yes,
and reviewed.
Yeah, that was a good review.
Timely. Kugeline's watching it all at the non-striker's end. Henry's on 12 and Cummins has him back and forcing away off a thick outside edge to third man. 4 more. It flies away along the ground to the boundary. So 2 4s and 4 leg byes in that over. And New Zealand 7 for 370 now. A lead of 276 at the end of that expensive Cummins over.
Yeah, Henry's hard to bowl to, Jim. He's really hard to bowl to because he throws the bat at the ball and it goes off through the offside down to third man, and then he'll flick one on the leg side that will go through square leg. He is difficult. He's played well this series. He got 14 in the first innings in Wellington, then got 42 and slapped a couple of big sixes off Nathan Lyon in the second innings. And then he got a few in the first innings here. What did he get? 29 in the first innings here, which is not far off being the top scorer in that New Zealand first innings.
Lyon versus Kugeline. Who wins this? Kugeline forward, playing respectfully, defending it out there on the offside. There are 2 men back. Cameron Green in cow corner and Josh Hazelwood at long on, and there's a deep square as well, and Marsh around the corner at backward square on the sweep, and Labuschagne in at mid-wicket. Here's line bowling. Cougar line's forward. He gets an edge, and it runs away behind point. It's collected out there by Kawaja. So when's he going to go for the big Larry Dooley here?
Tick, tick, tick. It's not far away.
Yeah. It's a numbers game. He comes up again and bowls back. Goes Cougar line. Oh, well, he takes a single. Pushing the ball away through square. He's saying, I'll just hang around here for a bit. But Henry may have other ideas. Lining him up. 7 for 371. One of those intriguing battles when an off spinner or any spinner is bowling to the lower order. Will they take him on? Line bowls. Henry swings into this. That's going a long way. How far is it? Caught by Hazelwood. He's hold out to Hazelwood on the boundary. He didn't get enough of it, and the trap was set. You risk and reward there, pal. And he hold out, and he's been caught down that long on. The line gets his second wicket, and that's the 8th in this New Zealand innings.
Couldn't resist, could he, Matt Henry? It just turned enough, and that makes that player at long on right in play. Nice piece of bowling from Nathan Lyon, doing a good job. Henry's innings, 16 from 11, comes to a short end. New Zealand's lead now 277. They need 300 plus, so somehow Tim Southee has got to find a way, find another 25, 30 runs for his team.
That's, I think, 529 wickets for Nathan Lyon. Continues to pick off tail enders, and Tim Southee might be another one unless he can lambast it into the crowd, but he's getting a cheer from the crowd again on the occasion of his 100th test match, and an opportunity here for him. I remember as a 19-year-old when he arrived on the scene as a swashbuckling tail ender, just instinct every time he went out to bat.
He hit 77 not out on test debut with 9 sixes. So he set the bar pretty high. Probably hasn't lived up to that over his test career in terms of what he's achieved with the bat.
Line bowling, and he's leaning forward and patting it down in front of him. And it's 8 for 371. Cougar line is 43. He didn't have to get too much more on that shot to carry the rope, but he didn't. Just turned and bounced a little bit. Didn't quite get the meat. Line in. Back goes Southee. Plays it quietly to the onside. So that's the end of the over. 8 for 371. Brian Waddle's going to join Craig MacMillan with New Zealand leading by 277.
Thanks, Jim. Well, an early wicket for Australia this third and final session here on day 3. New Zealand's lead continues to grow, and it is a good lead, but I know they'll definitely want a few more. Cougar line's been good, 43 from 46, so this lower order have to continue to frustrate and annoy the Australian bowlers for as long as they can, eke out as many runs as they can, see if they can get the lead up to 300 wads.
Yeah, they're bonus runs, aren't they, that the 8, 9, 10, 11 can bring to proceedings. 371 for 8. Good total and some good innings. There's been some wonderful cricket play. There's also been some pretty dumb stuff as well. Here's Cummins bowling to a Cougar line who's onto the front foot and just nudging it up towards mid-on. He'll get a single as the fieldsman is in from the deep, allowing him the single. 372 for 8.
Well, the big blows in that middle session when New Zealand lost Mitchell,
3 wickets,
Ravindra and Blundell, all within about 20 runs.
That's right.
That really put a dent in this New Zealand innings.
And isn't that one thing that coaches and batting coaches tell their players? We don't want to lose 1, but we don't want to lose 2.
Definitely not 3.
Yeah, and that was where the fire went out of them too, because the run rate was held back. The bowlers were then holding sway. At a time, they'd taken the new ball, but the New Zealand batsmen were actually controlling things.
They were.
There's 1, 2, 3 players back on the leg side boundary. There's no one out at long on. There's a mid-wicket and a square leg. Mid-off, gully, third man, or fly slip. Here's the next one to Southee, who tries to guide the ball down to third man. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. It's been taken by Carey. I thought Southee was marking out his batting crease again. Another easy wicket, 372 for 9.
That's disappointing. Tim Southey trying to guide it up and over the keeper, didn't get enough on it. Nice, comfortable catch. It didn't go at any great pace through to Carey. Pat Cummins has another. New Zealand lose their 9th. And unfortunately, the New Zealand captain is out for 0 in his 100th Test match for his country. And now, New Zealand 1 wicket left in the lead, 278.
And a man who's got 44 from 47, if he can get the strike again, it might be interesting to see what sort of strokes he will play, because there's not much left for him to do.
No.
That's all he's done so far anyway.
Well, Ben says on Test debut's an interesting watch. You might have seen a little bit of him at first class level, but New Zealand were going to use him as night watchman last night. Because they trust his defence, can defend the ball well, can hang around, doesn't score that quickly, but it's okay.
The situation is it's not his job.
Correct.
I would like to think he'd stay there, so they've got a chance to get Kugelheim back on strike to see how many more he can get. 278 to my way of thinking just isn't enough with the time left. It's going to be something that they could bowl to, but 300 would be what they would like, I'm sure. Sears stands tall as he waits for Cummins to bowl to him, and he's leaving delivery down the offside. That's a good leave. As I told you before, that's another good leave.
It is a good leave.
Yeah. Would have hit him if he hadn't got out of the way.
He's as skinny as a rake. He'd get out the way of it. Yeah, look, it doesn't feel enough, Wads, but if New Zealand pick up early wickets with the new ball, then it's still a decent amount total to have to chase to win a Test match.
Yeah, they've had their batting exposed to a certain extent, haven't they? Even when conditions have been pretty good. So, there's that lives there, but there's still plenty of time for them to get it. Time's not going to be the issue. 372 for 9. Cummins up again, bowls to Sears, who comes forward on the drive, plays it competently out towards cover point.
First 3 steps point.
No run.
Yeah. But whatever the number is, Wads, New Zealand have to believe it's enough. That's the key. That bowling attack have to believe it's enough. It was well bowled. It just angled in at Tim Southey, kept following him. Just needed to duck and get underneath it, but he was looking for the ramp.
Well, that would have been one of the options, yeah. Probably a good option. Next delivery from Cummins. Up from the far end, bowls to Sears, and he ducks underneath a bouncer. That's well played. And letting it go over his back to be taken by wicketkeeper Carey. Explain the field, would you? Everybody scatter?
They are scattered all over the place.
Everybody scatter.
For Ben Sears, number 11, they've got 3-4 on the boundary, which I think is a little bit excessive. We've got a fly slip to it. Well, he's almost straight behind Carey, isn't he?
Yeah, backstop.
Waiting for something, but...
Well, Cummins going to go round the wicket. Last ball of the over, bowling to Sears, and Sears is able to take it on the pad. The ball runs way into the offside, and he handled it pretty well. Well, it'll be interesting to see what we get from Kugelheim now at the end of that over. New Zealand's lead is 278. Kugelheim 44 from 47. Sears has yet to score. And the New Zealand scoreboard started promisingly, and we saw some very good cricket from the New Zealand batsmen leading up until the lunch and adjournment, and they had a very good session. But wickets have fallen rather more rapidly than they would like since the departure of Mitchell, who was out, caught by Carey from the bowling of Hazelwood for 58. Blunder was out for 9. Phillips 16. Henry 16. Southey 0. And Ravindra made 82. Kugelheim is there 44 from 47, as I say. And Sears has 0. Well, is he going to be wound up and ready to go, Kugelheim, with one player at the far end? You've got to have a look-see, I guess, rather than just go all out. Lyon bowls to him, and this one has him playing a quicker delivery into the onside. So there was nothing there for him to hit. Quite clearly a good striker of the ball when it's up there within his arc. 372 for 9. Fans getting round the fence on the boundary. Yes, Kugelheim hitting high in the air, out towards long on, getting underneath it to take the catch is Cameron Green, and the innings comes to an end. It fell apart pretty rapidly towards the end. All out for 372. The lead is 278, so 279 is needed, and Kugelheim goes for 44. Sears remains not out. And that wicket from Lyon is his third. He takes 3 for 49. And New Zealand have ended their innings at 372. So the target, with how many overs left to be bowled today, is 279. With me is Geoff Lemon, who's joined the comment seat in place of Craig MacMillan, who's gone back to his other day job.
Yes, well, we've got, 31 overs left in the day, so they'll lose a couple for the change of innings. That should be 29. And I suppose you could be disappointed at the way that things have slipped away, but if this morning you'd said to New Zealand you could be making your way up to 372 and setting Australia 279 to win, I think they would have taken that. If you'd offered them that halfway through day one, they would have snapped your hand off.
Well, to a certain extent, that is probably fair. I think on today's performance and what we saw yesterday, I set my marker at 400. So they've got close to that, but I think that they were even capable of getting more than that at one stage during the day. It was those 3 wickets that Craig MacMillan and I were talking about. 3 key batsmen, 3 big scoring batsmen. Ravindra for 82, Mitchell for 58, Blundell, and then Phillips, of course, is also a big run getter down the order for New Zealand, and they slumped to 372 all outs. That's the close of the innings, so there will be a target for them to chase. The New Zealand bowlers are out already warming up with the bowling coach and captain out in the middle. But credit to the Australian bowlers, as always, because even when they're under pressure, they still manage to find their way back to the ascendancy.
Well, they were able to limit the damage at important times. It was Cummins coming back, the way he was able to take wickets early in a spell, dismiss set players. Latham, hugely important, getting rid of him after he'd made 73 as well, his highest score against Australia. But he had 4 half-centuries in the innings, and none of them were able to push on to 100 and make that sort of big score that was going to be decisive. Just had a visitor, a random 3-year-old who's crashed into the back of the box.
Might have wanted your signature.
Decided to run around.
He had a cricket bat, he might have wanted your signature, Geoff.
They had a plastic bat, so that's probably about all that mine's worth, is putting it on the one that you get from one of the retail chains. But I hope he's laying into a few balls down on the boundary. I saw a 5 or 6-year-old down there nailing the short ball. His dad was bumping him for the tennis ball. Didn't mind the hook shot.
Yeah, young kid. You wonder whether they come to watch the cricket or come to play cricket half the time. I mean, I think when I was a young kid, we did that at the Basin Reserve.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've certainly been filling in their time. Some of the kids, there's a lot of grassed areas down there. But look, this is the situation as it stands. Australia need 279 to win. We've got a fair chunk of time remaining on day 3, and then we'll go into day 4 to see if New Zealand can wrestle the ascendancy. And I think from where they were earlier in the match, they've done a pretty good job. New Zealand have only made 6 bigger scores at this ground across the history of cricket here. There have been 48 innings here, and that was the 8th biggest. There have been a couple of bigger ones by touring sides as well.
Interesting times ahead. There's a couple of days still to go after today. Anyway, we'll reset from Hagley Oval in Christchurch, back with the run chase in a few moments.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season! This season you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listener. Unbelievable! AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. 100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the red cricket button.
Here's Cummins bowling to Latham, who's caught down the leg side. appeal for the catch. There must have been a noise. Keeper is convinced that he's going to go for the DRS.
And just freeze it there.
Oh, wow.
No gap between the bat and the ball. I've got a spike on ultra edge. Submitting, please reverse your decision from not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Wow. That's disappointment for Tom Latham and New Zealand. It's the final innings of 73 that comes to an end, but there looked like a gap between bat and ball and then hitting the back leg, but there was just a feather of a nick that only DRS could show, and it did, and Latham's on his way.
Marsh back into the attack, bowls to Ravindra, who drives back past the bowler, down the ground for 4.5 century. Quick to their feet, the spectators down in front of us, and that is a handsome stroke from the bat of Rachin Ravindra. 50. Hazelwood bowls to McKay, and this one has him playing and is caught behind. So he's made the breakthrough. He's brought Mitchell forward in defence. 278 for 4. Mitchell departing the scene after he'd played such a strong hand in defence.
Now Cameron Green takes over and bowls a shortish ball. It's hit into the covers. He's caught brilliantly by Labuschagne. Oh, that's a good catch. He was on the back foot and he hit that firmly to the left of Labuschagne at cover. And like Phillips yesterday, he launched himself and he's grabbed it, and Blundell is out.
Green, next delivery to Kugelani. Decides, I'll have a go at this one, and he has a big go at it. Hits it for 6. Oh, that came from nowhere. Stark bowls to Kugelani, who hits it into the deep. That's going out to mid-wicket. It's going to clear the boundary for 6. Yes, Kugelani hitting high in the air, out towards long on, getting underneath it to take the catch is Cameron Green, and the innings comes to an end. It fell apart pretty rapidly towards the end. All out for 372. The lead is 278, so 279 is needed.
New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
So we have about 4 minutes to the resumption of play here at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. The run chase of 279, and plenty of time for that to happen. There are 90 overs tomorrow, 90 overs on the final day, and there's overs left to be bowled on this, the third day. But a good crowd has been here to watch the proceedings today. New Zealand 372 they were dismissed for. Good batting display at the top of the order. The partnerships between Ravindra and Mitchell, they took the score through from 155 through to 278. Latham, of course, had been dismissed earlier in the day. He was out to the bowling of Cummins, caught by Carey. Young was out for 1, Williamson for 51, and Ravindra and Mitchell then required to do the batting work. But we mentioned previously the bowling of Australia, and the bowling was of the highest order. They were under a bit of pressure. There was periods when they started to get a little tired, as you would imagine. It was quite hot. They had to bowl in excess of 100 overs. Stark, 22 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 94. Not his best performance, but he did his share of the hard work. Hazelwood, 26 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 70. Cummins, 24 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 62. There's always one of the trio who gets the rewards. Today it was Cummins, 4 for 62. Green, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 48. Not a bit of tap, but was also a danger man with the bounce he was able to achieve. Lyons, 16 overs and 2 balls, 1 maiden, 3 for 49. Marsh bowled 6 overs for 19. He had 2 overs for 7. And Labuschagne, 1 over of all sorts.
Yes.
For 9.
Military medium was what you might have gone with.
Yes.
Called one for the 80th over, which always tells you that they respect your ability with the ball when you're asked to do that job. Yeah, Cummins could have had 5 perhaps if he'd been lucky enough to snag the last one, but with everyone on the fence and Lyon bowling, there was always a fair chance the ball was going to end up getting plonked into a fielder's hands on the rope, and indeed that's what happened. So 279, it seems mid-range, but it's, I mean, precedent says that that's a difficult chase. successful chases of 279 or more in Test cricket. This is Test match number 2,535 since 1877.
2,535?
Yes, we've had 2,500 of them. You want to know how many times a team has chased 279 or more to win? 53.
53. Oh, well, it's quite easy, really, I suppose.
53 out of 2,500.
Yeah, but they might not have had to.
They might not have had to. You can win matches in different ways. They didn't all involve fourth innings chases. That's true.
Yeah.
But as a general indicator of the sample size of Test matches is big, and not many teams chase this kind of target to win. This is exactly the number that England chased against New Zealand a couple of years ago at Lord's, 279 to win when Joe Root made 100 there.
Yes, indeed. 29 overs to be bowled today, so they're going to get a good chance to use the new ball. It won't be used too much when they start tomorrow, but Southey's going to take up the attack. First ball to Smith, and is left by Smith. Movement away from the batsman, as you would expect with a new ball, fresh bowler, and it's already being looked at by one of the close fieldsmen. I think it was Phillips, just gave it a quick perusal. More for the fact that he might have to bowl with it.
Yes.
Unless the seam bowlers can work a miracle and have this game over in pretty quick time. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Southey bowling to Smith across the crease, plays defensively into the onside. It'll be picked up there by Ravindra, coming in from mid-wicket to field. So 279 is the target set to win. It's a reasonably stiff target, but not as tough as it could have been had the New Zealanders been able to just keep some of their disciplines. I think they did make a few of the wickets too easy to attain, and you don't have to give too much of a sniff to the Australian bowlers. They will swoop in and take what's there. Yes, they're going and bowling to Smith, and this one has him across the crease as he invariably does, turning it out towards mid-wicket where it's fielded there by Ravindra again.
Well, it's your classic conversion problem. You've got a couple of 50s, a 70 and an 80, and nobody was able to take one of those scores and make it a really big 130, something like that, to really put the match beyond Australia. So there was that opportunity. They could have batted on to a 360, 370, 380 sort of lead, which would have all but put things out of reach.
Well, they've got something to defend. 279. Smith hammers the ground with his bat. Then Southey bowls to him. This one has him onto the back foot, playing out towards the cover point region where Will Young is there to do the fielding.
It's a classic Smith move where he hits the shot on the bounce straight to the fielder and then gestures for his own benefit with an open palm, points to the bit behind point where he says, I should have hit the ball further back, I should have timed it.
Oh, yes, I should have hit it better. Hasn't been a series for Steve Smith, so he'll be looking to get some runs and perhaps help lead his side to a clean sweep of this series. Southey from the Port Hills end going into Smith. This delivery, Smith is across the crease. Once more playing defensively and gently into the offside where it's fielded by Kugelheim, running it from short mid-off to field.
Well, Smith in the fourth innings is an interesting one. He's made nearly 5,000 runs in the first innings of Tests, over 2,000 in the second and third innings. Fourth innings, 756 runs at 34. It's a long way down from his first innings average of 82.
I wonder whether that's an omen. No runs so far. First over. Southey bowls to Smith, who drives into the offside. Fielded there by Will Young again. First over a maiden, bowled by Southey. Fairly gentle pace. Late 120s. Up towards 130. 279 the target. None for none. More from you, Geoff Lemon. And then it'll be Corbin Middlemas.
Very good. Thank you, Brian. Australia yet to get off the mark, and still question marks over Steve Smith as an opener. He had that one magnificent innings at the Gabba against West Indies, made 92. They were 8 runs away from that win. Could have taken Australia to a win and himself to a 100 if they hadn't been bowled out at the other end. Shamar Joseph getting the 7th wicket there. Another big ask for Smith as an opener here, and those fourth innings numbers I mentioned, of course he's had fewer hits in the fourth innings because that's less likely to come around. He's batted 34 times in the fourth innings of a match compared to 65 in the first, but that average, almost a third of what he averages in the first innings.
Here we go. The key man for New Zealand, Matt Henry, is on and he zips one immediately past Kawaja's bat. Did he feather an edge? They asked the question. The Black Caps. Nitha Menon's not interested. Kawaja stays put. And the timer starts ticking.
Wondering about the body language of Kawaja there. He stood rooted to the spot and looked at the umpire and didn't move while he was surrounded by some very vocal New Zealanders. They've decided not to go for it. My instinct was that he looked guilty there.
Okay, here we go. Here's the replay. So they didn't use the review. Henry's first delivery, searing ball that hopped up outside his off stump. It may have come off his forearm.
So close to the glove there. He had flicked the sleeve, I think, of the forearm. Did it get the wristband of the glove?
It's a hot start. Henry on his way in, wide of the off stump, through to Blundell, and he didn't take it clean, but doesn't cost any extras. So Australia yet to score. In the fourth innings of the match, we're getting a look at the Ultra Edge. And yeah, it's well and truly past the gloves and the bat and clips the forearm on the way through.
Just the outside of the sleeve on that elbow, it looks like, and Matt Henry was onto it. He signalled to his teammates the same. But yeah, hot start, hot summer for Matt Henry, who's been running at high temperatures.
7 wickets here in the first innings. 3 slips and a gully. Bowls over the top of the off peg, and Kawaja watches it pass through to the keeper. Corbin Middlemas and Geoff Lemon, ABC Cricket. Just recapping, Australia finally bowled out the Kiwis for 372. Took almost 109 overs. Particularly after tea, it happened in a hurry. New Zealand, after being 6 down at the tea break, lost their last 4 wickets for 27 runs in 5.2 overs. Sets the target of 279 for the Australians. Kawaja on strike again, lets it pass. Gee, that was close to his off stump. Just angled across the left-hander, and Kawaja's happy to watch it pass. 279 is the magic number. That's what Australia need to win.
I should clarify with those Steve Smith numbers. Of course, most players have a much lower average in the fourth innings. It's harder to bat then. The pitch has deteriorated. You're tired. You've played all of the subsequent days of a test match. There are a few anomalies who have particularly good fourth innings records, but for the most part, that's a trend you'll see across most players.
Here comes Henry again. Kawaja walks at him here, clips it through the vacancy at mid-wicket, and he's away, as are the Aussies. In this second innings, he doubles up. Kawaja's off the mark. He's 2, and so are Australia as we near the end of the second over.
But it does stand out particularly with Smith because his first innings numbers are so extraordinary. 82.3 is his average in the first innings of a test match to this date. 4,775 runs in the first innings, and 22 of his hundreds, of his 32 hundreds, have come in the first innings of a test. So let him bat first. That's where he does the damage. Fourth innings, he's never made 100 in the fourth innings of a test.
Here comes Henry on his way in. Bowls to Kawaja, who's confidently defending back down the pitch. 2 off it. Kawaja's got those. Smith yet to score. 279, the victory target. Australia, no wicket for 2.
Some players do. Some players make an art form of it. I'm pretty sure the record is Kane Williamson and Yunus Khan with 5 centuries in the fourth innings of a test. So it can be done. And I do wonder, this doesn't get talked about that much, but the number of times over the years where Steve Smith has, almost as an aside, mentioned to us as the travelling press pack, his trouble sleeping during test matches. He sometimes says, without seeming to be exaggerating much, that he doesn't sleep at all during test matches, that he finds it very hard to get to sleep. I wonder if that plays a part in his performance later in matches.
Here comes Southey on his way in. He bowls to Smith. It's alongside the off stump, and he lets it pass. His last 100, Steve Smith, came at Lords. 110 there in the first innings. You know what's forgotten is his 100 in the World Test Championship final.
Yeah.
Which we spoke about this over breakfast this morning, myself and Xavier Doherty, at that. And maybe because we praise Travis Head all the time for his.
Yes.
So it feels like when you remember the match, you think of Head scoring 100, and he was clearly the man at the moment, as he was in the ODI World Cup final. But Steve Smith got a really important 100 there too in that match where the Aussies were asked to bat first. Here's Southey on his way into Smith. He's looking to cut. He chops down on it, and well taken by Blundell in the end, as it almost went over his head. At the leap in the air, and after it hit the ground, reels it in. So Smith has faced 8 balls. He's yet to score. Target 279. The Aussies no wicket for 2.
Yeah, added to his tally of hundreds in England as well, without having to add an Ashes test to the schedule to get it. And it was an important 100. It was less exciting, I suppose. The Travis Head 100 was dramatic, and the Steve Smith 100 was shuffle across outside the off stump and tuck a couple off your pads to leg, and just did that to India as he's done to them so many times before.
Looking for one now as an opener. As he's on the back foot, he's punching away through extra cover. And diving outstretched to his left, Kugelheim got a hand to it, took the pace off the ball, and Smith, he's off the mark. He's on one, and as Geoff outlined, it'll be the first time he's able to get one in the fourth innings of a test match as well. And the history buffs out there, and Steve Smith is certainly rewriting a number of those books. And now in his latest act as a professional cricketer up the top of the order. Also, I noticed too that since he replaced Warner, he's always number one. So he's never batted number two. He takes the first ball of the innings on every occasion. As Southey pushing across Khawaja, and he's caught up in this, hit him high on the pad. So a lot of openers in the past, Warner and Khawaja did this. Hayden and Langer, they would swap. So you sort of one innings, you take the first ball, the next innings you're at the non-strikers end. Smith has taken the first rock every ball since he's moved up the top.
I'm not surprised because, well, it reflects two things. One, two personalities, one Smith and two Warner. Warner was very much, we do things my way. And if I feel like facing, I will face. And if I do not feel like facing, you will face. And nobody was really able to challenge that because he was the established partner. He went through so many opening partners over the years since 2011.
Smith at the non-strikers end, Southey to the lefty, and Khawaja lets it go.
So he had partners like Joe Burns over the journey, and Khawaja towards the end, obviously. Cameron Bancroft infamously. Up until Khawaja, they were mostly junior to him in stature, and so whatever Warner said went. And I think Khawaja was just enough of an easygoing character and he knew Warner so well that was fine. Sometimes Warner fancied it, sometimes he didn't. When he got out to the first ball of the Test against South Africa at the Gabba to Rabada, gloving one away for a golden duck, he didn't face first in the second innings.
Southey tries again, bowls to Khawaja, and he just blocks a ball on a fourth stump line back out to mid-off. It's the end of the over. The target is 279 after New Zealanders were all out for 372. So the target is 279, Australia none for 3.
But the one thing Steve Smith really didn't like about cricket was waiting to bat and being at 4. Remember that Pakistan series, end of 2019, when Burns and Warner were adding huge partnerships for the opening stand, a couple of tests in a row, and Smith would come out and, sort of sessions into the test match and looked quite uncomfortable, and played a couple of scratchy sort of innings, made a couple of low scores because he'd been sitting there watching for a day and a half and it didn't suit him very well. So I suppose the one thing he said about fancying opening was, I won't have to wait anymore. So why wait at all? Make sure you face the first ball.
Here comes Henry on his way in, and he squares up Steve Smith, who plays and misses. Withdrew the bat very late into the gloves of Blundell, so Australia none for 3. Smith 1, Khawaja 2. Corbin Middlemas and Geoff Lemon, ABC Cricket. If you want to follow along to every ball of the Test match, if you're with us at the moment on ABC Radio and you're thinking, damn, I didn't know that was happening, or haven't been listening throughout and want to follow it tomorrow, public holiday for large portions of the country, perhaps you're going to work or off to study, you can pop the ABC Listen app on, look out for that red cricket ball button and follow along every ball of the Test match on day 4. There's Smith here. He's caught on the crease. He's hit high on the pad. It balloons into the gully. Umpire Menon again shakes his head. Matt Henry, interested. He's right on the money again, though, isn't he, Geoff? Matt Henry early here.
Yes, didn't like that one, Henry. He just turned around after a little exploratory yelp. That was scrambled seam and it decked significantly. Struck him outside the line of the off stump in the end as Smith pushed down the line. Well, he was given out to one hitting him outside the line in the first innings when he left the ball alone from Ben Sears, so I doubt he'll be leaving many in that region.
Here comes Henry on his way in again, who's been superb. He bowls to Smith, and again his strike sounded like an inside edge onto the body. The ball trickles away on the offside. Are you up for some trivia, Geoff?
Sure, why not?
You mentioned the opening partners for David Warner, 12. You've rattled off 2 of them already.
Philip Hughes to start in 2011. Then we go to Ed Cowan would be next.
You don't have to go in order.
Well, it helps to, it's like doing your times tables. It's much easier to do them in order. Ed Cowan, Shane Watson in 2013, briefly.
Here comes Henry again on off stump and clipped away by Steve Smith. Glorious shot between mid-on and mid-wicket and all the way along the carpet for 4. First boundary of the innings. Smith is on 5, Kawaja 2. The Aussies no wicket for 7.
So what's that? That's 3 of them. 3 from the start, plus the other 2. I'm trying to think who he... Watson goes down to 6 during the Ashes, and then Watson's out of the side after the first test in 2015. So who's up there with him then? Because Cowan's left out.
Here comes Henry on his way in, bowls to Smith, who lets it pass wide of the off stump.
I'm just having a blank there. Hughes was batting at 6 in the Ashes series of 2013. Kawaja's in the side, but he's not opening. Who's opening? It's Watson who replaces Ed Cowan, isn't it?
That's not the order I have him in.
Okay. Well, Cowan gets dropped after the first test in 2013.
Yep.
So who's the replacement opener at that point?
Is Smith, who just drops the ball away on the offside, and that's
Rogers.
the end of the Henry over. That's very good from you. That is Rogers. Smith 5, Kawaja 2. No wicket for 7, the Aussies. On target 279.
How was I missing that? So Rogers up until the end of the Ashes in 15, and then Joe Burns comes back into the side, having played a couple of tests at 6. And then we've got the Burns. Well, Burns comes and goes a little bit over that period of time. Bancroft comes in a gap there. Let's see. I know this makes for great radio.
No, you're so far good. You've got Hughes.
How many have we got?
Hughes, Cowan, Rogers, Watson, Burns, Bancroft. That's 6.
That's 6.
You got some in the latter years you haven't rattled off.
And that takes us up to the start of 2018 when Warner comes back.
Here comes Southey. He bowls to Kawaja, and Kawaja turns it away to the catch in mid-wicket.
He's got Bancroft for 2 tests in the 19 Ashes, and then we go to Marcus Harris.
Yep.
And then we stick with Marcus Harris pretty much through... Oh, he's got Aaron Finch as well. Warner's out of the side. Harris pretty much gives way to Kawaja, does he not?
That's right. In Sydney?
Yep. And then... Is there an anomaly in there?
Yeah. There's 4. I think 4 you haven't got.
Okay.
So Hughes, Cowan, Rogers, Watson, Burns, Bancroft. As Kawaja here whips one down to fine leg. Harris and Kawaja.
Yep.
I'll give you the other ones. Sean Marsh.
Oh yes, of course.
Sospa.
Yep.
Glenn Maxwell.
Yes. 1 test in India in 2013.
And Will Pukowski.
Oh yeah, that one test against Pakistan.
Yeah. But apart from that, that's a pretty good effort to run through all of those. Did we mention Renshaw?
No.
Renshaw
should have had Renshaw after the Hobart clean out.
And that's the 12.
Yeah.
It's the Warner dozen. Hughes, Cowan, Rogers, Watson, Burns, Bancroft, Harris, Kawaja. There's a nice drive here from Smith out to point. Oh, the mix-up throw comes into the Smith's end. Smith wanted a single. Kawaja said, gee, stay there, Steve. Send him back. It's a good decision in the end, and Will Young whipped it into the keeper's end. Sean Marsh, Maxwell, Renshaw, Pukowski.
Yeah, I would have fancied my chances better without a microphone in front of me.
Yes. It was a bit cruel, wasn't it?
I knew there was a gap there. I knew there was a Joe Burns between Joe Burns and Bancroft. There was something missing, and that was the Renshaw leg of the journey.
I was impressed in your effort to step through it in chronological order. If it was me, I just would have been throwing names out there, hoping that I could get a few to stick. Here's Southey on his way in on leg stump, turned away by Smith, backward of the square leg umpire. We've got a couple for this. Ravindra running back. Oh no, just the one. So we had a mix-up earlier in the over, and then Ravindra able to save the second on that occasion. Kawaja 3, Smith 6. The Australians no wicket for 9. The target 279.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much my span in cricket. That 13 Ashes tour was the first overseas tour that I covered. So me and Warner were fairly closely intertwined career-wise, although not always going about it in the same way. He made a lot more money than I did.
279 the target. Kawaja awaits Southey. He's forward and driving, finds the gap at cover, and an easy single there. Hops down the other end. Story of the day, that pitch has been pretty benign, and New Zealand looked as if they were on their way to setting Australia a mammoth 4th innings chase. In the end, it turned out to be 279. Half hundreds for Latham, Williamson, Ravindra, Mitchell, and then 44 at the end for Kugelheim. Cummins finished with 4 wickets, line 3. All out 3-7-2. New Zealand batting a second time.
And a start here for Australia. They've nearly got through 5 overs.
None for 10. Smith moves across his pegs and then lets it pass. Through to Blundell behind the stumps. End of the over. Smith 6, Kawaja 4. Target 279 to win. None for 10. A little more overcast now. Did get to 25 today, which was the forecast top. Very pleasant outside. Xavier Doherty sits back down. More from Geoff Lemon later in the session. And I understand you've been wandering around.
Tasting some of the local cuisine, Corb.
A few chops.
Were they good? Not bad. Yep. Very good. I'm going to have to walk maybe a couple of laps home to burn them off, but that's okay. Oh, well worth it.
It looks like we've said it all test about the setting here and the grass banks and the camp chairs and picnic blankets. Henry's on his way in, bowls to Kawaja. Knocked away out towards mid-on, so no run, none for 10. But I reckon I could do it.
It's good, isn't it? It'd be a good little getaway. You bumped into someone who's literally just come over because it's a long weekend.
Yeah, a lad from Canberra who was standing near our commentary positions, had long weekend back home. Quick flight, 3 hours or so, across the ditch, come watch a test match in Christchurch.
Good game of cricket, why wouldn't you? So, have we said that we think it should happen more often? We've covered that once or twice.
I think I'd be pretty good at sitting on the hill and having a few drinks and watching the cricket. Looks like a fun afternoon as Henry around the wicket, bowls to Kawaja. He takes a ball off middle stump, tucks it down to fine leg for 1.
Now the Smith opening experiment call.
Yes.
This would be the best batting conditions he's faced in the experiment so far. Would you agree with that?
That's fair. So he's gone Adelaide, Brisbane, Wellington here.
Yep. Yes.
Yep.
Correct. So this is a test. I think the rumblings of those not in favour would grow a little louder if this is a short stay at the crease.
Carried his bat a couple of innings ago.
He did.
91 not out.
And I think we've covered that. I believe they'll stick with the.
Yeah.
You know, they've come this far. I think they'll stick with it. But there's plenty of people out there who don't like it.
Here's Southie, easy bowls over the wicket to Smith, and he waves the bat like a wizard. A wand over the top. Which is a thump into the gloves of Blundell.
Will no doubt be a talking point on your podcast tomorrow, Corb.
Is that the Grandstand Cricket Podcast? You can find it in the podcast store with Ed Cowan and myself. New drop every Monday.
Usually cover it off, don't you?
Ordinarily comes up just about once or twice a week. It's been a hot button issue for a period of time. The team's so settled at the moment that there's not a lot of talking points around the side.
Well, and that's it. There is always something to talk about. You know, it was Alex Carey yesterday. He didn't have the greatest day with the bat or the gloves. So there's, as you mentioned, there's always someone in the gun. Not speculating that Steve Smith shouldn't be in the team, but if you are going to bring in a specialist opener, which so many people want.
Third slip comes in the leg gully here. Smith on strike, awaits Henry's forward and defending a full ball back down the pitch.
Someone has to make way, don't they?
Yeah.
So, which becomes an even tougher decision. So, like it or not, I believe it'll be how they start the summer, assuming it'll be in Brisbane late November.
Yep.
Not a lot of cricket between now and then in the whites.
No.
None, actually.
Smith, sleeveless sweater on, looking at Henry, who delivers to him now, and Smith opens the face of the bat, trying to run it down to third man. Can't beat Ravindra moving in from point. If you're Steve Smith, you totally get it. Latter stages of his career, thinks new challenge, and I feel like the question's been posed, what if it doesn't work?
Yeah.
It's not a real opener. What if it does? I mean, if it works, this is a guy who's been our best bat since Bradman.
Yep.
And then if he has this chapter at the end of his career where he goes up top and has like an Usman Khawaja type renaissance and becomes the best opener in the world. What an amazing story.
Absolutely.
I know that's not what he's playing for.
No, of course he's not. It's not about it is about trying to keep the best 6 batsmen in the team, which they've done. I think it's hard to argue with that.
Last ball of the over, Henry on his way in, bowls to Smith, who defends out on the onside. So end of the over. Bang on 5 bells local time. Australia none for 11. The target is 279. Jim Maxwell's about to come in and join Xavier Doherty. The SMS number 0467920222. And the red cricket ball button on the ABC Listen app is the place to find us.
Yeah, thanks, Corb. I think it's just going to be a talking point that anytime we come to the cricket, while Steve Smith is opening, inevitably it's going to rear its head. So, again, it's an opportunity for himself and Usman Khawaja to establish a partnership at the top of the order. I think it's hard to argue that Australia's team does look better with Smith at 4, but then it probably poses bigger problems of who goes out and who goes in and whether it actually makes it a better team. But Jim Maxwell's back. Welcome, Jim.
Xavier, thank you. Around the wicket, Southey starts the over. He bowls short and he's tugged away by Khawaja. 2 men back, so he gets just a single to deep square, and the score goes to 12. None forward 12. Yes, well, all sorts of pub speculation, commentary speculation from the punditry. Just pick your best 6 batsmen, which is what they've done, and I don't think there's anyone on the fringe of this team at the moment who could push any of them out. That's all I'd say.
I agree. Good call.
3 slips in the gully weight. Southey goes into Smith. He walks across and he edges, and he's almost caught it, bounced in front of 3rd slip. Thick outside edge. It landed, as we've often seen in the last day or so, as the pitch has died away with its pace, and it was well stopped.
Yeah, nice bowling again from Southey, as you mentioned, Jim. It's not the first time today that we've seen a genuine edge fall short of slips. I think that sort of shot on day 1 would carry quite comfortably to Williamson, I think, is the man at 3rd slip. I think there's been half a dozen of those exact deliveries here on day 3.
Southey tries again, and Smith goes back and forces it through the covers. A nicely timed shot, and he's going to get at least 2. Might turn for a 3rd. Yep, they'll get 3. As Kugeline chases it all the way out towards the boundary. 3 runs, the back foot stroke assured from Smith, who's 9. It's none for 15. New Zealand need a strike or 2 with this new ball. I think they might be struggling without that. So, important little period of play. There have been a few misses onto the pad. Around the wicket, Southey bowls, and he's leading the ball outside the off stump. So 264 now for Australia, 279 at the start. New Zealand rather frittered away their opportunity after tea, although you can't blame tailenders for that, I suppose. The other fellas had their chance and looked promising, looked secure, and then the new ball, second new ball, got rid of Mitchell and Ravindra pretty speedily, 58 and 82. And then Blundell had a lollipop catch, which was brilliantly caught by Labuschagne at cover. Now he's going back. Khawaja tucks it away to the onside. Yes, out today, Latham 73. And then the second new ball, Mitchell 58, Ravindra 82. Big wickets. Blundell just 9. And then after tea, Phillips bowled by a useful off-break from Nathan Lyon for 16. And then there was a bit of argy-bargy. Henry caught in the deep for 36. Southey gloved it to Cummins, Carey's 10th catch. And before that, Phillips, Kugeline was out last hour, caught in the deep for 44. Here's Khawaja pushing forward. Plays just inside the line. Umpire Erasmus says that's the end of the over. So Australia are moving, none for 15, and New Zealand need a wicket.
Yeah, it's been a conservative start here for Smith and Khawaja, not taking too many risks. Steve Smith certainly tried to play a couple of big cut shots, but hasn't quite got his timing right just yet. But I think just rolling through that scorecard, Jim, the wicket of Phillips was the really telling one. It was the sort of the beginning of the end, the last recognised batsman, and as you say, it took a little bit of turn from Nathan Lyon. They throw the bat the New Zealand tail. There's not a lot of resolve amongst it. It's hard to argue. They had some results. Kugeline 44 and Henry 16, and it was Henry and Southey who got a little bit of a run on in the first innings, but it all ended all too quickly for New Zealand's sake.
So can Henry follow up here with some wickets? He's running in and Smith is playing. He's hit on the pad, a big appeal. He's out. He's given out LBW. That's New Zealand won. And Smith's looking around. Is he going to review it? He wants some help from the non-striker here as to whether or not he's going to review it. It looked from our oblique angle fairly full and straight, and I think he has reviewed it. Well, it's be unlike Smith not to, but it was a very, very confident shout, and the finger went up straight away. And Henry has had a couple of useful deliveries through Smith's defence onto the pads, and that one looks like it may have claimed the money. Let's see. Here we go with the third umpire.
Oh dear. He's in strife.
Okay, appears to be no batter involved.
He's out. He will be out. He didn't want to refer it to Stephen Smith. He conferred with Usman Khawaja, and they took all of their allotted time.
Clear gap between bat and ball, so ball tracking when available, please.
No inside edge. He's batting out of his crease, but there hasn't been a huge amount of bounce in this wicket, so I'm thinking it's possibly only bounce. If anything, it's
just around, maybe over the knee roll.
Original decision is out.
It going over?
Impact in line and
Yep,
hitting the wickets.
it's out.
So stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
It's hitting the top
You're
of
on
the
screen,
middle
Nixon
stump.
signal now.
Smith out for the second time. LBW, this time for 9. So other than his 91 not out when he carried his bat in Brisbane, he's had an unhappy time opening, and that's a big, big wicket for New Zealand. Australia 1 for 15. Henry, his 8th wicket of the match.
He's the man again, isn't he, Jim? He's been the strike force in the New Zealand attack. That delivery just coming back off the seam. Steve Smith may have thought that he got outside the line. It was touch and go. It was 3 reds in the end, but you'd have to say it's a pretty good piece of bowling, and those who support Steve Smith opening the batting, and the argument just becomes a little bit tougher. He's gone for 9.
Yes, well, an argument sustained but not yet resolved, as we don't play any more Test cricket for so long. A bit can happen between here and there. Now, Marnus Labuschagne, who played very well, more positively, assertively than before in the first innings, well, he got in. That was a big difference too.
He did. He looked his old self, didn't he? Jumping around, carrying on, and playing all the shots from the very first ball. So I'm sure we'll see the same intent again. He's got Ian with him, which is the name of his cricket bat.
How does he spell Ian?
I-A-I-N. I'm going to do some digging after play and find out why Ian. But
I-A-I-N.
I-A-I-N. Yep. So I'm going to do some digging after play and find out the reason for that. But he's Old Faithful apparently, which he'd put to bed for a little while, but he's dragged it back out this Test match.
Well, the way Henry's bowling here with his new ball, if he keeps doing a little bit like that, he's every chance of getting a few more. He's been the outstanding bowler, more you could say in the game, even though Hazelwood and Cummins have done magnificently, but he's got the poles. He's got 8 in the match, 7 for 67, and now 1 for 7. And this has just opened up the possibilities for New Zealand going into the last hour this evening. 3 slips and a leg slip there. He rushes up and bowls Labuschagne's forward, and he's almost nicked that. First up, an excellent delivery. He played and missed. Oh, he's bowling Jaffers. He's hitting the spot and doing a bit each way.
That's Marnus giving us some commentary. I think he said something along the lines of, there's no way I can hit that. It was angled in, and the one of Steve Smith nipped back off the seam. That one's gone away from the right-handed Labuschagne. He's looked back at the wicket, almost to say, how do I hit that?
It's pretty classy bowling. There's a bit of Richard Hagley about some of these deliveries. Just doing a little off the seam, one way or the other. He runs in towards Labuschagne. He's forward and edging into the ground in front of the slip cordon. And it's cut off down there between Phillips Williamson. A scramble for the ball to stop it flying through. Exciting moments here for New Zealand. They're defending 278 after being out for 372 today. And you looked at that in the pitch and you thought, well, it's a good total, but is it enough? Henry bowls. Worked away beautifully by Labuschagne. A punch through mid-on. They rush off for one. They go back for two. The ball's getting close to the boundary. And it goes for four. Kugeline could not get to it. 4 runs to Labuschagne. And autograph stroke of his through mid-on to get off the mark.
It's hard to beat the on-drive. We saw one from Blundell earlier in the day, which was shot of the day, probably shot of the test match. But again, it's great intent from Marnus Labuschagne, punching it down the ground, slightly over pitch from Henry, who is bowling a cracking spell, but good to see that Marnus was on the front foot and looking for something to score off.
Lots of cheery going on in the field as he bowls outside the off stump, and it's allowed to pass by Labuschagne. 1-4-19 Australia. It's just looking a bit shaky now that a wicket has fallen.
One thing I was going to say, Jim, I love the leg slip. Tim Southey's the man who's put himself in there. He got caught down the leg side in the first test match, Marnus. I reckon he hit 3 or 4 through the air, right where Tim Southey is standing. It's a good ploy. It's a genuine wicket-taking opportunity there.
Henry runs in again to Labuschagne, and he's back and he's edging it wide of the slips along the ground. It's going down towards the boundary. It's being chased out there as it's scooped back by Williamson, and Latham involved as it's hurled in, and they get a couple of runs on an outside edge. It wasn't a chance. It went down and through the cordon or wide of it. 1 for 21. And Henry has taken the big wicket of Smith. Plum, LBW for 9.
Well bowled, Matt Henry. Cracking over that one. Beat the inside edge of Steve Smith. Beat the outside edge of Marnus Labuschagne. Found the edge last ball of the over, but as we've seen, and we're probably going to expect over the next 24 hours, they're not going to carry those thick edges.
So the game very nicely set up. Which way is it going to turn? Because Australia struggled in its first innings, but for Labuschagne's batting, their top order again look vulnerable, and you might say the same at the moment with an early dismissal here. Now Khawaja's facing 2 slips Scully, short mid-wicket for him, and it's Kugeline who's bowling, and he bounces in and sends the ball away on the onside. Sears rather is bowling, and he's pushed away on the onside for a single by Khawaja, and this brings Labuschagne on strike. What can Sears do? He got a wicket with his 3rd ball on debut in the first innings, but he was a bit here and there, wasn't he? Bit green.
He was. He bowled with some good pace, but as you'd expect from I think that's the way he bowls. You know, they set a defensive field and they expect him to run in and hit the wicket. He needs to maintain some pressure here. Matt Henry is bowling a superb spell at the other end. They just need the youngster to maybe just bring it back a K or 2 and maintain some control.
He bowls and he's edged and he's caught at slip. He's dropped. He's dropped at slip. Oh, Mitchell's put that down, diving to his right. 2nd ball in the spell. Edged wide of Mitchell, went to his right, got hands on it and put it down. Labuschagne has a life. Oh, he should have taken that.
That's straightforward.
You got to take those.
That's a straightforward chance. It's Tom Latham, the man at 2nd slip, who just went to go, and I reckon it might have spooked Daryl Mitchell just a fraction at the last minute, but that really is a genuine first slip opportunity.
He all but wrapped his hands around it, and it spilled out as Sears bowls again, and he leaves it at the last moment. Wow, Labuschagne could have been out for 6. He may still be out for 6, but that was a huge opportunity. He played at the bouncing, moving ball, went to the right of first slip, and Mitchell got both hands on it, and it just eluded his grasp as he hit the ground.
You wonder, Jim, don't you, how much they're going to pay for that? New Zealand.
Wow. What a moment in the game. Sears, tall right arm, bounces in and bowls a good delivery. He's hit back and he's got bowled. Leading edge. He's hit it straight back to Sears. And Labuschagne is out. Caught and bowled by the youngster. for 6. New Zealand strike a blow. The second, it's 2 for 22. It sounds like 20,000 people in the ground.
They look twitchy here, Australia, don't they, Jim? The drop chance. 2 balls to go. No one in the ground is happier than Daryl Mitchell. He's lifted up Ben Sears. There's a leading edge from Marnus Labuschagne. Ben Sears in his follow through. A reasonably easy catch at the end, and isn't he happy about that? The Aussies are wobbling here in Christchurch.
Wow. An explosive start by New Zealand with the ball here. After a couple of overs of the ball being a bit here, there, and hitting the pads a few times, Smith gets out in the previous over. Now Labuschagne dropped at slip, and next ball he's completely done over by one that just bounced a little bit, and he got into an awkward position, and with a leading edge, he's popped it back to the bowler. Great wicket for young Ben Sears. What about that in your first test? He's got rid of Smith and Labuschagne.
I was just saying, Jim, he's got to come on and maintain the pressure. He's done exactly that. He's found the outside edge of Marnus's bat, second ball, and taken his wicket, fourth ball. Fantastic bowling from the young quick.
So Cameron Green comes to the party, and some pressure on him. You know, Australia lost 4 wickets fairly quickly, and in somewhat undistinguished manner in the first innings, with some sloppy shots and some good deliveries. Here's Sears then. He's running in and he's bowling outside the off stump, and Green has nothing to do with that. 2 for 22. Great drama. 279 the target set by New Zealand. And now Australia looking wobbly again, as they have a number of times in recent matches with their top order batting.
We're just getting a replay on the screen here. It's almost the intent of Marnus Labuschagne has brought him undone there. He played it a long way out in front of himself. The ball was a ball there to be hit, but he sort of reached and lunged for it, and it just straightened up and caught the leading edge.
Sears bowls, pitching up driven, and it goes out through the onside past mid-wicket, and Young, and he got a hand on it, didn't stop it, and a single resulted. So Green's off the mark. A fabulous start for Ben Sears in his first over in their second innings. Australia wobbly. 2 for 23.
That they are, Jim. That they are. Great start from Ben Sears. The young man of Cameron Green, who's going to have to shoulder a lot of the load here for Australia. He's got the cool head of Usman Khawaja at the other end to walk him through it. You can just listen in the background there. This Hagley Oval crowd showing their appreciation for Sears, who makes his way down to fine leg in front of us.
So 50 years on from New Zealand's first win at Lancaster Park over Australia in Test cricket, will there be a celebration here of another famous victory? I'm going early, but 2 for 23 tells you they're certainly in this game. My goodness.
It's a working day here tomorrow, isn't it? It's a public holiday for most of Australia tomorrow, but there might be a few people taking the day off to come and watch some cricket, I feel.
Well, I think I can hear Bob Hawke saying any employer who doesn't give someone the day off is whatever it was. Now, rushing in from the far end, Henry bowls it and is pushed away on the onside. Do you remember that? It was the America's Cup in Perth when Australia retained the America's Cup.
That was when they retained it.
Retained it, yeah. They're having won it earlier, and they won it in Perth, Fremantle. And he was on there with an extraordinary jacket. I can remember that jacket. It was multi-hued. And he said, any Australian employer who doesn't give his staff a holiday today is a bum. Now, he bowls a bouncer and is taken behind by the keeper as he let it go through. Memorable lines from the Prime Minister at the time, and I think he'd be saying that in New Zealand if Australia stagger through with the 2, 3 or whatever it is at stumps to go into the fourth day in a slightly awkward position, in New Zealand with the wind straight up them. and Henry in particular is coming in from the wind behind him end. The Botanical Gardens end, he bowls down the pitch, he goes, and there's a change of shot from Cameron Green. He was playing with the anticipation he showed in the first innings of looking for the pitched up delivery. It wasn't, and he ended up guiding it on the bounce into the slip cordon.
Yeah, all three balls this over, he's been advancing at Matt Henry. They've thrown a short leg in there, Tim Southey. He's a long way back, that short leg, so I'm not sure if he's there for the lunge forward inside edge or the fend off the grill.
Henry goes in, he's down again, and he drives him through mid-off. There's no one at home. It's going away towards the boundary. I think it's going to go all the way. It's touch and go. It's just tipped back inside by Williamson. Good chase. They collected 3. And that time, Henry did keep the ball up. And Green met it with his forward dance at the ball and sent it away for 3 runs. He was, of course, as we're seeing, bowled by Henry in the first innings, just caught on the crease a bit there. So he doesn't want to be doing that. He wants to be in a place where he can cover the line of anything that moves. But he might nick it, of course.
Oh, of course he might. But he well called there, Jim. He played that off drive on the run almost. It's 2 or 3 steps he's taking down the wicket.
3 slips gully, 2 for 26 Australia. Henry runs in, Khawaja's forward, and he's driving smoothly through mid-off. There's going to be runs here. They have 1. They're back for 2, but it runs away to the boundary for 4. Well struck as Kugeline had no chance of cutting it off. Sweet timing from Khawaja. He's 11. And Australia 2 for 30.
Again, good signs for Australia. That he's another man who I think has just gone into his shell a little bit over the last couple of Test matches. Usman Khawaja. Again, there was a little punch on the up, meeting at the top of the bounce, past a wide mid-off. A good shot from Usman there.
More of Henry around the wicket, and he bowls and Khawaja leaves, and that's the end of the over. So it's a game, all right, folks. 2 for 30. Green 4, Khawaja 11, and Geoff Lemons coming in to join Xavier Doherty.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, well and truly game on here in Christchurch. The feeling around the ground when I did a little walk around at the innings break was that they may have just been short of par. New Zealand, the 279 chase was maybe not quite enough, but they have made the best possible start, getting rid of Smith and Marnus Labuschagne. Welcome, Geoff Lemon.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting the way the numbers are interpreted. You look at that and you think, your impulse is to think it's about par. Maybe that's a recency bias thing. We've seen a few more bigger chases being run down in recent years. Maybe, dare I say it, Bazball's got a hand to play in that. Start of a new over and serious bounce from Sears through to the keeper. But if I can give you the numbers.
Come on then.
4th innings run chases that Australian teams have won chasing more than 250 all time. 19.
19.
It's happened 19 times since 1877. So Australia's played 866 Test matches, and 19 times have they run down more than 250 in the last innings. It doesn't happen very often. A couple of times a decade. Ricky Ponting's team did it 3 times in 2006. That's the anomaly. Here goes Sears. Again, bounced outside the off stump and left alone by Green, the right-hander. So they did it at Edgbaston famously last year during the Ashes.
Yes.
And then the one before that was Pat Cummins' debut in 2011 in South Africa.
Okay.
And before that was 2006. So in the last 17 years, it's only happened twice.
Wow.
So Australian teams don't chase these kind of scores. And partly that's to do with if your bowling's good enough, you don't have to chase big scores in the 4th innings.
Of course, yeah. It doesn't happen every Test match that there's a last innings run chase.
Yeah, you're not always chasing. But when it has come up, Sears in and Green's edging along the ground on the bounce into the cordon. Clasped there.
Well, I guess I cast my judgment it being below par more on what I've seen throughout the day. It just looks like the life had gone out of the wicket. You know, the nicks weren't carrying. There was less and less seam movement as the ball got older. We've got an 11-over-old ball now.
Yeah.
So we're sort of, another 10 overs onto that, and you just start to see it flatten out. But 2 in, the last 17 years is not a lot.
Sears Feet stuttering as he runs past the umpire and bowls to Green, who's driving the ball, and it almost beats mid-on, but it's beautifully fielded. Southey hurling himself across and managing to cut off 4 runs. The captain, what do they say? That's the standard?
That's the standard.
That's what you have to say.
That is the standard. He's not getting any younger, Tim Southey. Fantastic shot from Green. A little punch down the ground. And, the skipper threw out the left juke and saved his team 4 runs.
Sears, the beneficiary. Runs in again to Green. Tall, waiting and leaving outside the off stump. So it's just interesting how the intangibles, though, can change that perception of the match. You see New Zealand batting third. Nothing much to lose. They were out of the game early. You know, they're building their way back into it, but they're not expected to go on and win. The sun's out. The pitch seems flat. There's not much pressure on them. They can swing for the fence. They can have a good time. Australia come out. A couple of wickets fall. Pressure's on. Crowd's on their back. Suddenly they're thinking, are we going to square up this series instead of going away 2-0? And it feels like a totally different sport. Sears bowls to Green, who turns off his pad. Well stopped at mid-wicket again. A diving save. The New Zealanders throwing themselves around out there in the fading afternoon light. It's 2 for 30 after 11 overs.
That's some great pressure from New Zealand. Cameron Green's played 3 or 4 shots already in this inning. He's only sitting on 4 runs to show for it. So he could quite easily have been on 12 or 16 and have his innings underway, but it's great pressure from the bowling of Sears and Henry and backed up by the New Zealand fielders.
Southey first, Ravindra second, rolling around on the ground. Trying to deny Green the chance. He is a bit of a fielder finder as well, though. He's like the find my friends thing.
Right. You've noticed that.
He does hit him. He hits it very nicely to the field early in innings.
Okay.
Laura Woolvart used to be the gold standard for that. Beautiful cover drives, just straight to cover. Off drive, straight to mid-off. Start of a new over. Round the wicket comes Henry. Kawaja's leaving into the gloves of Blundell.
That's an interesting point, Geoff. I honestly have not. I've seen a little bit of Cameron Green bat and haven't noticed that.
He middles a lot of very nice shots that don't get him anything.
Okay.
So what he started to do in Wellington was just shift the dial around a bit, move the protractor a few degrees and started to get it into the
change the angle of the... Well, he's actually been advancing most balls in his innings, well, here in New Zealand, so maybe that has something to do with it as well. He's playing shots on the run.
Henry, 7 in the first innings. 1 already here. Looking for a 10-wicket match. Looking to give New Zealand the advantage. Driven away by Kawaja to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, Cameron Green. In footy parlance, you have to say he's remarkably nimble for a big man. But I noticed it was that game at Drummoyne against when he was playing for Australia A just before he got picked in the Test team for the first time. How easy moving he was on his feet for such a big frame. Henry to Kawaja, who edges and he's caught it slip. New Zealand are in this up to their necks. They cluster around the cordon and Kawaja goes walking off literally into the sunset. The boundary line awaits. Australia 3 down for 30. Kawaja goes for 11. And 2:49 more to win. Looks a long way away.
It does indeed. Fantastic bowling again there from Matt Henry, and it's the skipper this time. We praised him for his ground fielding last over. He's taken an absolute beauty at third slip, just a few inches above the turf, and isn't he happy with it?
He is howling like a coyote.
Should we take that back, please?
And we don't need to look at it.
We don't need the replay because Kawaja's leaving the field.
Marnus has gone. The ball was nowhere near the grass.
This is nonsense that they're looking at this catch. It's clearly clean. He's scooped it up off the ground.
And Marnus has gone. Look, he's actually...
Kawaja's already off.
He's gone. He's in the change room, so he's accepted the catch.
Catch is completed fairly.
We don't need to do this every time.
He's left the rope. And the new batter is on the field before the message has even come up on the screen that that's out. So I think he can pretty safely determine that that's out. It was Southey diving away, scooped it up, back of his hand along the ground, and he held up that new ball. You can still see the gold writing shiny on that new ball that they've used to take the top 3 Australian wickets. Well, New Zealand knocked off Australia for the first time ever in this city in 1974. It was their first win. They had the 50th anniversary function on Test Eve, where most of the surviving players from that test gathered in the committee room here with an audience and gave us their memories of that. For a great occasion, Glenn Turner and a bevy of Hadleys, Richard Collins. They might be up for another one sometime tomorrow.
It's got that feeling, doesn't it, Geoff? It does have that feeling. Travis Head's the new man at the crease. Not really the man that's going to steady the ship. You wouldn't have thought.
He's the man who's going to accelerate the speed.
He is. He's going to keep the game moving. No doubt about that.
He will drop the accelerator. Yeah, but this is, in a way, his kind of situation. Travis Head has saved Australia from a few sticky situations, and he's done it on some green-seaming pitches against some good seam bowling attacks. We'll need another special here, and he's whipping the first ball off his pads to mid-wicket. Mid-on comes tumbling across. Head wanders out of his crease. The ball gets belted back to the keeper. He has to stretch out and put the bat back in his ground. 3 for 30.
It's an aggressive start from Travis Head. We're getting to see the replay of Usman Khawaja just squared up, coming around the wicket, Henry, and it's a fantastic catch from Tim Southey, playing in his 100th Test match.
Khawaja hopping, both toes off the ground. What does that do to your control as a batter if you don't have your feet planted?
Well, I'm no batting expert, but certainly makes life a little bit harder. It was the seam movement away from the left-hander, the angle in and seam away.
Henry to Head, and he's just keeping the ball out of his pad. Again, it's mid-on, moving across towards mid-wicket. Stops the ball there. Henry just going at the pads around the wicket. He's got another left-hander in his sights. Khawaja being replaced by Travis Head. 3 for 30. Green on 4. So Smith was LBW to Henry for 9. Labuschagne caught and bowled Sears 6. Khawaja caught Southey, bowled Henry 11. And here comes Henry, and back cutting is Travis Head. No timing. Ball dribbles out towards cover in the end. 12 overs gone. 3 for 30. Australia have been rocked. That Smith referral looked a ridiculous one. It was pretty plumb.
It did. He didn't want to do it. He took 14 and a half seconds to send it upstairs. And I don't think he got a lot of support from his partner, but I guess it's the way the game's played now. If you've got 3 up your sleeve, you might as well burn a couple with your top order batsmen. So, and certainly that's the feeling you get.
I haven't seen a lot of LBWs given against Steve Smith that haven't resulted in a review. Let's put it that way. Since
he's not on his own either. No, within the Australian team and outside it. I think the general feeling is if you get LB as a top order player, you use one of them.
Start of a new over. Southey, and he's bowling in at the pads. Sears rather turned away off the pads to mid-wicket. No run. Yeah, it's the one that we sometimes call the L'Oreal review because you're worth it.
Very good, Geoff.
Other makeup brands are available.
Now, I've just received a text from one of our listeners here, Geoff. The last 10 wickets in the match have fallen for 124 runs. So New Zealand lost 7 for 94 and Australia being 3 for 30. So maybe there's more in this wicket than we're giving credit for.
Might have just been that middle part of the day when the sun was out. Conditions look to have eased a bit. Sears runs up, standing tall, and Green goes down underneath the bouncer. Looks Blundell gloves trending towards the leg side. There is a fight on their hands here. 2:49 remaining to win. It's a tall target from here. These two, Mitchell Marsh to come. Alex Carey not having a great time with the bat, although 10 catches. So he's equalled Adam Gilchrist's record for the most dismissals in a test in this country. There are only a handful of players who've taken 10 in a test anywhere. 10 dismissals of any kind as a wicket-keeper. Sears turns around, top of his mark. Runs into Green, who's leaving the ball outside the off stump, and the keeper gloves.
How do you feel about that stat, Geoff? Is it something that is a credit to the keeper? Like all he has to do is, I don't want to diminish his work or make light of it, but that's his job, isn't it? He stands there and finishes off the good work that the Quicks have done.
Yes, and when he drops the one off Tom Latham last night,
that's the one that
before he's made 70 odd.
Yeah.
that's the one that you remember. But yes, you still have to be good enough to take them.
Okay.
So if you were a keeper in really dire straits, he might have dropped a couple more than just the one that got away. It was wide to his left. Sears comes into Green, who's getting the bat around the front pad. Shades of Shane Watson there at the big front pad down the pitch, and had to rope around it to get that ball away. I think once you get up to those sort of numbers, it's only, four keepers in history have taken 10 in a test before, and 3 have taken 11. So that's it in over 2,500 test matches. You've got to give some credit to the keepers.
Okay. I was just wondering, as a stats man that you are, where...
I suppose there are catches and catches, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Did those 10 involve 4 absolute screamers, or were they all straightforward into the midriff? Sears to Green, who does get a run now, finds a gap out through square leg and manages to turn over the strike for the first time in a long while. 3 for 31.
Now, this is the combination that's going to intrigue me. The quickest of New Zealand fast bowlers against Travis Head, who can jump around a little bit. No doubt he'll be looking to score. Easy. Ben Sears is keen to get someone back on the hook early. He wants to send a message that this is not going to be easy for you, Travis.
Well, if he tries to jump around too much, he might be in a house of pain.
Got it. I got it.
Here goes Sears. And Ted is edging into his pad away towards short mid-wicket. The bowler was interested. The batter didn't like it very much. 13 overs gone. 3 for 31. Australia need a further 248 to win, with Cameron Green on 5. Travis Head on 0. Farewell to Xavier Doherty for the time being, having a breather. Very glad to see again the smiling face of Frankie McKay. Welcome back.
Thank you very much for having me. A much nicer time to be turning up. It's the last couple of days that I've got to visit. It hasn't always been going New Zealand's way, so very nice to be able to turn up and say 3 for 30. At 270 odd looks a long way away now.
Things have turned drastically on this day. It's remarkable how New Zealand have turned this around from all out for 162 in 46 overs from day one. And here they are. You have to say, with a strong upper hand in this test match.
I would have to agree.
Cameron Green taps the bat. He'll be facing Matt Henry. He's got 9 for the match. And Green is edging the ball away towards point. The bat just skewed in his hands a bit there. Matt Henry on the prowl. I imagine, Frankie, as somebody growing up into cricket in this part of the world, you would have heard about the 1974 win a lot of times. That tale must have been told. It wasn't at this ground. It was out at Lancaster Park. RIP.
Come on.
No longer there. But it's Henry. Comes up to Green. And he's leaving the ball, and it's bouncing off the keeper, who's standing up to the stumps, which is interesting. And that's hurt Tom Blundell. It's smashed him in the wrist, perhaps. There's a lesson. Maybe you don't want to be standing up to the stumps to Matt Henry. But, I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but it would be remarkable if pretty much on the 50th anniversary of New Zealand beating Australia for the first time in a test, they were able to repeat the dose this week.
Yeah, it would be. It would be incredible. That's for sure. There's the wins against Australia, I will have to admit, few and far between. And so anytime you can get yourself in a position as a New Zealand side to be not just competing but beating Australia,
Henry bowling to Head. He's getting his first convincing shot away. He's flicking it out to deep square leg. He'll come back for a second run after they managed to get through for a bye after that deflection off the keeper the previous ball. So Head has got a couple. Moved on to 34 for 3, Australia. Green on 5. Travis Head on 2.
I like the way that New Zealand started with the ball. I like the way that they've come out, looked to attack the stumps early on, looked to bring as many modes of dismissal into play as possible.
Henry up to Head, and that ball he's having to get up on his toes to ride the bounce, get it back to the bowler safely.
And they've just been able to create some pressure. There hasn't been a lot of loose deliveries. It hasn't felt like they've come out and been searching for wickets. It's just that really disciplined, accurate approach. We saw a little spell from Tim Southey, just the 4 overs from him up top, and then straight away it was Matt Henry who got the initial breakthrough, and then straight away we saw Ben Sears come into the attack, and almost with that licence to just be really aggressive and look to take wickets.
Henry to Travis Head, who's looking for a run to mid-wicket, won't get it, turning the bat face towards the leg side.
And even the fact that Tom Blundell at the start of this over with Cam Green on strike, he's prepared to come up to the stumps. I mean, Matt Henry's bowling mid-130s with a new ball on a wicket that has suited the new ball still seaming around, and because of Cam Green wanting to bat out of his crease or wanting to walk down the wicket at Matt Henry, Tom Blundell coming up is just trying to take that length away, trying to make him stay at home and play from the crease and maybe upset that decision-making.
Henry comes up to Travis Head now, who drives the ball back to him on the bounce. Henry backhands at the striker, stumps and misses. 14 overs gone. It's 3 for 34. Yeah, keeping up to the stumps to Henry, it's a very different thing to... He was doing it to Tim Southey, obviously, in the first innings there, but a little bit slower through the air, Tim Southey. In any case, drinks are coming onto the field. So Australia at 34 for 3, or 3 for 34, depending what area of the world you grew up in. I think it's only our country that does things the other way around, so maybe we've got to straighten things up from that point. Australia still well adrift. They need 279 to win. Drinks on the field. We'll take a quick break. We'll be with you in just a moment.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the red cricket button.
Henry to Khawaja, who edges and he's caught it slip. New Zealand are in this up to their necks. They cluster around the cordon and Khawaja goes walking off literally into the sunset. The boundary line awaits. Australia 3 down for 30. Khawaja goes for 11. ABC Sport coming to you from Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Geoff Lemon with you. New Zealand all-rounder Frankie McKay alongside me, and New Zealand surging back into this test match. They made 372 earlier today, all out in the end. Tom Latham 73, Rachin Ravindra 82, Daryl Mitchell 58 among the contributors. Pat Cummins 4 for 62 and Nathan Lyon 3 for 49, but there was more runs than Australia were expecting to give away. And then the wickets started to fall in the reply. 279 the chase. They lost Smith for 9, LBW to Matt Henry. Labuschagne caught and bowled Sears for 6, a leading edge that popped back to the tall pace bowler on his debut. And Marnus Labuschagne was gone, and then Usman Khawaja caught by Tim Southey. It slipped, third slip off Henry for 11. So Australia 3 for 34. They're 245 runs away from a win. I mean, we won't see how this whole match plays out before we get into tomorrow. Australia in a pretty dicey position overnight. Frankie.
Yeah, I would agree. Not that I've got a huge smile on my face or anything, but it is...
There's 45 minutes to go, yeah. It could get a lot worse.
It could get a lot worse, absolutely. It's not a nice time to be batting for sure.
Or a lot better, depending on your perspective.
Yeah, depending on what side of the fence you're sitting on this one. But to me, I think it was always... It looks a batting day. The surface, looking at it, it looks as though bounce is levelled out. It looks as though run scoring's a little easier. The wind has come through. All 3 days so far, just taking that moisture out of the surface. But with the new ball, it's been a handful. Every time. It's a new ball surface. Batting all of a sudden looks to get really difficult. So it's not going to last forever. If you're an Australian or an Australian fan, there is hope. Ball's still only 14 overs old, and so you've just got to weather the storm. You've just got to find a way to get through the next 10 or so overs at least. Get yourself into tomorrow. Get yourself a look at the score and just be able to start again. But you don't want another wicket or two to be falling tonight.
This is what I ponder. Matt Henry, 7 for 67 in the first innings, 2 for 22 so far, 9 for the match. So much rests on him. Can New Zealand keep the pressure up when he's done with his spells? I think that's where the fate of this match lies, because he's been head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, he comfortably has, and so that means Ben Sears is going to have a big role to play. He's got that wicket-taking ability, but it's then Tim Southey. Are we going to see a little bit more of Scott Kugelheim in this innings? He had sore foot, bruised foot, meant he couldn't bowl as many overs as he would have liked. Looked okay running around with bat in hand, so maybe there's a chance we'll see a little more of him in the second innings.
Sears will start a new over to Green, who's driving down to mid-on. Won't get a run there. Kugelheim the first innings, 6 overs, none for 30. Got whacked around a bit and didn't bowl a lot.
And of course, you can't count out Glenn Phillips.
Definitely can. I don't think you could ever count out Glenn. I don't think it matters what you're doing.
No.
You could be trying to find a late night takeaway at 3 a.m. and you wouldn't count out Glenn Phillips.
Absolutely
Somehow
not.
managing to make a telling contribution.
No, he's a fabulous character, and that's the kind of guy you want in a team as well. You want a guy that just wants to be in the thick of the action all the time.
Sears to Green, who's bowled. He's gone right through him, and that's 4 down for New Zealand. Oh, they can taste this. Tomorrow might be the coronation, but there's a fair bit left in today. 4 down for 34. Australia 245 away from victory. They'll have Mitchell Marsh coming out next, and New Zealand might be about to pull off something extraordinary.
Well, the crowd's on their feet now. The crowd are enjoying this one. A standing ovation for Ben Sears picking up his second wicket, but it's the indecision once again. The ball nipping around, angled in, nipping back into Cameron Green. He's trying to get the bat out of the way. He is trying to leave that and just running it off the bat onto the stumps. Couldn't get it out of the way in time, and he's gone for just 5. In Australia, they are in some real trouble here at 34 for 4.
He made 174 in Wellington, Cameron Green. Out for just 5 here. And that deflection from the bat back onto the stumps, it's what the extra pace can do for you. Ben Sears has 2 for 3. Sounds like a deal at the burger shop. 4 for 34 Australia. In just the 15th over, Mitchell Marsh coming to the crease. He's made a 40 and 2 ducks so far in this series. He made another nought here in 2016, so all up he's had 5 innings in New Zealand, 3 noughts, a 40 and an 18. It's not inspiring reading for his batting in this part of the world, but he was so prominent over the Australian summer. He needs to reproduce some of that form just to try to keep Australia in this. The first task is getting through the next 40 minutes or so, giving themselves some sort of shot at coming out, hopefully with the sun shining tomorrow, seeing if they could replicate what New Zealand did in the first session and a half of today. 4 down.
Mitch Marsh sitting on a pair. Ben Sears tearing in, bowling 140, seaming it around.
Here goes Sears to Marsh, who's flicking it away in the air through the leg side. He'll get runs here out to deep backwards square leg. He might even get 4 of them. And it is a very Mitchell Marsh thing to do, to get off the mark with the boundary, but it wasn't a wild, extravagant attacking shot. It was a ball on his leg stump line, and he was happily able to flick that away. Just seeing the Cameron Green dismissal again, and he's thinking about leaving, and he sees the ball cutting in and thinks about playing it to keep it away from his stumps. It would have comfortably cleared the bails if he'd been able to pull the bat out of the way, but it was just that instinct to get the bat down, ran it off the face, onto middle and off stumps. Crestfallen, he'll play no further part in the match. Sears to Marsh, who's bending at a ball that goes past his edge into the keeper's gloves. Suddenly it feels like every ball is an event.
That's exactly where we're at. 3 slips in a gully, all waiting, and the ball is nibbling around. He's had a little prod at that as well, looking to push forward, and he just follows it as it seems away. The hands just gravitate towards the ball. He is someone that likes to feel bat on ball a lot. He's not someone who's going to leave a lot of deliveries. So that's the perfect spot from Ben Sears, on and around that off stump, just nibbling the ball around.
Sears runs up to Marsh, who leaves outside the off stump. It's this pairing, Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head. They're the kind of players who, if they batted for 30 overs, they could very easily knock off 150 or so. They're in this unfamiliar situation now where they need to be the careful defensive ones who shepherd the team through the stumps, or do they just go the other way and go with their instincts?
I think you're always going with your instinct to a certain extent. Perfect world if you're Australia. These two have come together when it's 138 for 4 and you're trying to push on from there, and a little cameo, a brisk innings can actually be the winning of the match. But very different situation here.
Sears to Marsh, who leaves, keeps the bat well above his head, watches the ball pass by his off stump. 15 overs gone. Australia in real strife. They're chasing 279. That means they're 241 adrift. They've got 38 on the board. 4 wickets down. Marsh on 4, Head on 2. And what better time to have an all New Zealand pairing? I'll leave you in the capable hands of Frankie McKay with Brian Waddle about to join him.
Yeah, but when we are talking about how they're best to go about it, I'm not sure that either of these two are just going to be dour and just try and survive until the end of the night. I think we saw it a little bit at the end of the day's play yesterday with Rachin Ravindra for New Zealand. He looked indecisive. It looked as though survival was the only thing running through his mind, and he was almost fighting himself to try and do that. He comes back today and much more free-flowing, free-scoring, and so it wouldn't surprise me, these two, even though there is only 40 minutes left, Wads, until the end of the day, wouldn't surprise me if there's still a few shots get played by these two.
Well, I think they're that kind of pairing, aren't they? And the expectation is the same. Well, the shots being played by New Zealand because Matt Henry is coming in for his 8th over, and that in itself is a demanding task. 3 slips in the gully and a Blackwood point. Here he is bowling to Head, who turns it nicely into the onside. Out behind square. It'll be picked up there by Rachin Ravindra, and there's just the one run. 39 for 4. Marsh 4, Head 3 on. Just sitting here reflecting on whether I should reassess what I said at the end of the New Zealand innings or wait a little longer. I might wait a little bit longer.
Just sit on that one?
Yes, I think so.
Keep it in the back pocket?
Yeah. If I start reassessing, I might get picked off by people who said you should never have gone against New Zealand getting the win in this game. I didn't say they were going to get the win. I just thought they didn't have enough. But there we go. Here's Henry bowling to Marsh, who edges down through slip. It's going down towards the boundary. We'll go all the way for 4 as well. Well, he's got that look about him, hasn't he? He's coming forward to Matt Henry. So they're not going to die wondering, it seems.
No, not at all. He's just not quite marching down the wicket, but a little walk down, trying to upset that length once again. We've seen it a lot from Cameron Green. Now Mitchell Marsh just determined to try and take that perfect length away from Matt Henry, and it's only taken one ball of doing it, and the helmet's being run on, and it looks like
Blundell's going back up again.
Yeah, brave man back up to the stumps.
Yeah, he's just had a look at his fingers to see how they were all there from the last one, and well, we've seen him do this before. We saw him do it in the Test match against England last year when he stood up to Henry, he stood up to Wagner, and New Zealand won the Test by that very close margin, 43 for 4. 16th over, the 8th being bowled by Henry. Bowls to Marsh, who's defending the onside. Good tight delivery. Didn't come forward to that one. Well, there are other players who are having to look at the situation. I don't know you can go to spin at the moment. Cougar line may well be required. Is Southey contemplating coming on himself from the far end? There'll be a couple more overs, I would imagine, from Sears. Can he bowl Henry any more than 8? Up he is again, bowling to Marsh, who turns it into the onside. And at the moment, suspicion and what's about to happen, the mystery. Oh, it's a good ball too, you've got to say that. Well defended by Marsh. He needed all his power there. Henry, eyes closed, hands to his head. Excitement being generated by Matt Henry. Bowls again to Marsh, who edges into the slip gully cordon again, down towards the boundary. This time it will be overtaken by Phillips. Flicks it back. They've taken 1. We'll come back for 2. And that's all they get. So Marsh not living dangerously, but certainly giving the impression that he wants to take the bowlers on, that he wants to hit back at them by way of attack rather than strokeless defence. Waits again. On 10 already, Marsh from just 8. Henry bowls to him, and this one has him on the back foot. Punching it through the offside. That's a good stroke. It's going out towards the boundary. Chase for Williamson. He may overhaul it. Will he get there? Yes, he does. Flicks it back. Gets up a bit of turf. Oh, we don't want to see that from Kane Williamson. I have memories of Kane Williamson picking up some turf and being out of the game for a while, playing in an IPL game, but he's walking comfortably enough. The end of the over, another good one, but Marsh was up for it. 48 for 4. Now television have come to it. I've got the New Zealand victories there. 2, 4, 6, 8. 5 of them in March. Yes.
That's it. That's what it is. March is the lucky month. But
March in New Zealand.
It's been a little while between drinks, though. The last test win against Australia.
Yeah.
We have to be even with our reporting here. 2011, December 2011 in Hobart.
I remember that one. It's the one in 1993 that's the one, I suppose, that hurts, because not having been able to get into a position to beat Australia since then is something that New Zealand really need to look at to try and overcome. As I've said previously, Australia are the benchmark for New Zealand, always have been. It's like the Wallabies playing the All Blacks in rugby. It's a similar scenario.
About as successful then.
48 for 4, Marsh is 13, Head is 3. Marsh is back on strike. Sears to bowl to him from the Port Hills end. It's the first delivery which he flicks at and gets to the thick edge, down towards the boundary for 4. I said he's not going to die wondering.
We did discuss how he was going to look to play, whether it was going to be that natural, instinctive way of playing, and this is pitched up outside the off stump from Ben Sears, and he has tried to fair leather that through the offside, gets a big, thick outside edge up and over the cordon. Heads get thrown back as that one flies over top of them. I think that signals exactly how Mitchell Marsh is going to play.
Yeah, he got the width, didn't he? And that was the thing that saved him. If you get enough wood on it, you can put it over the top of the cordon, and that's what he was able to do. Sears will be challenged by that. He's in his 5th over. There's a problem. There's a bail come off, is there? No appeal? No, okay. Marsh 17, Head 3. The scoreboard, not pretty reading for Australia at the moment. $227 more required for victory. Here's Sears going and bowling to Marsh, who leaves the delivery down the offside as it goes through to Tom Blundell, who's not standing up now. I would be surprised if we have too much need against the pace of Sears, because he can generate up to the 140, early 140s. He's got the confidence to do it now too, hasn't he?
Oh, that's nothing better, is there, than when you get your fast bowler, picks up a couple of scalps, just puff the chest out, all of a sudden you feel like they're steaming in, extra couple of kilometres on every delivery.
The conditions that he wants at the moment, and a fairly new ball as he bowls a short delivery to Marsh, pulls it away on the onside, out towards mid-wicket, hit down on it, so he was able to keep it away from Rachin Ravindra, who's back at the mid-wicket region. Gets one more. Marsh 18, Head 3, the scraping of Travis Head's Spriggs on the ground as he marks out his crease. This will be another challenge for him. He's a player we know who's got the capacity to attack and be rewarded for it, but he's had a mixture of a performance in this series. He hasn't always looked as though he's been batting with authority. Well, a chance to make something out of this. 53 for 4. Up goes Sears, bowling to Head, who is edging down through slips to the boundary for 4. Well, that's another edgy stroke, but it's a boundary, and it was along the ground. It wasn't a chance. but they're welcome runs for Australia at the moment, wherever they come from.
They are indeed, and the captain, Tim Southey's gone running up to Ben Sears. You can see that there's a little bit of frustration building in his young bowler, and he's just wrapped an arm around the shoulders, a pat on the back, just that encouragement. He's doing the right thing. He's putting the ball in the right place. He's doing exactly what the captain wants. And Travis Head, I think, when he starts off in his innings, doesn't like facing the pace. I think he gets a little bit jumpy, a little bit uncertain with his footwork, and I think at times he tries to cover that up by being ultra-attacking.
Sears bowling to him, and Head is flicking the ball down fine. The hands go in the air, but I think it took pad rather than bat. Umpire Erasmus not moved by, well, it was a stifled appeal, wasn't it? The hands were going in the air. In fact, it didn't do anything.
Just straight through to the keeper. But that's the keeper's way, isn't it? Taking a nice one down the leg side. There's always a little... How was that, sir?
Well, you've got to be in, don't you? If you don't appeal, you don't get a chance. So, they'll appeal for most things.
Well, that happened in the first innings of the game. Cameron Green, the only one who said, "We should have a look at that, lads," and no one else seemingly heard much, and turned out there was a little scratch on it.
57 for 4 as Sears goes up again to Head, turns this one into the onside. Ball do the work for him, using the pace of the bowler and getting a single as he ran through 4-1. The lights are on. Must be getting dark. 17 overs completed. 58 for 4, still 221 required. Look at that scoreboard. Smith, LBW, Henry for 9. Kawaja caught Southey, bowled Henry 11. Labuschagne is caught by and bowled by Sears for 6. And Green bowled Sears for 5. Played it on. Head not out 7. Marsh not out 18. And a target of 279. They 221 still required. 58 for 4.
It doesn't actually... I'm a little surprised that the lights have come on. It doesn't actually look anywhere near as gloomy as this time last night, but the lights have come on. And
yeah, the cloud cover came over sort of unexpectedly because it's been quite clear most of the day. So once the cloud cover comes in, they probably have to take a reading at this time that was equivalent to last time. Well, they are going for Henry again. He's doing a hard shift, isn't he? It's bowled 8. He's got a 9th coming up now. Says to the skipper, well, I'll do my bit before stumps. And he comes to a Head who's defensive, playing it into the offside. Fielded out at extra cover and there's no run.
Yeah, that's right on the money from Matt Henry. And this will be just a big push. This will be one, I think it'll be very hard to prize the ball out of his hand at this stage, the way he's bowling, and with 2 wickets next to his name, 9 for the match. But it'll be a little bit of a push from the captain. Can you just give me one more good quality over against these 2?
Up comes Henry round the wicket to Head, who flicks it down fine. The bee runs down towards a long leg and will go for 4. So it was fairly fine, and there was no way that the fieldsman down in the deep in Sears was going to prevent that from going for 4. So it's more runs. Bonus territory for them today as the struggle continues for these batsmen. 62 for the loss of 4.
That's just a little gift, that one, and maybe that's because he is into his 9th over. It's been a power of work he's had to get through. It's just a little miss, a little gift down the leg side onto the hip of Travis Head.
Henry, and again to Head, who is defending, turns it into the onside. It'll be fielded there by Ravindra, and there's no run, just a gentle nudge. Again, using the pace. New Zealanders are very vocal out there at the moment. Look, Glenn Phillips is going to have a bowl. He's just, I hope he's not going to bowl round arm. It was not high enough, really.
Just the warm-up ones. That's just trying to get the shoulder somewhat loosened up and ready to go, well, I hope, anyway.
62 for 4. Henry bowls to Head, and again, short lifting into the body. And that probably may be the point you make. He's just tending to run a little leg side at the moment. And maybe tired. 2 for 37 he's got in his 9th over. 63 for the loss of 4. Target set earlier in the day. And the New Zealand bowlers have responded as they've pretty much done through this series. They've been the power of the New Zealand game. The batting's been very consistent. Ben Sears swaps over in the field and gets applause just for doing that. His performance has been excellent. Here's Henry bowling to Marsh onto the back foot, playing him gently out into the offside, shuffling in behind the delivery, and Henry's sort of doing a Neil Wagner, isn't he? He was the man you could never get the ball from. There are a number of times that he would have bowled 10, 11 overs. I think in one test match he had a spell, might have been broken by a drinks break of 15 overs.
Yeah.
But, you know, he was the sort of player who's prepared to bowl all the time. Henry bowls to Marsh, drives on the offside, up towards extra cover, and fielded there by Henry Nichols there, was it?
Looks like him,
on
yeah.
the substitute, yeah, 63 for 4, 18 overs completed. Henry 2 for 37 from 9. What have we got to go today in terms of overs? 11 remaining. I don't know that we'll see all those 11. Certainly Australia won't be wanting 11 at the moment.
Pretty confident we won't see 11 overs in the 24 minutes left. It would be a rather brisk over 8 indeed. I equally agree, Australia will not want to be facing 11 overs. I'd imagine we start to see the game get into that little bit of slow motion when you've got one side trying to push through, and all of a sudden a lot of gardening gets done, a lot of checking just what the surface looks like, a lot of chats between the two batters just to try and slow that down. If it means you get to face one less over for the day, then that's job well done.
Yes, there'll be a few discussions mid-pitch, I would imagine. It's nearly 22 minutes to go. Been a day of plenty of action. Well, we had 12 wickets falling in the day. Here's Sears anyway, bowling to Head, who comes forward and drives. And gets no run for it as the bowler does his own fielding.
He's done well there, Ben Sears. Yeah. Done exceptionally well in the follow-through to get both hands up to that. It was struck back.
Because he has a follow-through, isn't he? Yeah. Quite a follow-through.
He is putting in, that's for sure. So, yeah, to get the hands up quickly, it was struck back reasonably firmly by Travis Head off the surface. One bounce back over the head of Sears, and so done well.
And he goes again, bowling to Head, who is turning it on the onside again, just straying into that line where he can pick it off around the corner, trots through for an easy single as it goes out towards the square leg fieldsman, Will Young. You can see the speed that Sears is hitting. Earlier on he was getting the 140 mark, but I imagine he'll probably be tiring now, 6th over.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine we see too many more from Ben Sears either. Gets through this one, maybe he gets one more.
He's probably reflecting on the ice bath he's going to have later on.
Probably looking forward to it, to be fair, after a big spell.
64 for 4. Here he is bowling to Mitchell Marsh, who's defending into the onside. It'll be fielded there by Kugelin at mid-wicket. And there's no run again. The support vocally from behind the stumps. 3 players there who are waiting expectantly for a catch. Mitchell had the misfortune to put one down, didn't cost him too much. That was off the first over bowled by Ben Sears, wasn't it? And then he hit one back to Sears Labuschagne. So that saved a few blushes for poor old Daryl Mitchell. But I guess you still remember those. You've got to get them out of your mind. Having put down a chance like that, Sears bowls to Marsh, who drives aerially into the offside. He was given the width just a little too wide, and the power with which he hits the ball, it's raced away over the infield to the boundary for 4. 68 for 4.
Just full and wide and easy swing of the bat from Mitch Marsh. He hits the ball incredibly hard, and he's not going to turn down a scoring opportunity like that. That's the natural game, is to throw the hands at it. Not quite the kitchen sink, but getting close to it.
Yeah, well, he looks powerful enough to be able to throw the kitchen sink at it too. He's a big, solid man. As you say, he does hit the ball incredibly hard. Sears bowls to him, and this one has him defending into the offside. There's no run as it goes up towards mid-off to be fielded. 2 for 22, the figures for Sears. Well, he's had a memorable debut. I'm sure it'd be even more memorable if he was able to contribute a few more wickets, bearing in mind that this is the best part of their batting remaining. There's Alex Carey, isn't there? And then after that, you're sort of getting into the... well, there's another batsman, Nathan Lyon, of course. He's a good order and middle order. Josh Hazelwood. Here's slippery from Sears to Marsh. No stroke from the batsman. Through to Blundell to end of the over. At 68 for the loss of 4. 19 have been bowled. There's still another 10 to be bowled. And 211 to win the game. New Zealand need 6 wickets. Marsh, 22. Head, 14. Frankie McKay with more. And then Corbin Middlemas.
Yes, finally warmed up a touch has Mitchell Marsh. He's finally losing the jersey, losing the vest. Just another one of those slight slowdown of the game moments now. Able to use any time you've got. And it is the end of the Matt Henry spell. He got through 9 overs, 2 for 33, 1 maiden included in there. It'll be the captain himself now, Tim Southey, coming back to the bowling crease for a little spell before the end of the day's play.
I've logged in, Frankie, right at the end of your stint, but it's lovely to see you, and tomorrow could be a very historic day in the history of New Zealand cricket.
Could be indeed.
What a day we've experienced here. As Tim Southey on his way in from the Botanic Gardens end of the ground, he bowls to Travis Head, who plays back down the pitch. So 4 for 68, the Australians. They were 4 for 34 at one point, chasing 279 as a victory target, and I think we felt, sort of watching on, we thought, 279, yes, it's the 4th innings of the match. It would be Australia's highest successful 4th innings chase against New Zealand, but it looked like a pretty flat pitch, certainly when Mitchell and Revenge were batting on it, and yet there's been wickets tumbling from that point on. Southey on his way in again, bowls to Head, and he plays back down the pitch, fielded by Southey on his follow-through. You know all about cricket here. What have you seen in the way that the pitch is played?
Well, I've actually been a little bit surprised with how many wickets have fallen today, if I'm really honest. I had this put down as batting day. Maybe was just overly hopeful that New Zealand would be able to bat the entire day, but not quite to be. And I think if we're being really honest, I think that there was the ability to bat the whole day, and the tail didn't quite potentially wag as New Zealand would have liked.
Head on 14, awaits Southey. Again, he's up on his toes and just drops it out in front of cover.
And so to set Australia 279 to win, if you're looking at that any other time, you say, yeah, that probably is a pretty tricky chase. It doesn't happen too often. But there was the possibility for New Zealand that they could have set 300 plus to be chased. And so it did have that feeling of, well, maybe that is slightly light. And the fact that New Zealand, they were able to put 372 on the board themselves, batting through day 3. There's been a little bit of chatter that day 3, day 4, they are the best batting days. So it felt in the balance.
Southey to Head. He's forward and just whips it out wistily to mid-on. Picked up by Ravindra. There's no run. It'd have been an amazing win. 162 all out inside 46 overs. They were bowling after tea on day 1, having been stuck in by the Australians. And remembering the talk in the lead-up and the criticism from Ross Taylor and everything that came along with it, about whether this team is mentally scarred when they come up against the Australians. They can't play their best cricket. They've had a test summer at home in which South Africa sent out a B, C, D, E team. And then they finally get the Australians here. Oh, short ball, a ducking underneath at Head. Goes through to keeper Blundell. And to be well down, not just in the match, but in the broader series, having been beaten in Wellington and come back to be in this position. What a moment for New Zealand cricket.
Yeah, it's been brilliant to see. And I think that's probably what had frustrated the general public a little bit, is that 162 first innings. It just looked like they didn't have a lot of fight to them. And that's not meant as a huge criticism. It's just New Zealand team's not always the most skillful, not always the most talented, definitely don't have the population to be picking from compared to some other nations, but they do have the fight and the tenacity to stay in it.
Southey tries again to Head. He presses forward and clips it away through mid-wicket for 1. Catch the strike. He's 15, Marsh is 22. End of the over, 4 for 69. Frankie, great to hear from you. We will endeavour, usually we have you on the final session, we'll endeavour to get you in here tomorrow. We'll try and lean around your TV commitments because it could be a pretty important day for New Zealand.
Oh, exactly, and I wouldn't want to miss out hanging out with you guys when we have a New Zealand victory, so I look forward to it very much.
We'll hold you to it. We'll see you tomorrow. Frankie McKay, New Zealand all-rounder. Great to have her with us this test in Christchurch. Off the SMS, Rob, usually of Greensboro, says it's 38.9 degrees here in Port Arlington near Geelong. But loving listening to this response from New Zealand in between driving into the bay here to cool off. And from down in Perth is Smith failing right now because he's opening, because he's out of form. Let's not forget he wasn't having the most glittering streak before he's moved up the order. Love listening while going for a morning Sunday walk, of course, with the time difference over in the west. Thanks, Dan. 0467 920 222 is the SMS number. There's a whole lot to chop up. Grandstand at Stumps to follow the day's play, which is 15 minutes from now. Xavier Doherty joins me a little early. G'day, X.
Hello, Corbin. How are we going here? Things settled down a little bit?
4 for 34 at one stage. It's now 4 for 69. And Glenn Phillips is going to try and burgle a wicket before Stumps. Alex Carey, I'm sure, sitting nervously with the pads on. And then the bowlers start Cummins, Hazelwood, Lyon. Here's Phillips with his right arm finger spinners to Travis Head, who's forward and pushing out to Southey at cover.
I guess the positive for Australia is, given how positive and aggressive Marsh and Head are, there are some gaps in the field. You know, the pressure's not going to be on them all the time. We've got a point, a long off, and a deep backward square. So there are some singles available and relieve themselves of pressure if they can find those gaps.
Catcher at extra cover and first slip as Phillips to Head. He's going to let it pass. Pick the stop ball. It pitches and turns away from his off peg.
There's a bit of spin there, Corb. Just add another little something into the mix. Spin and bounce.
Is there another twist before Stumps here, Xavier?
No, thank you.
Ooh.
No.
Head on 15. He wants to hear that. Well flighted from Phillips, and it's pushed away towards mid-wicket. Latham comes in to retrieve it.
I wasn't quite sure how to go there because every one of my predictions so far today have been wrong. I thought we were going to be chasing 350 when I thought New Zealand needed 450. Then I had Australia chasing these runs 3 down. They're already 4 down.
Phillips on his way in again. Head's leaving. A ball wide of the off stump.
So let's say there will be a twist, and I'll be wrong again.
Jeez. 11 wickets fell for 128 runs either side of the change of innings. New Zealand losing their last 7 for 94, of which Kugelheim hit 44 of them after he was dropped. And then the Aussies 4 for 34. In the response, chasing 279 to win. Phillips on leg stump. Head just pushes it away through the vacancy at square leg. He'll pick up 1. Moves to 16. Australia 4 for 70 now. A lot on the shoulders of Mitch Marsh. Good thing is he's got big broad shoulders, and Travis Head is on 16, and we know he's had a couple of big time innings for Australia in a World Test Championship final, and of course a man of the match performance at 100 in the 50 over World Cup final recently.
Been a different innings from Travis Head so far. 28 balls, 29 balls now he's faced. Usually he's sort of jumping around and trying to get himself away with a couple of boundaries. It's been completely the opposite today.
Field back for the Bison. A right arm off spinner to the big right-hander as Marsh is forward. He drives down to Ravindra. In front of us, a long off and a single for Marsh. End of the over. Australia moves to 4 for 71. They need 208 from here. So the target is 279 overall. Would be Australia's best ever chase if they can get there against New Zealand. We're 4 for 34, now 4 for 71. Head 16, Marsh 23. 11 minutes before Stumps on day 3. Corbin Middlemas and Xavier Doherty on ABC Cricket.
Yeah, again, Australia just able to tick the scoreboard over there, finding some gaps in the field. Mitchell Marsh coming down the wicket to Phillips there and punching it to long off. He's actually got 4 men on the boundary, Tim Southey, for Mitchell Marsh on strike against the off spinner. So there is the ability to keep it ticking over, despite it being late in the day.
Ben Sears picked up a second test wicket to remove Marnus Labuschagne. He soon had a third to send Cam Green on his way. Southey on his way in here, bowls to Marsh, and Marsh plays off the back foot, punches to cover. Earlier, Steve Smith was trapped in front by Matt Henry, and that gave him 8 wickets in the test and 16 in the series. He too doubled up shortly after removing Usman Khawaja. Superb catch from Southey at third slip. All low scores for the Australian dismissed batsman. Smith 9, Khawaja 11, Labuschagne 6, Green 5. 279 the target. Australia 4 for 71. Keep a blundle up to the stumps. Southie on his way in, bowls to Marsh. He opens the face of the bat, runs it between gully and point. Down towards the third man boundary. Chase on as Young puts in the slide and whips it back in with his left hand.
It's actually Satner. Santner.
That would make sense if he's
Santner. So he's on for Cougar Line, who they haven't used yet. Tim Southey's into his second spell already. So it would appear as though, I think Frankie mentioned word had filtered through to her that Cougar Line had some heel issues.
Right.
So they might even be down a quick, which will... And Nichols is out there as well. Yeah, Matt Henry left the field as well. So he's just having a bit of a breather, which is something which has become the norm in this day and age.
Southie comes in, bowls to Marsh, who drives on the up, but it's safe. Into cover. Marsh 25, head 16. So there's two subs out there. Henry Nichols and
Mitchell Santner.
And Mitch Santner. It was a bump ball, that last one.
It was a bump ball.
I got a bit excited.
Oh, that's okay.
Shot into the cover, but I had one yesterday that I thought was a drop catch, and it was clean into the ground.
It is a tough viewing platform, what we're sitting on. It's you see the shot, and then you don't see anything until the fielder reacts. I don't blame you there, Corb.
Appreciate it. The justification. Here comes Southie on his way in, bowls to Marsh. He lets it go, and Blundell takes it clean up to the stumps. Still needing 206 from here, the Aussies. 4 for 73. Marsh not out on 25 and head on 16 late on day 3. Day 4, by the way, tomorrow. Our coverage starts from 8:45 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time through the ABC Listen app. Look out for that big red cricket ball button. You can follow along. It's going to be a memorable day either way.
One way or the other, we are in for a classic. It'll be a ripping New Zealand win, or if Australia can manage to dig themselves out of a hole here.
Southie tries again, bowls to Marsh. He's forward and drives confidently out to mid-off, and it's picked off by the cover fieldsman, cutting off Ravindra. Well, either Australia are going to recover from 4 for 34 to win and pull off their biggest ever fourth innings chase against the Kiwis, or the team that was all out before tea for 162 on day 1 is going to come back and win a test match against their arch nemesis at home for the first time in 31 years.
I feel pretty lucky, Cole. We've had some cracking cricket all the way through this series. And it's going to continue on into day 4 of this second test.
Marsh on 25, Southie to him now. Marsh is driving along the ground. There's who's and ahs for every shot at the moment, and even the ones out the middle of Marsh's bat. End of the over. Australia 4 for 73. They're chasing 279 to win. Marsh 25, head 16.
Yeah, it's been ripping cricket. Lots of storylines. A few questions that we still need answers to. The texts are still flowing about the Steve Smith experiment. Not much he can do about it now. Travis Head, he's locked himself in. He's 16 off 29. It's been a very un-Travis Head-like innings so far. Mitch Marsh going in a runner ball, which is what we've become accustomed to.
Cougar Line's back out there, by the way, fielding that long off for Travis Head. I'll give you the fuller wicket. And the 4th player has been dismissed in Australia's innings this series. In just a moment, as Phillips coming around the wicket, he gets the bowl to the lefty and forward Head defends to cover. 4 for 89, 4 for 81, 4 for 107, 4 for 34. So on average, that's 4 down for 77 runs this series.
Yeah, they've got some issues there, Australia, don't they? There's a lot of talk, and everyone's writing and talking about the top of the order. Have we got it right? It's hard to argue that bringing Cameron Green into the lineup hasn't been the right choice. We saw the rewards for that in the first test.
Phillips on his way in, Head confidently forward defending to Southie at short cover.
I guess following up, it's probably the 2 guys at the crease who are, if they are going to bring in a specialist opener and drop Smith back down the order, these are the 2 guys you would assume who would make way, but I don't know. It's hard to see it happening, isn't it?
Wow.
Unless you've got an alternative, Corb. You're not suggesting Steve Smith goes out?
No.
Okay, we'll answer.
I think they got the right 6 bats.
It's just how they line them up.
Yeah, whether they've got them in the right spots.
Travis Head's looking like an opener at the minute. Is that where we're heading?
He's 16 off 31. He awaits Phillips. He's letting the ball go wide of the off stump. He picked that out the hand. The stock ball turning away from the left-hander. Travis Head has played some very important innings for the country, and this is a very big moment too, with Australia 4 for 34, chasing 2-7 and 9. If it doesn't go their way here in Christchurch, they will have lost 2 of their last 3 tests as the World Test champions, with India at home, who they haven't beaten since 2014. 5 months from now, and they don't play again before then. As Head defending out through cover. It was wide of the man at silly point, but they are heavily involved around the bat. I said 5 months. It's further away than that. It's more like 9 months from now, and there's no red ball cricket before then.
So they've brought the field in, or some of the field, with this being the second last over, I assume. Yep.
The middle and lower order are going to have to do it again for the Aussies. Head is rocking back and cutting here. Slight misfield. Out at point is a little deeper, and they'll be able to get one on that. Head to 17.
It's Nichols, I think, the man who's still out there for Henry?
Yep.
Yes.
Cougar Line's back out there, fielding it long on for Marsh.
Well, that's interesting, because Henry won't be able to bowl tomorrow now. Or does it wipe after a day if you've been off? I don't know. He went off straight after his spell, which is a good 15 or 20 minutes ago, so as far as I know, if there's no external blow, you've got to be back on the field for the same amount of time you've been off it.
Last ball of the penultimate over. It's a full toss and driven by Marsh down to long off for 1. End of the over. Marsh to 26. Australia 4 for 75. They need another 204 to win from here. The victory target is 279. There's all sorts of historical context around it. In the last 32 test matches these two teams have played, this being the 33rd, New Zealand have won only one of them, going back to 1993. And that was also the last time New Zealand beat Australia in these parts. Their only win since came in Hobart in 2010. And it's also the 50th anniversary of New Zealand's first ever test win against the Australians in this city 50 years ago at Lancaster Park, just a couple of k's away, if that. They're separated by less than a point on the World Test Championship table under the win percentage. Of course, Australia play a lot more Test cricket than New Zealand, but it does have ramifications there. Here we go. Southey to bowl the last one tonight as Marsh takes the ball off middle stump, dabs it away through mid-wicket for 1. And Travis Head gets himself on strike with 5 balls left in the day. Australia 4 down. They need 203 from here.
So who comes out to New Zealand next summer? As far as England are out here next summer, Australia play India.
So the match is coming up. They've got Afghanistan in a one-off test in September. This is New Zealand.
Yep.
Then they go to Sri Lanka and India for 5 test matches, and then they get England at home.
Okay. And does the Afghanistan one count or not? It doesn't count towards championship points. Someone was trying to tell me the other day that it doesn't, because it does.
We'll clarify that. Southey on his way in, bowls to the left. He head ducks underneath it.
Geoff Lemon's just left the box. He's the one we should be asking all those. He'd be across that.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it would.
And Jim's just having a little chip about
the Zimbabwean
domestic. So he missed that. Durham, I think, made 226. And who was it? The Mashonaland Eagles were bowled out for 16 in their T20 final.
Fortunately, we didn't give anyone a spoilers warning in case they were going home to watch it. Head on 17. He awaits Southey. He's coming around the wicket. At him. He flashes one past the outside edge. And gee, it narrowly missed the bat. Blundell just framed to throw it up in the air and then hung on to it. And the rest of the cordon turned and looked at him as if, did he get anything on it? Not to be.
Oh, it's a scrambled seam from Southey. It is so close to the outside edge of Travis Head's bat. There's still a little bit happening in this Hagley Oval wicket. So close for New Zealand to their 5th breakthrough.
How's Alex Carey feeling, do you think?
He's all right now. We're within a minute of stumps.
I don't know how he's going to go overnight. He's next in. And then the bowlers. Still 203 to get. Head out the middle of the bat. Pushes away to cover.
And there's another rule I'm not sure about, Corb, because if they do actually lose a wicket here, because we haven't bowled the minimum overs, I think we do finish this over. But that was a rule that we had, maybe we have in domestic cricket and we don't have in Test cricket. But anyway, Geoff's come back, but I've got too many questions to fire at him. We've only got 2 balls left, so I'll clarify some of these tomorrow. Sweet. We'll leave all that with you. 4 for 76. Two balls to come in the day. Here's Southey. Rumbles in around the wicket, bowls to head. He's forward and just playing out to mid-on. No run there. Ravindra collects. 1 to come in the day. And what a day it's been of Test cricket. 27 for Marsh, 17 for Head. It was a little slow going earlier as the New Zealanders were able to extend their lead, having started the day 40 in front. 4 of the top 5 got 50s, and then it really sped up, didn't it? Either side of the tea break, and then the change of innings. The wickets have been tumbling all over the place. New Zealand losing their last 7 for 94, and the Aussies their first 4 in a hurry. Is there a moment here before close to end day 3? Southey around the wicket to Head. He drops it on the leg side. They'll get through for a single, and that'll do us. It stumps on day 3. And this is Test cricket. Australia 4 for 77 at stumps. They need 202 from here to win. New Zealand needs 6 wickets for a drought-breaking victory at home against their big brother from across the ditch. 8 wickets falling in the evening session for 104 runs. The Aussies 4 for 77 at stumps. Marsh is 27. Head is 17. Australia 202 away from victory. New Zealand needs 6 wickets. Grandstand at stumps in just a moment with some initial thoughts. Xavier Doherty on what we saw today. Well, it was a fantastic day of Test cricket, wasn't it? I think every time you asked me today, Corb, it just felt like the match was evenly balanced. But you would have to say 4 for 77 Australia, still requiring 202. New Zealand are on top. I think one way or the other, we're going to turn up to day 4 and there's going to be a storyline. It's either going to be New Zealand with a famous victory, or if these two in Marsh and Travis Head can dig Australia out of a hole, it'll be a fantastic effort from Australia's middle order. Again, they've been exposed by some early wickets. The Steve Smith experiment, once again, it's in the balance. There's a lot of people who like it. There are some that don't. You would have to say again, there's been a failure. He went for 9 today. A fantastic day of Test cricket. Lots of storylines, and one way or the other, we're in for a ripping day of Test cricket tomorrow.
Let's get into it. It's time for Grandstand at Stumps.
ABC Sport. Grandstand cricket.
There you go.
That's it for the day.
You can hear the bales.
And that is Stumps. This is Grandstand at Stumps.
On ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
New Zealand are on the precipice of a famous Test victory. They set Australia 279 to win in the 4th innings of the match. It would be a record chase for Australia in the 4th innings against New Zealand if successful. They were in early trouble at 4 for 34. And New Zealand pressing for victory. They need 6 wickets from here. Australia need another 202 runs. A lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Mitch Marsh and Travis Head. Marsh 27 not out at stumps, Head on 17. There's a whole lot to work through as the Aussie top order fails again. It is Grandstand at Stumps. Corbin Middlemas alongside 3-format spinner for the Aussies, Xavier Doherty. The voice of New Zealand cricket, Brian Waddle. There's storylines in any direction in which you look. 12 wickets falling today. And after 4 of the top 5 in the New Zealand batting lineup passed 50, they put on 123 for the 4th wicket. Looked as if they were going to set the Aussies a mammoth total. They crumbled from there with the bat, losing 7 for 94. And the wickets continued to tumble when the Aussies walked out the bat for a second time at one stage at 4 for 34. The match beautifully placed as we head into the 4th day at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Xavier Doherty, the state of play, how do you assess it?
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Corb, it's been 50-50 all day today and pretty much all the way through the Test match. Every time you've thrown to me and asked me who's got the lead, it's always just been in the balance, but you would have to say right at the moment it's New Zealand with their noses in front. Australia came to the play today requiring some early breakthroughs. They didn't get it. It was Pat Cummins that got the only breakthrough in that first session. So They were relying on the new ball to get some breakthroughs, which came just after lunch. They got that. They got the wicket of Daryl Mitchell after a fantastic partnership with Rachin Ravindra. Again, once Australia got one wicket, as we've seen throughout this series, they were able to nab 2 or 3 quickly. Tom Blundell gave his wicket up pretty easily, and after a bit of bashing and crashing from the tail order, New Zealand were out for 372, which in my opinion was short of what they needed. It seemed as though it was a pretty good batting wicket, but the introduction of the openers for Australia, and again Matt Henry bends his back again and knocks over Steve Smith again for a low score. That experiment, which is continuing, and it's just something that's always on people's tongues are wagging about it, whether it is the right decision or not. That's going to continue into next summer, isn't it? So 4 for 77, a little recovery mission there by Head and Marsh at the end. One way or the other, it's going to be a big news story tomorrow.
It's amazing. We're either going to see Australia recover from 4 for 34 to chase down 279 and get out of trouble in this Test match in Christchurch, or we are going to see, Brian Waddle, a moment in New Zealand cricket history. Wins over Australia have been few and far between. In the last 33 tests these two teams have played, New Zealand have won one of them. They haven't won a Test match against Australia in these parts in 31 years. It's also been 50 years, of course, since that breakthrough victory back in 1974. Are we on the verge of something special for New Zealand cricket?
Well, they've certainly got every chance now. They've fought back on the day with the bat and rescued a situation that gave them an advantage. I tend to agree with Xavier that they probably needed it a bit more. I've adjusted that thinking. The New Zealand bowlers have shown right throughout this Test match that they have got the quality, led by Matt Henry. They've got support from Sears, a new man playing Test cricket. Tim Southee has handled them pretty well, and they've cleaned out 4 the top batsmen of Australia. It's going to take some really good batting to win this game for Australia. I would like to think that the New Zealand attack has the capacity to do the business. And, they've shown by the way they removed those top 4 players. But they've also faced up against 2 guys who love to hit the ball and take the bowling on. And they've shown a willingness to do that, and I can't see them changing. So we've had 2 really good days of Test cricket, to my mind. Today it was challenging for New Zealand. Australia had to try everything that they could, and they did. Once again, their bowling lineup has come to the fore. There's always one that will do the job, and as a group, they managed to cut down the New Zealand innings when it looked as though they were going to build an advantage that might not have been achievable. So, great day's Test cricket. Yeah. It could be on the verge of New Zealand, but they're going to have to work for it. It won't come easy.
We haven't had a great read of the pitch the whole way through, particularly today, just as we thought it was flattening out and it was going to get better and better to bat on, and that was certainly the scout from the locals, people that know cricket here in Christchurch, and it was starting to look that way when New Zealand found themselves 3 for 278 for a side that hadn't made over 200 with the bat all series. And then the wickets just tumbled all afternoon for both teams either side of the change of innings. We use old adages all the time, like, it's a new ball wicket. Well, you could make a pretty good case for that. When Australia got the second new ball, they were able to get rid of Ravindra and Mitchell, and then wickets continued to fall through the remainder of the innings. And Australia lost their 4 up front, and I'm sure that's what the Aussies will be trying to spin and tell themselves at close. Now, 24 overs in, they've got Marsh and Head there, and the ball's in its 25th over tomorrow morning.
Well, it's hard to argue that it's not a new ball wicket, Corbin, with those sort of numbers, isn't it? So, this ball is now 24 overs into this innings. Again, the quicks of New Zealand, Southee and Sears in particular, they'll be at their freshest when we come back here at 11 o'clock tomorrow. We'll say it again, it's a huge first hour, isn't it? If Australia can manage to negotiate that first hour when the New Zealand quicks are at their freshest, it's going to play a huge role in the outcome of this game. Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh are keen scorers, and they'll keep the scoreboard ticking over. It would appear as though Kugelheim is not going to do a lot of bowling. He only bowled 6 overs in the first innings. He hasn't bowled yet. Tim Southee's already bowled a couple of spells. So if they can manage to negotiate the Sears and Matt Henry onslaught first thing tomorrow morning,
it'll go a long way in increasing Australia's chances in this game.
Geoff Lemon, as he has done throughout the series for us, is inside the Australian camp. Some reaction from the Aussies, their coach Andrew McDonald with Geoff. Geoff.
ABC Sport, we've got the Australian coach Andrew McDonald with us. Things can change very quickly over one day of Test cricket, can't they?
Yeah, they can. Look, the game's in the balance. Disappointing tonight against the new ball. Clearly we had to navigate it through that. Then we know that batting can get easier, but weren't able to do that. But with Travis at the crease line with Mitch, while it's really in the game, and looking at the positives, what have we got to come, and how do we track down those extra 200 runs that we need?
It's interesting with these kind of targets these days. People sort of talk about 280 as though it's par, but it doesn't actually get chased that often. It's a big task in Test cricket.
It's a big task in Test cricket, but I think historically the games have probably gone a little bit deeper than what they do. This one's sped up really quickly early, so we're talking about a day 4 wicket, and as we saw today, once you got through that new ball, Ravinder and Daryl Mitchell, the way that they're able to navigate through any challenge that we sort of threw at them, it does flatten out. So we look forward to that stage tomorrow, first up, and as I said, the wicket's still true, and 200's achievable.
Yeah, I mean, achievable, and you may well pull it off. Even if you do you still think that this team has blown a couple of chances in this side to get further ahead and really put the game away after bowling out New Zealand so cheaply on day 1?
Yeah, I think both first innings were, I suppose, similar in terms of the conditions that were offered for the bowling groups. I think it sped up a little bit in the second innings of the game. So we were challenged with a bat in the first innings by their bowling attack, and Henry was absolutely brilliant, taking 7 for any challenge us again tonight. So, there was some catches that went down. There's moments within the game, but New Zealand could say equally the same on the other side as well. So it's about us looking at what's ahead of us and navigating through that. And as I said, 200 on a 4th day wicket, 6 wickets in hand. We feel as though that's achievable.
The feedback from your guys, I mean, the commentary sort of says, it was getting easier to bat on day 3. Was it actually easier to bat out there, or was that just looking at it through the TV camera?
No, I think the surface, as I said, the new ball challenge was real for both teams, and we saw that even with the second new ball, we were able to impact. But once the ball sort of got 30, 40 overs old, it did become, in our minds, easier for batting, and we look forward to that same opportunity tomorrow and see how we go.
What do you do overnight? Will you have any chats with Travis and Mitch, because obviously so much relies on them tomorrow? Will you look to G them up, or will you just leave them alone and let them think about it themselves?
No, we'll leave them alone tonight. We're at night 3 of a test match, and a lot of mental and physical energy goes into that, so it's about recovery tonight, and we'll convene tomorrow morning and be clear on the way that we want to, I suppose, combat and also attack their bowling unit in terms of the method that we use. So there won't be anything tonight. Leave them to dinner and get out of their hair.
Well, I guess at least they had the 50th anniversary of the win in 1974 here just before this test. Even if things go badly, maybe you'll get an invitation in 50 years' time.
Yeah, we prefer not to have those invitations.
Okay, tomorrow should be fun. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be a good game.
Thanks.
That's great. Andrew McDonald with Geoff Lemon. Thanks to both Andrew and Geoff. That we're on the money. So no surprise, that's the talk inside the Australian camp, that new ball wicket, it will flatten out. We saw that happen in New Zealand's second innings. That will happen for us tomorrow. They need another 202 from here at 4 for 77 at stumps on day 3.
So we've got 56 overs until the second new ball. Can Australia get the 202 runs within that time? He's just clarified it there. That what we're seeing is real. So with the ball now 24 overs old, hopefully for Australia's sake, they can get through the little onslaught in the morning and get stuck into this chase.
Yeah, 77 at 3 and over. That means 200. You've got a fair number of overs left to be bowled. You can't imagine scoring at a rate better than 3, although there are 2 players who are there who you would probably pick if you wanted to score it better than 3 and over. So there's a lot of overs still to be bowled. Matt Henry, again, is going to be the key. Whether or not Phillips is a key player with the ball, it's hard to know. As the pitch gets drier, if it is going to be dry tomorrow, there's some thought rain overnight might change conditions a little. It gets back to what I said before. It's going to take some good batting, and I've got to say, as with the New Zealand innings, it lies with Marsh, Head and Carey, doesn't it? The others will play support roles, but they're the ones who will win the test for Australia. I think Henry, possibly Sears and possibly Phillips will win the game for New Zealand.
The reason the Aussies are in this position is that the damage that New Zealand were able to do with the new ball, and it was Matt Henry again. I spoke about Alex Malcolm's article at the start of the day where he wrote about Matt Henry's 10 centimetre titanium cable and the 2 screws that are in his back after the surgery that he went through in 2012. That's now a dozen years ago. And you've spoken throughout the series about he was, once the 4th banana in the bowling lineup and behind the likes of Southey and Bolton, Wagner in the past. Well, he's led the attack this series. He took 8 wickets for the match in Wellington. He's got 9 wickets for the match here and leads the series in that tally. But again, struck with the new ball and was able to get rid of both openers. What an amazing series that he's had.
Yeah, I'll go back to what I said. He's New Zealand's Hazelwood, I think. Hazelwood, consistency personified, constantly there or thereabouts, and Henry has shown that sort of consistency, and a man not to shirk the responsibilities either. How many overs did he bowl? 9 with the new ball. He's an outstanding prospect for the future with the new bowlers coming along, leading them. But I think he's a key to New Zealand winning this Test match if they can.
Were you happy watching a 26-year-old Ben Sears on debut manage to come in and bowl the way that he did in the second innings?
Yeah. He's raw, the same as Will O'Rourke, but the gifts are there, aren't they? They've got the abilities. The development is what has to be taken care of now, and New Zealand needs those players. They're not today's Test cricketers, they're tomorrow's Test cricketers for New Zealand. And if Kyle Jamieson is also fit, that makes a pretty good attack for the next 2 to 3 years.
Sears getting Labuschagne caught and bowled off his own bowling, took a return catch. He could have had him out twice in 3 balls. He created a chance. It was dropped by Daryl Mitchell at first slip. 2 balls later, he sent him on his way, did all the work himself, and then Cam Green knocking him over for 5. There's a lot to be happy about from a New Zealand point of view, particularly for a team that was all out for 162 inside the first 2 sessions of the Test match, having been stuck in, and they've fought their way back throughout to now be in a winning position at stumps on day 3. Just repeating that score at stumps, Australia 4 for 77. They're chasing 279 to win, so they need 202 from here. Marsh not out on 27 and Head on 17. That's all the good stuff. The obvious conversation, Xavier, is around the Australian batting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
That this is a team that was all out for 256 in the first innings. They had 1 player score more than 30. Again, they're in trouble early in the innings. They're averaging 77 for the loss of the 4th wicket throughout the series, which is clearly not enough. And if you look at the Southern Hemisphere summer, where they've played 7 Test matches now, the 5 at home and the 2 away, they have 3 centurions. The 174 from Cam Green in Wellington, 100 from Travis Head against the West Indies in Adelaide, and David Warner's 100 in Perth, who no longer plays Test cricket. That's very unusual for an Australian lineup to only have 3 century makers in 7 Test matches, all in Antipodean conditions.
It's not good, is it, Corb? I think if Australia lose this Test match, they lost that Test match at the Gabba, and a lot of people sort of said, that's a great thing for cricket, but at the end of the day, it was the Aussie batters who faltered. As you mentioned, they've done it in all 4 innings since we've been in New Zealand as well. So there are certainly some questions over that, particularly that top order. I agreed with Steve Smith opening the batting and them just picking their best 6 batters and then just making it fit. But I'm starting to question it. I was almost certain, no matter what happened in this series over here in New Zealand, that come Brisbane in late November, they would go with this system and Smith would open. I'm actually starting to doubt it. I honestly think that Steve Smith in the middle order makes this batting order so much better. So the question then is, who does open? Do we drop someone who should be in the top 6 but just can't find a spot at the minute? Is it Travis Head that goes to the top? Do we need to bring in a specialist opener? There are more questions than answers just at the moment, but and there was a lot of people didn't like Steve Smith opening the batting, and I'm starting to sort of head that way.
Wow. We spoke about this after Wellington. It feels like it's not even so much about Steve Smith, it's about the other guys that he bats around. And if he comes in at 4, the whole thing just looks more...
It looks different, doesn't it?
Stronger. It stiffens up the whole lineup as a result. If Green drops back to 5, you've either got Head or Marsh at 6, and then the other one goes up to the top, whether that's Head or Marsh, and you have a counter-attacking opener in the same way they've had in Hayden and Warner for so much of the past 20 years in Australian cricket.
Well, that's right. Just shores things up, particularly when your keeper's not making the runs that we come to expect from a number 7 as well. So that's another thing, and we'll obviously, well, maybe we won't see Alex Carey tomorrow, but highly likely that we will. It's going to be a huge innings for him. You know, he hasn't kept, well, he's kept pretty well. He missed a chance that could have been crucial in this test match, and like we said, hasn't quite made the runs that we've come to expect from a number 7 in the Australian batting order.
I don't know who your options are in terms of the personnel, but I read it as manufacturing an opener out of a quality player, manufacturing a number 4 out of perhaps a 5 or 6 player, and you're breaking up what is an important partnership, or you're trying to develop a Smith Khawaja into a Warner Khawaja, or whoever your batsmen are, and those partnerships I think are important. If you do that to your bowling lineup, that lessens the quality of your bowling lineup, doesn't it? Their partnership, Cummins can go to any one of 3 other bowlers and he's always got the same partnership going for him. And that's the thing I think you have to consider, and New Zealand will face that at times. They've had to face it because they've got a part-time opener with a full-time opener. And the best combination is Conway-Latham. Now it's Latham with a spare part. Good player, Will Young, but I think he's a middle-order player, and that's another manufacturing job being done.
They're adamant they've got the best 6 bats in the country, and I'm happy to take them at their word about that. They're not getting the production at the moment out of their batting lineup.
We can't argue with it. Yeah, they have got their best 6 batsmen there, and then it's like we spoke about last night. There's a long way back to Renshaw, Bancroft, and Harrison, whoever that might be. But just at the moment, the 4 Test matches we've played against opposition that, let's be honest, we're expecting to win those games. We've lost one of them and we're on the brink of losing a second. So just at the moment, there are a lot of questions there.
If you lose 2 in 3 and you don't play another test match for 9 months, and then all of a sudden the Gabba rolls around, there's a lot of talk in between now and then where you think, are we really on the right track here? Is this what we want to go with? And Smith at the top of the order and the way that they're placed throughout the lineup, is this the right mix with India coming to town, who have obviously beaten the Australians in their last 2 trips. Australia haven't beaten India in a test series since 2014, which is now, as we check the clock, a decade ago. It's a long time since they last beat India in test cricket. This is Grandstand at Stumps. Corbin Middlemas, Xavier, Doherty and Brian Waddle. 4 for 77. That closed the Australians in their second innings. They need 202 from here. So 279, the magic number. New Zealand needs 6 wickets. If they win, it'll be their first test victory over Australia in New Zealand in 31 years. Marsh is 27 not out and Head is there on 17. It's been another fun day of cricket here at Hagley Oval. It's been well supported. Monday is a work day, I understand, Brian, which it isn't for a lot of Australia tomorrow. It's a public holiday back home. How do the people of Christchurch go in trying to negotiate a little day off to start the new working week?
Oh, they start work at 6 o'clock in the morning and then sort of take ill around about 10. Or, Granny's not too well, I've got to go and see her, or something along those lines. They bought the tickets, they've made the plans, the Basin Reserve was the same, and if you've got the best cricket team in the world here playing against your team, you'll make it, and they do.
Yep. It could be a special day. You've seen a lot of New Zealand cricket. I'm sure you've gone home at similar stages of various other test matches over the past 30 years as well, Brian, where you thought, is tomorrow going to be this day? It took us through the life of, obviously, a commentator of following New Zealand cricket and what a win over Australia would mean for the cricket fraternity throughout New Zealand.
Well, it's the ultimate. As I've said so many times throughout this, the benchmark is Australia for us. That's the side that is toughest. And I think that Australia feel much the same about New Zealand. They know they're going to be in for a fight, but they also have the belief that they will beat New Zealand and beat them comfortably. Well, they're finding out something just a little bit different now. I have seen New Zealand lose test matches that have left me speechless about the way they have played. And, I am not totally confident about the way they've played this test match in various guises. They had a marvellous batting partnership between the left-hander Ravindra and Mitchell, and yet somehow they lost those 3 wickets, which is something that coaches hate. You don't lose 3 in a row. Well, you don't lose 2, let alone 3. So I don't have the confidence that I probably should have that New Zealand can do that. I know they've got the cattle out there to do it with the ball, but I know they've also been on the receiving end of Marsh and Head and to a lesser extent Carey, those types of players, and that's the exciting thing for me. It's going to be New Zealand against those 3 and what they can piece together before they get to the tail. I sense the crowd feel that New Zealand got a chance. You notice how they got up and they were cheering and chanting and doing all the things that you do when you've got that confidence aboard, and they did it, and that tells you that those people will come back tomorrow and they'll enjoy it.
Oh, I can't wait. It's in a series. It's going to be 8 days of Test cricket. We've been treated to some unbelievable moments, and considering it's been a series where the Aussies have been on top, it stumps in a lot of those days. All of a sudden, as we head to a 4th day here in Christchurch, New Zealand are in it up to their necks. They need 6 wickets from here. They've got another 201 runs to work with. The Aussies need 202 from here to win. They'll resume at 4 for 77 with Marsh on 27 and Head on 17. As you said, X, during the call, either way, we're going to get something special tomorrow. Either the Aussies will recover from 4 for 34 to pull off a victory here in Christchurch, or for New Zealand it'll be something that'll be historically significant and a rare Test victory against Australia. Can't wait to see you then.
It's going to be great. Looking forward to it, Corbin.
Thanks, Brian. We'll catch you then.
Looking forward to it.
Thanks to Jim Maxwell as well. Thanks also to Geoff Lemon, to Craig MacMillan and Frankie McKay for their company throughout the day. It is set up perfectly. The ABC Listen app tomorrow is the place to find it. Look out for that red cricket ball button. Our coverage from 8:45 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time for all the coverage on day 4. Coming up, if you are in the southern states, you'll be going to Summer Grandstand with Mitch Turner, so you'll hear that on ABC Radio coming up after the latest from the ABC Newsroom. Hope you can join us tomorrow. Coverage from 8:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Here's how we called day 3.
Marsh back into the attack, bowls to Ravindra, who drives back past the bowler, down the ground for 4 and a half century. Quick to their feet, the spectators down in front of us, and that is a handsome stroke from the bat of Rachin Ravindra. 50. Stark steadies, breaks into his run again. Mitchell, that very open stance from left arm over the wicket, playing defensively, gets a single to the offside, nicely taken, and gets a half century at the same time. Here's the next one to Xavier, who tries to guide the ball down to third man. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. It's been taken by Carey. Another easy wicket, 372 for 9. Here's Kugeline hitting high in the air, out towards long on, getting underneath it to take the catch is Cameron Green, and the innings comes to an end. It fell apart pretty rapidly towards the end. All out for 372. The lead is 278, so 279 is needed.
So can Henry follow up here with some wickets? He's running in and Smith is playing. He's hit on the bat, a big appeal, he's out. He's given out LBW, that's what New Zealand want. And Smith's looking around, is he going to review it? He wants some help from the non-striker here as to whether or not he's going to review it. It looked from our oblique angle fairly full and straight, and I think he has reviewed it.
He didn't want to refer it to Stephen Smith. He conferred with Usman Khawaja and they took all of their allotted time.
Is it going over?
Impact in line,
Yep,
hitting the wickets.
it's out.
So stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
It's hitting the top
You're
of
on
the
screen,
middle
let's
stump.
signal now.
Smith out for the second time. LBW, this time for 9.
Henry for Khawaja, who edges and he's caught it slip. New Zealand are in this up to their necks. They cluster around the corner and Khawaja goes walking off literally into the sunset. The boundary line awaits. Australia 3 down for 30. Khawaja goes for 11. Sears to Green, who's bowled. He's gone right through him, and that's 4 down for New Zealand. Oh, they can taste this. Tomorrow might be the coronation, but there's a fair bit left in today. 4 down for 34. Australia 245 away from victory.
And that'll do us. It stumps on day 3. And this is Test cricket. Australia 4 for 77 at stumps. They need 202 from here to win. New Zealand needs 6 wickets.